as he used to be able to just like cut somebody off after they've made their point sufficiently and just stick to that, and then he'll obviously be arguing it from a much more like Austrian perspective on the matter, which is like the relevant perspective to be arguing about with respect to like all these law debates that he used to have. But a lot of the debates he's been having now are like they're so tied up in philosophy, but it's never like philosophy with respect to like a specific thing, which I think is like such uh an issue, is that it's all very meta, and it's not like we're not arguing about like this specific thing and then using philosophy as like the immune system about it,
Right.
like they used to. It's just kind of like arguing about the thing in and of itself, and it's like they're not gonna get anywhere with it. At least with like the Austrian principles, like we were applying Austrian principles to law, and then we were looking at, like what's the Georgist view on this? What's the libertarian view on this?
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
and
I'll
I
take the
mean,
Georgist view.
like, did you see what I was saying in Zulu server just now, like a little bit ago in general chat?
No, I haven't checked.
Yeah, I was talking about how like if you're arguing with somebody, right, and and like you're trying to defend perception, right, you're not going to be you're going to have a very hard time like combating like if they like appeal to some like bunk perception science or psychology, right? You're going to have a very hard time combating that if all you have is just like pure philosophy. You know what I mean? Well, and really, you never have pure philosophy.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about him always arguing about like philosophical topics in and of themselves. It's like I think that this debate is equally going to be getting into that exact issue of just like arguing about the concepts in and of themselves, not really about using these concepts.
I have a feeling it's gonna be gonna have the same pattern as some of his most recent debates. It's just like he's just gonna have the guy lecturing to him most of the time.
It's oh my god.
I was thinking yesterday, like it's very central to like philosophy, like perception science, and like tackling Kant's ideas and such. And I always thought that just had to be like pure philosophy, basically. But I suppose not.
Oh yeah, definitely not. Like, I mean, just you see it like when you look into the history of thought in perception science, right? And how much philosophy was like informed by all this stuff, and like you kind of miss that in your ordinary like history philosophy course, and vice versa, right? How philosophy informs perception science, and that's really in any field too. It's like even in physics, if you look into the history of thought in physics, you would see it's not so like segregated off like from philosophy, right?
Yeah, I've always been thinking about that. Yeah, like when I was younger, like they have to be related, right? They can't just be these separate studies.
Yeah. No, yeah, philosophy is like Stratino said, it's like the immune system. So its job is really integration. I mean, it runs through every single aspect of like human knowledge and life, and at the scale, like at the historical scale and on the individual level, like. But
I think
that just means it's obviously it's going to be influenced by everything else.
So Zulu is like wrong when he says that you can't get like philosophy from physics and such. So like Zulu is wrong when he says like you can't get philosophy from studying physics, or
well, I wouldn't say. I would say maybe that's true enough, but philosophy is definitely informed by physics, and physics is definitely informed by philosophy.
But what was like informed? What is the distinction there? Informed versus what? Like what's the difference?
Best way to put it is like you can't take like a cutting of physics and then philosophy is just gonna like sprout out of it. It's that like philosophy is what is going to be informing, aka it's going to be like pervading every aspect of physics. If you
it's how any basically, you know, more specialized area is just like informed by the broader context. Like it's just how it's
Yeah.
informed and integrated into this, like the whole context of knowledge. That's what
Yeah, it's
philosophy.
not like a product of physics. It's definitely
Yeah.
like this. It's an important part if you're going to be talking about physics that you need to be informed by a much broader philosophy because there's a much broader context to
Yeah,
be
or else fucking
accounting
physics is
for.
meaningless and it that has no fucking, you know, bearing on anything else.
Well, equally, what's really funny is that philosophy is like fucking meaningless if you're not talking about anything else to
Right.
have it be talking about.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Right.
So where are we
And
gonna
I think.
watch? Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was
I
just
mean,
gonna say.
we're
Like,
waiting for Eddie right now. He said he was gonna come in.
yeah.
He said he's trying to get his microphone working. He said, "Give me like 5 to 10 minutes."
Mm. What
I
I
mean,
was
I'm
gonna
done to
say is,
started, but
like, even when you're talking about like or arguing with a Kantian, like, it's not even important just to defend.
oh, hello, hello, hello. I
You
gotta
cut
stop
out.
doing that. Yeah, I gotta stop doing that. I keep fucking walking out into my kitchen and cutting out.
No, I
Oh,
like Stortino cut out actually.
Yeah, he cut
oh,
out when
did
he
I?
said like defend. Like you don't just defend or whatever. Something
Yeah.
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
no, the internet shit over here. What I was gonna say is, it's
Oh, hello. Yo, 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 you're cutting out. You're cutting
I'm
out
gonna
like crazy.
I'm gonna turn off Wi-Fi. How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
All right. Yeah, it's not even like you're using perception science just to defend the objectivist position, but it's also just to combat all of these like unentailed things that the Kantian is saying. Like, it's kind of like with Hume where he's like, oh, the fire could be like, here, like with Peikoff's cigarette example, like the fire could be over here and then like, the
Right.
cigarette could be in the other room. And it's like, well, where'd you
So
get that
you
from?
did watch. I saw like the first like minute of it just now. And
Wait,
like,
did they talk about that?
yeah, that was the first example Zulu
Oh,
brought up, like in his
no
opening
way.
statement. Yeah. His whole like understanding of like Kant and everything going on there is just like, oh, like Kant was trying to answer Hume, and like it's literally just whatever Peikoff said in his history of philosophy course is like the extent of his knowledge on that. And like even objectivists are like way more like there's way more in-depth stuff on this. Like if you read David Kelly's book on the evidence of the senses, he goes way more in depth into like Kant and like like all that stuff having to do with Kant's like epistemology.
Really important to consider with Kant, Ayn Rand even pointed this out, is specifically like, what does Kant want from you? That's
Mhm.
like really like kind of one of the most important questions to ask with respect to the history of philosophy, is that you really need to know like, what does Kant want out of you when he's doing all of this kind of stuff? And he's like, when you're fucking up and you're not thinking, you know, Kant wants all of his bromides to just pervade you,
Yeah,
and
he wanted impotence,
Mhm.
basically. Impotence of the mind.
He wants
You know,
implicit premises for
well,
me.
it's
Mm.
more like when you have all these uh basically like the philosophy of the day is just like I'm impotent to know the world and I have to appeal to like some mystic authority. Like I have to go to some mystic authority and like ask and then they tell me what to do. They tell me what to know. They tell me what I know, how I know it. Right? And what exists, right?
It's like it's not really that Kant like answered to Hume in the way, like, I think Peikoff explains it a lot better than just that phrase. It doesn't really economize it. I think what like really kind of puts it into perspective is that Kant conceded to Hume and essentially
Yeah.
just built like a whole new epistemology out of conceding to Hume.
Yeah, yeah.
Because Hume was equally saying that man is impotent. Like Hume was impotent. He approached his own life with impotence. Like I had said to G before that Hume like had these journals and he just talked
Oh,
about how his
I just
life was
remembered what I was gonna say.
meaningless.
I just
And
remembered what I was gonna say. Like, yeah. It was reminding me, like, remember that discussion we were having about evidentiary reasoning, right?
yes,
So, like, Yeah, it's just like that, right? When you're defending perception, right, and your opponent brings some, like, they're pointing to some facts, right? Even though they're just saying something wrong about it, they're disintegrating. They're pointing to something, right? And you also have to point to those same facts and be like, well, the evidence actually says this. You know what I mean? You're wrong. But like that's not what Zulu does, right? And especially if you're just sticking in like pure philosophy where you just have no grounds at all in perception science, right? Even bunk perception science, then how are you going to combat that? You know what I mean? There's no combating that.
I think it's because he takes a lot more of a deductivist approach to debating, where he's just kind of trying to like he's kind of using like the flow as a thing to hide behind. I've noticed where I don't think he's actually like providing evidence on the flow. Like the flow is
Yeah.
a
But you understand
perfectly
the point
fine.
I was just making, right?
Yeah, no,
I don't want to lose that point because I think it'll be important.
I was gonna build on it. I was gonna say mainly that I think that Zulu is hiding behind that, like the flow here of like evidentiary basis, where somebody's pointing to the evidence and we're
Yeah,
pointing
it's
to
that
evidence.
evidence must answer to evidence, right?
Exactly.
You can't even like touch evidence. You can't even like somebody brings some evidence. You can't even touch it unless you have your own evidence. You know what I mean?
Hmm. And
You can't even talk about it.
I think what Zulu is going down is instead of evidence responding to evidence, I think he's using like proof responds to proof. And he's like, what do you mean? On the flow, I proved it. I proved it on the flow. And it reminds me of what Peikoff was saying in his like
Yeah,
rationalist lecture in Understanding Objectivism, where he's talking about the rationalist. It's like, what do you mean? I proved it.
there's no such thing as a deductive proof, guys. like even Peikoff would say this. This is from Peikoff. There's no such thing as a deductive proof.
Yeah, like I think Zulu is trying to hide behind the flow and he's trying to pervert the flow as not referring to evidence but to proofs. And he's like, yeah, well, Ayn Rand proved it. Or like I proved it. It's on the flow. And it's like, yeah, but that's not what the flow really is referring to.
yeah.
God, where is Eddie?
Yeah, he said he was fixing his mic, remember?
Hmm.
But I
That's
guess we
not
can
like
start without him. I don't think it'll be.
yeah.
I don't think he'll miss too much.
Yeah. Usually he's the one that streams though. Does Zetetic, are you able to stream and record at the same
Oh
time?
yeah, you're right.
Yep.
He is.
Well, I am, but now I'm just recording.
No, I mean
Mm.
he means stream the YouTube video in the Discord chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
But if you share your screen, it'll be be like echoing and stuff. I don't know if like also like
No. It will not. I don't think it will be echoing because I'm
Yeah.
recording specifically just YouTube.
Well, we won't hear. Okay, but we won't hear the audio if you're sharing your screen. You gotta just like we won't hear your audio. Like we won't hear we won't hear the video audio.
Mm.
Well, let me just I think we'll be fine. Let just test.
Just use the YouTube app.
Okay.
On
Well, I
Discord.
guess that works too, but I think this is gonna work. But okay, I can do that because I guess.
I mean, this is like we tried it so many times, bro, and it every
Zetetic?
time.
But just try one time. Just run one time. Okay.
Zetetic's a fucking computer whiz. I think I kind of trust him. Let me just
Okay.
hear him out.
But like, do
I'm
you
not
have
certain,
audio?
but it
You
might
have
work.
share audio turned on?
Let's see.
Well, maybe share audio is when you're sharing your whole screen. Just see if the audio, like, we can hear it.
Yeah.
And for the thumbnail.
Oh, I can
have
hear
to
it.
agree.
Yeah, I can hear it too.
It was echoing in somebody's mic though.
Oh.
Let's see.
I don't know who's.
Do you want the comments, live comments, or do you not want that? I can have like full screen.
The live comments show up this early?
Well, they come in say later, but do you want them or do you not want them?
Yeah. Keep the comments, but they come up on the stream too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That's true. I'll just take it full screen.
But they come up faster on the right side.
Oh wait,
so.
I am steering specifically this application, so it won't work. Never mind. Okay, I'll just do this. I don't know how to hide. Oh yeah, I can actually hide it here.
Okay, so I guess we're starting.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
supposed to.
So,
All right, so we're starting now or waiting for Eddie?
Starting.
Starting, yeah.
Let me just check if it records in OBS properly.
Well, how long can you
hopefully
VC
this is all
stream?
good. Is this all good,
I could
everybody,
probably
on
Yeah,
use
it
the
it
works.
for
stream?
the whole
lagging
duration
at
of the
all?
thing. Maybe for a couple hours.
Not a
Very
huge
cool.
issue, but I just can't see your camera. I don't know if that's just the way the stream works or what. But,
Yeah, no, so for me to have my camera on Discord and on OBS at the same time, I'd have to, like, set it up differently, and I just haven't done that.
You're gonna see how
gotcha.
I mean,
You know, it
Ned,
looks
like
like...
See what I'll-
how outmatched
Sorry?
Zulu's gonna be in this debate just in the first couple of seconds, based on like this guy's description of like what he gets into, you know.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, he knows both. He knows a lot about Ayn Rand, it seems.
No, I mean not that. I'm talking to Stretch. You know, he's gonna notice it. He's gonna notice it.
Mm,
Sorry. No, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like we should be good to go. If you want to, I suppose, introduce yourself for anybody who hasn't seen. I think we had a different debate before on free will.
Yeah, that was a couple years ago now, I think, actually. Yeah, so I guess just to introduce myself, you know, I call myself a philosopher in training. I'm working on my PhD, but you know, it's a whole process. My studies are primarily in Kant and philosophy of mind. Along with AI, there's a whole discussion I could go into about why I see philosophy of AI as just an extension of the philosophy of mind, plus the philosophy of computation, but that's like a totally separate debate that we could maybe have someday.
Very much computationalist.
And yeah, so I am here because I'm also
Okay,
a libertarian anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah. Pause it. So did you notice it, Stratina?
yeah, no, he said philosophy of the mind is also philosophy of computation. Oh,
Or AI.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
but
AI is also like an
also just he is familiar with these like with these terms, philosophy of mind, philosophy of computation and stuff. So you know, like I mean, he's trying to get his PhD. You know where he's coming from, right?
Yeah, I
And
was just thinking about that.
he's on a whole nother level than Zulu when it comes to this stuff.
It's
Right,
kind
so-
of like with Has as well. Like I can tell that Has knows a lot about Marxism.
So I can tell like he's gonna probably run circles around Zulu on this stuff. On philosophy of mind. I mean, Zulu doesn't even know what the fuck philosophy of mind is. Has zero clue.
Like
It's
I was
because
watching it. I was watching it earlier, but I wasn't like fully paying attention. It seemed actually like Zulu like was cornering him in at some points, or I guess this guy just is just cool. I guess he's not too aggressive with it. You know, he's trying to like understand Zulu. It seems
I mean,
like
yeah, he
almost.
was probably trying to be good faith with Zulu and like let him get out his argument and like engage. You know, that's cool.
Yeah.
yeah, I think that it's because there's a pretty big stigma with a lot of objectivists around understanding or grasping a lot of like these terms like philosophy of mind. They're
yeah.
like, oh, that's just irrelevant.
I mean, there's
Like,
there's a big stigma of objectivists just not fucking even like learning anything. You know?
yeah, it's really bad with the philosophy of history because they just
It's just
do not want
rationalism.
to. Yeah, they just don't want to learn. Or it's not even learn, but learn specifically about what even these philosophers say, what tradition we're part of. That's why, like, the objectivists have always seemed to be like an anomaly in the philosophical theory of history. It's just because they don't want to learn their place in history.
Yeah.
Right. I know like Zulu has like read
philosophy
Kant, I
is
think.
really like largely philosophy is a historical phenomenon.
Yeah, no, a lot of it is like this big participation. Like, well, there's a lot of philosophers participating and jumping on the train of ideas, and they're explaining one thing or another, and then somebody's trying to combat
Yeah, I mean,
that.
just what does it mean to be a philosopher? Is it contextual or is it fucking is it some a priori like category of like philosopher king?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You know what
Ayn
I
Rand
mean?
was a philosopher king.
But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, if
Yeah.
it's contextual, then what a philosopher means, what philosophizing means is taking into account, right, without remainder, like this intellectual continuity, right? And taking and doing what is required to take part in it in your context, right? Building on this whole like you're not just jumping in the stream like at any arbitrary place. You know what I mean? You're jumping in the stream after Aristotle, Plato, like all these people, you know what I mean? Like all the way from Aristotle, right? And Plato and like Thales, you know?
And we can understand that, as time goes on, there's going to be people in the Aristotelian tradition who are far more integrated than us and who are able to produce far crazier, ideas in this like long tradition, but only because they know the history. It's like we need to preserve the history. We're not an
Yeah,
anomaly.
but like how is it you see what we're doing, right?
Yeah.
We're doing the integration with all these like semi-disparate like Aristotelian like branches, you know, that all like went into different places, right? The job of the philosopher is to bring that all back together, tie it all back together, and like then we can progress forward, you know what I mean, in philosophy.
Yeah, I think it's ironic because, still, Zulu was the one who was arguing about, Ayn Rand as being not like an anomaly in the philosophical theory of history, and
Like
that was one
otherwise
of the.
philosophy just can't even bear on anything else, right? If it's severed from everything else, like, you know what Peikoff talks about in understanding objectivism, like severing of philosophy versus life, you know, philosophy versus life, like philosophy stands just like outside like a life, like it can't even bear on life, like it has nothing to do with it.
And also, it's like philosophy versus science. It's like they're two
Right.
separate histories. You have to create like a history
Yeah.
dualism.
No, you don't want to do that. I mean, philosophy is science. You
Yeah,
know?
it's the. I think we should probably keep going.
Yeah.
And so we swing in the same circles a lot online. And the Kantian faction and the Randian faction like to butt heads, of course, as all libertarians do about all things. And so I'm here for us to have the debate.
Oh man, I mean, and
One could
this is
say.
like honestly, this is like I don't know. I thought we were like winning. You know what I mean? I thought we were winning in this whole like Kantian versus objectivist like sort of like battle of the minds in the Austrian economics sphere or like libertarian sphere. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I thought we were winning, but it's like this is the best we have, and then this is the best they have. You know what I mean?
I guess they
Like
leveled up too, I
probably not
guess.
even.
I mean, I doubt this is even the best that they have. I think this is maybe
Right.
just the average that they have. And I think that what is the issue with Zulu is that Zulu, he was the big popular libertarian. And I think that what happened is he had a choice. He had a choice of who to inform him. Like, who are the people that I want to associate around and who I want to build ideas with. And he cut a lot of the good people out and kept a lot of like the rationalist
Yeah, I
mind.
mean, just like I really feel like I don't know. I keep saying this. I feel like I really saved like the whole community just from like total collapse, bro, and fragmentation. You know,
Maybe you did. Maybe
the
I
whole
could have helped
movement.
you with that had I
Yeah,
not been like completely secluded out of the whole community for a long time, because I was pointing it out before, maybe around the same time that you were, but I kind of just got like devoured afterward.
yeah, but it's just like I was the only one who took epistemology even a little bit serious. Like I was the only one. Like I just like went into epistemology, and then I just like I wasn't even focused on Discord at all. Like I wouldn't go to Discord often, and I would come back and be like, bro, what the fuck is going on here? Like it's like an alien planet, you know? Like I'm just reading epistemology, like, oh yeah, all this shit's nice. Like I hope everybody's having fun with their integrations, you know. Now we're integrating objectivism, right? You know? And I just
It's like
come back and like, what the fuck is going on?
it's like coming into Starnesville. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? Nobody's doing anything. It's like bumfuck nowhere. Timbuktu. And I
Right, and
think
then I just had to start being a radical about epistemology. Like even before I started talking about like ecopsych stuff, you know, I was just like a rat. Like the only one being a radical on epistemology is telling everybody like, bro, read how we know. You know, watch Binswanger's lectures. I fucking spent like over $100 on like Binswanger lectures and like gave them to everybody.
Yeah, it's a shame. I remember I was a radical optimist about Zulu for a while, even after, we fell out, because I was just saying, you know what, I still agree with a lot of the things that Zulu are saying. And then slowly over time, I felt myself just being like, what is this? Zulu,
I mean,
what
I
are
don't
you
know. I don't
doing
even
to
know
us?
if it was that, bro. I don't think it was you. Just like I don't think it was me. I think it was Zulu. Like he just like degraded. Like you know what I mean? He just like I don't know what
Get an
happened to him.
alcoholic.
You know what I mean?
Again, I think it was who he chose to be informed by, who like he chose in his, options to pick from to, integrate philosophy with. Because he could have chosen us, but no, he chose like fucking Monhop, who's
Yeah.
like I think we had talked about Monhop before, how he can adopt a bit of like a social metaphysics where he's just
Yeah, I
kind
don't
of
know.
like
That's your thing. That's what you said about Monhop. I don't know much about Monhop. I don't have any much experience with him, so I don't want to like uh characterize him or like try and psychoanalyze him or like you know what I mean.
yeah, but to be fair, you did argue with Monhop before. I think you can see the tendencies.
I mean, I argue with a lot of people.
I
Yeah.
think he's just like mediocre
I don't
at philosophy.
psychoanalyze them because that's like fallacious.
Mhm.
Don't
I don't
do
feel
that.
like he brings too much to like the discussions we had on the Remnant. I don't know. He's just there,
Yeah,
you know.
but
Well,
like,
yeah, I think I just like. I mean, bro, who watches the fucking Remnant, bro?
I'm joining every one of them. I've been on every one of them. I'm probably the
and
only
that's
one.
my point. He set a precedent. He set up like these are the people who he's choosing to integrate philosophy with, and he's not interested in like
I
the
mean, I
ecological.
came on there and I was like, guys, we're the like Remnant. Shouldn't we like be talking all about like Rothbard's theory of like how to analyze intervention, right? And like be like, and we should not be like contradicting that and just be like throwing our whims out there, just going by our whims about everything, just like, oh yeah, here, I think this about whatever the British government is fucking doing, you know, like this.
We need a libertarian government to abolish the NHS. And
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
like,
it's just like when you start
You
talking
need to
like
conquer
that, like.
the Falkland Islands to make them more libertarian.
What is the remnant? The remnant is supposed to be. I mean, I thought it was supposed to refer to like an intellectual movement, bro. You know,
yeah,
where's the intellectualism? You know,
like fine, I'll start my own remnant with hookers and blackjack.
and that's all I.
Yeah.
That's what I was like. I don't know, bro. But like, where's the intellectualism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He's. I mean, now he's just sitting over playing video games. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going.
Absolutely. So I suppose kind of what could be useful as like just a jumping off point is I suppose see if like because I've been accused, and
You're gonna love
obviously
this.
objectivists in general get accused of misrepresenting Kant. So I just want to sort of like walk through like what I see as like
wonder
the
why.
position that Kant takes in like the history of philosophy, and then like I suppose we can see if I'm wrong on something if you would interpret it differently. Does that work with you?
Remember,
Yeah,
the
I think
history
there's
of
actually going to be a lot of
philosophy
good
to
stuff
Zulu
that comes out of this. So I'm
is
totally happy.
Peacock's course on the history of philosophy. That's
Oh
the
my
extent.
God. I'm excited.
That's the extent of his history of philosophy.
And he wants to write a course about it.
I mean, that's probably why he hasn't written any of these fucking courses that he's been saying he's gonna write for like two or something years because he hasn't fucking even like done any research or anything that would be required.
Yeah, I mean,
to
on
run
the Remnant ones, he
write
did
a course.
say basically like he's like stopped like reading stuff, and he's just doing debates and all that stuff. Like, and then
Yeah,
saying
because
like,
he thinks he's he thinks he's gained all the knowledge he needs. Like
Yeah.
he's cut the upper limit of it.
And I
Like,
don't, I just can't like understand that, you know. Like I talk all the time about just how much fucking enjoyment like I get out of reading, you know, and like how much excitement. Like I just like I have too little time to read like all the things I want to read, you know.
And I still has not yet read all we know. And Zulu has been like a
Like that's
couple
crazy.
years.
That's crazy. It's crazy, bro. I don't get it, bro. I can pick up a book and just like boom boom. I get what I need out of it like lightning fast, bro, you know? And but like I keep spiraling back to it, like the way I read, you know, like it's on Sakura's channel. I talked about this, my whole like method and stuff, you know?
yeah, he was. It harkens back, I think, to a time where I remember Zulu talking about how all the big integrations happened early in a lot of people's lives. Like he referred to Einstein, how he invented the theory of relativity at like 22. But it's like, what happened after for Einstein? Like, dude, he looked rough. Like he was not like he was just working for the U.S. government, and he was like
Marrying his cousin, marrying his cousin.
Yeah, marrying his cousin, dooming about
Relativity.
the atomic bomb. And, like, you know who was making massive integrations, like, way later in their life? Rothbard, Gibson, Ayn Rand. Like, these people have been integrating their whole lives. They never stopped.
I mean, like, look at even Peikoff, right? I mean, he corrects him, like, in understanding objectivity, he's like, you know, I this is a problem I've dealt with for like decades, you know, just like rationalism. Like I was like a rationalist, like in so many ways, you know, and he's like an old dude, you know, and he's still integrating, you know, talking about integration, like learning about integration, you know.
All our heroes are like old wrinkly raisins at this point because they were like they graduated from fucking life. Like
I mean,
they essentially they came.
What year was the ecological approach to visual perception even published?
1979.
And what year did Gibson die?
1979.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
It's like like Rothbard wrote like his biggest like fucking treatise. Like I think the year he died, wasn't it like Economic Controversies? It was called something else when it got released. But he made this massive treatise on human action. Like the year that he died, Ayn Rand was like writing shit until she died.
That's definitely underrated.
It is. No, I had been going through it. It's great, but like
you know,
Rothbard.
Like the left Rothbardians are like, oh, late Rothbard. Like, oh, you know.
Well, like late Rothbard, when Rothbard was talking about what he should have been talking about, he was amazing. Like the history of economic thought was around the time that Rothbard was like about to die.
He died before he could finish, you know, the rest of it. Right? There's lectures he gave on it, like about what he was gonna write, like the volume 2 of it, or was it volume 3?
Rothbard died before he could finish Conceived in Liberty. I mean, Patrick Newman had to, you know, continue that. But there's just there's such a rich history with a lot of these people's lives, and it's such a shame that Zulu's just thinking that he's going to make all the big integrations when he's young.
Even Rand was a whole like old wrinkly fucking grape when she was like integrating stuff.
Yeah. I mean, Binswanger and Peikoff, like Binswanger's, I mean, he wrote How We Know in his like 50s or 60s or whatever.
And he's still like the old fart, you know. Right now, he's like,
yeah, he's an old fart, and he's still talking about shit. I mean, there was
like, and he's
crying about
like,
anarchy.
You can see his fucking aura when he's talking, when he's giving a lecture, right? It's like he's so like down to earth, you know, even for like such an old like fart, you know what I mean?
He's wise, like he has
He's
so much
wise,
experience under his belt.
Right.
Yeah.
And that really like
old wise man.
It really shows what you miss out on, like in the world, you know, like when you like just escape inward into like these like rationalist like formalized universes, you know, like totally severed from reality.
I think
like how much you really miss out on.
Yeah, no, and I think that
you die
like
intellectually.
Zulu's, I think, not considering the fact that he's going to be living for a long time. He might not. I don't know. He's smoking, he's drinking, he's vaping, he's doing all of this
very,
shit.
very high time preference.
Very high time preference for an Austrian. Let's keep going. I want to keep
to do that.
my
Sure,
time
so yeah,
preference
no,
is
basically,
steadily tending lower and lower and lower as I'm getting older. You know, as I'm like feeling more
Interesting.
wiser and like
I
I
feel
can
it too.
feel it.
I've noticed that like my decisions have been much more focused on like what am I going to be doing with the whole rest of my life. I have the whole
Right.
rest of my life to deal with. I want to like plan
Yeah.
that out and figure that out, and I want to work on a
And
homestead, and
that's
I want
really
to.
that's the standard. That's the standard.
The standard is like let's think
The
about my
life.
whole life ahead of me.
Whole life is a standard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's continue.
Did I miss much?
the way I see,
Oh, Eddie, nice.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you didn't
bro,
miss much. We've been just fucking yapping, bro.
There's so much to talk about.
Right, getting a fucking.
But no, we
word
had to
in
get all
Discord
this stuff
session was a
out of the
struggle.
way. At
Yeah.
first, I think it's important that we got all this stuff out of the way, and now Eddie's here, so like we're gonna fly forward. Let's go. Like maybe put it on like 1 point, like something speed.
Mhm.
Maybe a little bit less than that, like 1.2. Yeah.
Kant he's an answer to Hume, because on Hume, obviously for people who aren't aware,
Yeah,
You
I'll
don't
let
have any
Stratino do
knowledge-
most of the pausing, okay, Stratino?
All
Don't-
right.
knowledge of
I'm
anything
just
really.
let you
The
do it,
world is
bro.
basically just
I got a keen
fleeting.
eye. Yeah, you can keep going.
Unnecessary contingent sensations that don't have to go together. So, for instance, Larry Peikoff uses this example because these lectures he did his lectures on this a while ago. Of smoking a cigarette, right? Where there is nothing inherently that would force the
What's
smoke
the
to be
reference
staying with the
for
cigarette.
history of philosophy for Zulu, do you think?
I mean, yeah, no, it's like, well, Peacock talked about this. I get this from Ayn Rand.
Keep going. I just wanted to remind everybody.
Right, or the white dot on the end, or the heat. The heat could be across the room. All the different things that make up the cigarette, as far as sensing it is concerned, there's nothing that forces them together on Hume. They just happen to have gone together so far. And then basically what Kant is trying to do, as far as I see it,
He's just
is give an
reciting the
answer to
script,
this,
man.
to get something,
Yeah.
some sort of necessary synthesis. That's his word for facts about reality, is synthetic facts. So he wants to show, like, okay, why is it necessary that the heat of the cigarette, the white bit on the end, why is it necessary that all goes together? And his answer to this is basically by coming up with various categories in the mind that allegedly allow us to have an orderly world, which is just kind of in your mind, the phenomenal world, he calls it. Would you say that's an accurate assessment thus far?
Yeah, so I'd say that's like one fork of it is definitely so.
Yeah.
In the beginning of the first critique,
You know
in the
what's wrong
preface,
with that
Kant's,
whole
famous?
Like, if you're going to attack Kantianism philosophically, bro, the way I would do it is immediately like not even go straight into like Kantianism, right? This is why Kantians, they like to say that, like, oh, objectivists, they misrepresent Kant, right? Because the way they argue is they go like this, like, oh, Kant said this, Kant did this, this is what Kant thought, right? But
If I
Instead of seeing like what the whole philosophy is, like the essence of it, you know.
right, instead of being like, here's why dualism is wrong.
Right.
Here's why
Right.
dualism fails. Like, it can't even get off the ground, right? It's already, an error, right?
That would require you to think about it instead of just saying, well, Peacock said this.
Yeah, that would require you to think, yeah.
Well, the other thing about it is that, like, if we're gonna be doing this thing of like Zulu, clearly he's admitting that he does not have too much knowledge on the Kantian philosophy. If he's going to go down this route, he should be talking about like what's the evidence for this? What is the evidence for the a priori categories in the mind? Can you provide that?
Yeah, right. Like I said, I mean, I've said this sometimes. I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't start with, oh yeah, here's why dualism is wrong. But I mean, like, in a formal debate setting where you have to have an opening statement, maybe I would say that, right? But I've said before that maybe I would just like totally rescind the the opening statement, like rescind my time completely, because I'm more like I like to take a Socratic approach. You know what I mean?
Well, so the
And
great thing with a
yeah.
lot of like Kantians and people who take a predicative approach to science, perception
Oh
science,
yeah.
I think the thing that you should be doing is you should be asking them, well, what's the proof for this? Because they're like little buildermen. They're going to be trying to build all
Yeah.
these like little
Yeah,
castles
yeah.
with
Like
like
Peikoff talks
building.
about like the fucking the like he talks about exactly this in understanding. I keep referencing understanding objectivism because it's so great. Like
I know, like you just ask them one question, they'll just like construct a castle
yeah.
out of thin air. And you're
Just
like,
yeah.
you're just knocking the castle down. You're like, this has no structural support. You just move the land from under the castle, and then
Like
they
a
build
flick.
another one.
Yeah.
All
And
right,
all it takes is to ask them the question and just be like, and then just ask them another question which shows like, well, what's the basis of this?
exactly. It's just you just ask that question,
Because
and their foundation falls apart.
the whole rationalist is basically using the rationalist method to try and get to the basis. They haven't got there yet. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And they won't ever get there, right? And that's why Peikoff talks about like the cycle of like rationalism and skepticism, right? Because the rationalist realizes method just doesn't work, and he's like, "Oh, I can't ever reach true reality. Oh no, you know, I
It's
guess I'll
like
become a skeptic." Yeah,
it's like for the engineer or the architect, it's like, let's build a house. How do we build the house? It's like they're approaching it like it's Minecraft. Like they start with the roof and then get down to the foundation.
it's like, bro, we have to figure out how to get this Minecraft house in the computer in the world. Like it needs to hop out of the computer.
And you know what? It's funny about like with Minecraft, most people are building shit that they see out in the world in Minecraft first.
And this is really good. This is a really good analogy to like, I mean, like
Yeah.
dualism. I mean, because
Mhm.
it's like we'll try to construct a bridge from Minecraft into the real world. You know,
It's just let's take like the Minecraft engineering. We're gonna apply it into the real world, and
like
there's a
try to
connectability.
construct a bridge like starting in Minecraft in a Minecraft world, and then it ends up in the real world.
Exactly. Like, and I think what's great is like you see people in Minecraft, they're building all sorts of cool computers, and it's like, oh, that's so cool. You can build computers in Minecraft. You know why? Because it's a computer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
but
keep
like,
going.
but the point is, right? I mean,
Mm.
in a dualism, right? It's you have basically some a priori division of like, mutually exclusive, like basically, like sets of facts. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Right? And it's just like mind does not matter. Matter is not mind. Mind is defined without any spatial temporal extent, and so matter is defined with spatial temporal extent, right?
Mm.
And then basically, it's just pure extension, like a pure extension, like of like I forget what it is. I'm thinking about like fucking like Euclidean like algebra or something, right? But
Well, a lot of it is abstraction by negation. So
yeah,
they're just trying to
like
get to the
the point,
pure.
Subtract
right?
abstraction is
How
subtraction.
can the mind interact with matter, right? It would have to take on the properties of matter. It'd have to meet it at some like point in space and time, right?
Mm.
And so it would take on the properties of matter to interact with matter, but then it would cease to exist as mind. It wouldn't be mind. Right? So it's like,
Yeah.
how do you construct a bridge from like out of material descriptors, right, to get into a purely like where material descriptors are purely like excluded, you know? Like, you
Mhm.
can't. It's totally different universes, totally different worlds.
Well, yeah, it's like
It's a
you have to take
material
two
descriptor.
completely. You have to take like two completely different approaches. Like in the
Yeah.
mathematical world, we're just abstracting everything until we get to the
Yeah,
true
there's
math, and
simply
then
no way to get from the pure intention, right? The pure like mind, like from there to the pure extension, or vice versa, right? There's simply no way, because any bridge, well, it can't be constructed out of like nothing. How do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And it's what's really interesting. Like I think Zulu has even brought up the example of Euclid. I can't remember if it's Euclid or if it was some other guy that said that parallel lines never intersect. It brings me back to an example about Gibson when he was very young and his father took him on train rides. I always go back to this example because it's amazing, where Gibson was watching the train tracks and how the rails would never meet, even though it looked like they would at some point. And really and truly, that is where you get those principles from. It's like you're looking at the foundation and then you're like abstracting out of that this principle of like, these parallel lines, they're never intersecting. When you go on the train, you keep thinking they're going to get there, but they never do. But it's like, imagine we get to the parallel lines in like Minecraft or something, and they're just like this like formalism of parallel lines, or like parallel lines on a paper, and it's like, okay, well, let's apply this to the train tracks. It's like it's a complete reversal of the way that you're gaining that knowledge
Yeah, I mean,
about
but
parallel
also
lines.
because it's a formalization. The whole like, it's a pure formalism, like the Euclid's formalism, right?
Mhm.
And so basically, it's equivocal. It's equivocal with all these other non-Euclidean geometries, which are literally just as valid as Euclidean geometry. For that reason, right? Because they're arbitrary.
Yeah.
They have no basis whatsoever to prefer one over the other. Right? You have to make that's a measurement problem. You have to step outside the formalism to make that decision. And it's basically, I like what Patsy's view. Patsy's view is basically like he likes to incorporate like Bohr's complementarity principle, and he's really thinking like quantum mechanics formalism, like classical mechanics formalism, or quantum field theory and general relativity, right?
Mhm.
They're incompatible formalisms. They contradict, right? But there's no contradiction in reality, right? So it's like instead of trying to resolve, like, and trust me, there's literally millions of dollars spent on trying to fucking resolve quantum physics, right, and classical physics, right, or resolve these two incompatible formalisms when they literally just they have incompatible assumptions, right? It's the formalism, but it's
You're
like the reality is not exhausted by any formalism, not by any one formalism, right? So it's like we have to think, what's true of reality, right? What is true of reality? That there can be these two formalisms, right? And they contradict, but there's no contradiction because there's no contradiction in reality. There can be two incompatible formalisms, right?
there's
What has to be true of reality for that to be true?
there's so much money being funneled into. I remember I was telling you about this with like Casimir and Pseudonymous,
Yeah,
where it's
contradiction
like
is only a contradiction in a formalism.
there's a
Right.
lot of money being funneled into what is essentially can be boiled down to resolve the hypothetical. And it's like the point of the hypothetical is to demonstrate something that you are presenting. And it's that kind of reversal. And I think
Right.
when you were talking about with,
Yeah,
Euclid's
Patsy's
verb,
view with complementarity is that we have to make the paradox sharper, make the contradiction between the formalisms sharper, right? Like don't try and resolve it, right? Take it as a fact of nature, an irreducible fact of nature that there can be incompatible formalisms, and no one single formalism
I want to
exhausts
say,
nature,
I
right?
wanted
And
to,
no one single formalism exhausts reality.
I want to say, like, the way I phrase it with like contradiction is like, contradiction is just two propositions, and reality is not made up of propositions. So
Yeah.
reality can't be contradictory.
Rock simpliciter is not a fucking proposition, dude.
Yeah,
it's like reality is not propositional. Truth is, because,
Yeah.
facts are. Well, truth
Yeah.
is recognition of fact. It's a relationship between your consciousness and reality, specifically.
And I
Oh
wonder,
yeah, nice definition there from the Ayn Rand lexicon.
I want to circle back,
Well,
and then we can continue. I want to circle back all
What
the
is
way back.
truth? It's this definition of truth, bro.
I want to spiral all the way back to Kant, and then we continue because G was talking about with
do you
Kant.
disagree with that though?
Come on, bro. Like, do you not understand okay, you're massively whooshed right now. Do you remember what I've said before about how a test for rationalism, you can ask them what
Yeah,
is
no.
X, and then if they provide a definition, they're like a rationalist. They're being a rationalist.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, well, but my point is just like, truth only like applies to propositions, as I understand it.
Right. Yeah. That's definitely a characteristic of the units referred by the
And
concept
facts
of
are
truth.
just facts are referring to reality as such, as I see it.
Yeah. This like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you can talk
but,
about
I'm
truth.
just
Like,
giving
oh,
the
yeah,
definitions.
truth.
I am just giving the definitions so that I don't have to go into that. I guess that's lazy.
Yeah. But you said truth is. Here's the definition.
Yeah. But I assumed you like knew that, or whatever. They knew why, but I guess knowing
Well, no,
why.
I don't do that. I don't do that. You should catch yourself doing that, and you should stop doing that.
I suppose. Okay.
Yeah, so I was gonna. So G was talking about specifically a lot of Euclid's, like, well, Euclid's essentially his starts are just completely arbitrary, and I think this goes all the way back to Kant because, again, he's talking
Well,
about how like this.
Euclidean geometry is certainly useful, right?
Hmm?
As a formalism, like any other formalism, it's useful, right? For
Yeah, the tools
yeah,
for the world.
right? But they don't ever like Euclid's formalism can't tell you whether this material object or this material object counts as a Euclidean point, because a Euclidean point doesn't fucking exist. That's a measurement problem, right? That's another measurement problem.
Well, so Kant similarly takes like this arbitrary approach where he's like,
Because
it's
Euclidean geometry only applies to such ideal points, ideal lines, of infinite extent, right?
Mhm.
And like no breadth, like zero breadth, zero like width, whatever you're saying.
so.
Right?
Yeah,
Those things don't exist, right? And specifically for a formalism to be useful, right? The formal objects, right? They have to be less. I don't want to say less complex. They have to have a lower dimensionality, right? They have to have much lower dimensionality than what they're what they're referring to is going to be, like what you're going to attribute to them as their reference, right?
Mhm.
Could you say that they have to be exhaustible, since we're saying that
Well,
reality is not exhaustible?
they have to have a lower dimensionality than what they refer to in order to serve as like
Mhm.
symbols.
They don't
You know what I mean?
supersede it. But the point I was going to make is specifically Kant equally takes like this
That means
arbitrary
they have to
standpoint.
have a lower number of degrees of freedom.
Kant takes like a arbitrary approach to like the thoughts start in the mind, or like this whole analysis starts in the mind. It's similar to like how the Greeks talked about like how feelings start in the heart or something like that. Like you take like a
Yeah.
arbitrary approach to it. And then I think that the thing that I would throw back at them, that the first of all, is just like, okay, well, what's the evidence that it starts in the brain? It's like you have to stack your arbitrary approach against everybody else's arbitrary approach. Like, what about the Greeks?
Exactly.
They
What's
think
the
it started with
basis?
heart. How about you
And
take it up with the Greeks?
this is why I generalize it. Like, what's the basis like for preferring this impoverished ontology versus this impoverished ontology is the basis of perception, right? Like this impoverished informational basis versus this impoverished informational basis. What's the basis for preferring one over another? Because there's an infinite number of such the arbitrary claims that are incompatible with another that can be made on the same non-basis, right? It's because
Like,
none of them are necessary specificity. None of them give you necessary specificity.
It's like Kant, he's just kind of like jumping on the train of like, whatever like shitty neural science was going on during like the what is it, this like the 19th century, and he's just like, yep, that's where it starts. That's what, like, we were measuring the bumps on his skull, and as that's where we know that like the blackness is stored in his brain. So, it's like, but we should keep going.
Yeah. Sorry.
Very famously, and
Tell me
without
to
a
shut up,
shred
bro.
of what's the word I'm
Too
looking for?
nice.
Bashfulness, I guess, whatsoever, calls his philosophy the Copernican revolution in philosophy. And what he's distinguishing himself as, I think you do a pretty good job of distinguishing him from the
I just want
skeptical
to know
empiricist, but he's
that
also trying to.
he's already got himself in this muddle, right?
Mhm.
He's gonna have to basically be in like a formalism as like a coping mechanism. You know what I mean? In order to ignore half of what, like most of what this guy's saying, and just just only take in like the square hole fits in the square hole. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
then
well,
just
he's like
repeat his script like a machine.
he's stuck in the perimeter on the math problem
That's
right
that's
now.
how he's criticizing like Andrew Wilson, like he's just operating on the script. And when like people are like challenging like the script or like not doing what he expects, like he's just keep going with the script,
Yeah, it's just like how a computer works. You have some
That's true.
you have some fixed syntactic rules, which are just symbol strings, and then you have some like equivalence between the symbol string and like the symbol, right?
Yeah.
You already
Yeah.
have the symbol there, and then it just, because you have the input and output already in the rule, like square triangle. If you have a square that fits in the square hole, right? Then it's a triangle is the next symbol in the sequence. And then you just
I,
keep applying the rules. Then you have these fixed rules. Well, now you go through the algorithm. It's just a list of these rules, right? And then whatever rule has triangle in its first slot, right? And then whatever symbol is next, like a circle. Then we'll have the next symbol in the sequence, But all these rules are fixed in advance. They can't be entailed by the symbols, right? That are being measured like by these Boolean measures, like type, token of type, right?
You're
well,
going.
I'd like to incorporate some context for everybody to keep in mind as we go into the debate. Zulu, the way that Zulu keeps his knowledge and he responds to arguments is that, he has like this whole GitHub repository, and he has all of his like notes and all of these like, little like flows from past debates. And what he's able to do is he's able to just like, he's able to pick up just like from his repository like a little tidbit, like a little economized point that he can just kind of throw out there. Like he's not picking up information from the debate.
Is it economized? Right? What does
Yeah.
economized mean? Right?
Well, it's
Economized
exactly
means integrated, right? In a
Or
sense,
here it just
right?
economized.
means not having to think.
A unit, right? Unit economy, right? The unit perspective, right?
Is it?
The reason we even get economy in epistemology, we even talk about that, is because of the unit perspective, because we're integrating, shit into units.
You
You
will
know what I
like
mean?
you can see with his like brain, most of the shit in his brain is just like Ayn Rand and Peacock quotes, like Opar quotes. Like you'll click on a note and it's just like a quote from Opar. And I'm like, oh my god, this is the kind of shit that he's using in the debate.
And I also
It's
hate the fucking, like, I just noticed there's a huge like contradiction, it seems like having on the one hand emphasizing integration as like an activity. You know what I mean? That's like really like a difficult activity. It's not easy, right?
it's
It
it's one of
requires
the hardest
focus, lots of
parts.
focus, and also just, well, we have automatic brain integrating stuff, going on.
Yeah, well, it's like
Yeah.
in a debate, one of the hardest things to do is to be able to listen to what the person is saying and then pick up the relevant information that you can bounce off back from them. But that's an essential part of debating that Zulu has not become too refined in like he used to, because he was like in the whole world of reading Rothbard and I guess Hoppe as well.
Right.
Like he was looking real hard in these books. And
Sorry, I
when
mean, like, you probably should clarify that this is like not really connected to the point I just made.
Yeah. Well, I want to connect it back to like he used to be able to do this information picking up activity because he was like super big into reading all of this stuff, and he constantly had new points in his mind to, come and bounce across during a
Right.
debate.
What I said, I think hopefully we can go right back into the debate,
Yeah.
right? And like let's focus on the debate with this one because I think it's going to come up a lot. All
Yeah.
about the automatic integration that the brain is doing, right? That's going to be Zulu's like he's going to fall back on,
The
right?
percepts. Yeah, let's go back. I wonder
Right,
if he's going to talk
So
about
what do you
There
what do
was
you so
there
what do you
was
think about that? What I just
something.
said, like how there's like sort of like a disjunction, bro. Like like between how we talk about integration as like an activity that requires effort, you know what I mean? It has requirements, right? And like it needs it. There's no such thing as like Binswanger has this, like I love this quote in Binswanger's book. He's like, to know by unconsciousness is a contradiction in terms.
Mhm. I think what Binswanger gets at that's super important is his conception of the subconscious that I think Zulu will definitely differ in, because I think that what Zulu's trying to do is that he'll think that like percepts are entering into the mind, and maybe like the subconscious is starting to like integrate this
Yeah.
stuff. Something
No,
passive is
Yeah, he's saying like
Binswanger's
the
view is he talks
sensations are
about this with like
integrated into
he talks about
percepts.
with this he talks about it in terms of like he calls it the raven, right?
Oh.
Where it's like uh where it's like the raven epistemology, right? Where it's basically any
Oh yeah,
unit of knowledge. Can you hear me? Am I cutting out?
No, I can
yeah.
hear you.
Yeah,
We
so
can
it's
hear.
like he takes it like, well, it's like this big net, right? Instead of just talking about like maybe he probably will try to say like, oh, it's in the brain and whatever, because Binswanger's, he's not really integrated well with like Gibsonian like psychology,
Yeah.
but like anyways, right? He'll talk about it how it's like you basically you're focusing. It's like a UFO kind of like you're hovering over like all these units, right? This mesh, right? And it's like you pick up one unit, right? Like you focus on one unit, and it basically it's like a net. Like you pick it up, and it like you see like the net is like, all these other related units are like more or less like there's going to be a sort of difference, right? Like so I can like travel to this unit or it's like going to take more effort to travel to this other unit that's a little bit farther,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes. I think that he's just gonna try to like, because Binswanger has this amazing theory of the subconscious. Like it's one of my favorite
Yeah,
innovations.
it just needs to
And
be ecologized,
yeah, and
just
I think that,
ecologize it, man. Just have the informational basis. The order is right here. It's like the
Mhm.
environment, the ambient structure, these patterned low energy distributions, right?
Mhm.
Are is rich, right? So rich that it guides, the perception action of all fucking life.
Yeah, I
all
think
these crazy things that living things do.
yeah, I think that Zulu is just going to try to treat it how it's always like, he's gonna fall into the Kantian trap himself,
Yeah,
where
there's
or
no
maybe
there's no
more.
platonic ordering mind, right? There's no need for processing information. There's no need for, integrating sense data, right? When like you have the ecological information hypothesis, right? It's just like there is specifying information, right? There
Mhm.
is, right? It's right there. It's directly like accessible, right? Through a specific process, right? But the
Mhm.
process it can't create or invent like this information, it can't like epistemically like alter it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's, I think, like treating the
But
one
it's
thing that Zulu
like
does is he.
I want to be clear, I'm using people might not be familiar with the way I'm using the term information, but like there's a very like specific like physical grounding. I'm not talking about Shannon information, I'm talking about Gibson's sense of information, and there is a physical, completely physical account of Gibson's information that's been developed for, methods of, just studying this stuff and like and quantifying like these information variables, right?
information.
Hmm?
Information as a thing that is out there, particularly, not
That's
like information that is
in
created.
reach of dynamics,
Mm-hmm.
right? In order to control dynamics, right? To constrain dynamics.
Mm-hmm. Like information as something that we're picking up or that is specified.
Oh wow, there's a lot of people in the VC here. I'll link Turvey and Kugler's book on this.
Mm-hmm.
They have a whole fucking book on this, right? So you can see what I'm talking about. Definitely, like look at, and also there was also a stream that me and Sakura did about him. I think it was also about like talking about prompting in ChatGPT and stuff. But yeah, I put that in VC text, by the way, for anybody interested.
I think we made the point pretty sufficiently. We can keep going.
Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off there. I just wanted to be
To
clear.
distinguish himself
Yeah, good.
from the dogmatic rationalist. And this was the tradition that Kant like grew up in, the Wolff Leibniz tradition that was like really dominant in continental Europe, especially at the time of his philosophical upbringing. And he did a lot of writing, decades of writing and research and teaching on that before he took his silent decade, as some people call it, between his last publication as a rationalist Leibnizian into the critical philosophy. So I think you definitely captured the skeptical empiricist angle. I think those are all valid concerns that Kant wants to address to distinguish people or to diffuse people like Hume. So yeah.
Sure. So I mean, obviously, my issue with how specifically he goes about this is that it seems to me that this is kind of divorcing us from reality. If we accept this to be true, that everything we experience is in fact, there's no better word for it than an illusion. It's not corresponding to things as they really are, or it might correspond to things as they really are, but we have no way of knowing if it's corresponding to things as they really are. So this is sort of an epistemology of a fantasy world. Would that be accurate?
He's invoking direct perception.
No, but I'm curious. I want to ask you why you think that that's the result of what Kant's proposal is.
Sure, because I mean, if things as they, because I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but is his claim not that because you have certain means of perceiving, that those means are going to impart upon whatever it is that comes from things as they really are, and so that's not seeing it as it really is, sort of like a two tables type of thing, where you're seeing the table as like brown, as you feel it and it's smooth, but it's not really in reality that only corresponds to your means of perceiving the table. It doesn't correspond to the table as it actually is.
Yeah. So
okay.
I think
what is he saying there? He's saying the means of perceiving, like he's saying the objectivist attack against Kant's like reversal, right? The Kantian reversal, where it's like where identity is the disqualifying character, right? It's the disqualifying criteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of consciousness, right? If consciousness has an identity, if the means of knowledge has some identity, right, then it can't know things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It serves as a distorter or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, fucking Zulu, I don't know what the fuck Zulu is saying. That the means is now like correlating.
Corresponding was the word that he used.
Corresponding. I think he said correlating too, or
No.
corresponding. So okay, now here's what he's saying is that he's saying that perception is a proposition making activity,
Mm-hmm.
and that perception can be true or false.
Well, I think that what's even worse is that like that's even like a correspondence theory of truth. Like he's leagues. He's like 5 steps behind what we're talking about.
Here he's kind of just trying to characterize Kant's position, right? I didn't take it for him like making a positive case.
He just presented the objectivist attack against Kant's view.
Well, he kind of.
I think it's kind of to me it doesn't answer why, it's kind of, Kant said this, but why did he say this? And I guess that's I would suppose that's where the other guy is going to go.
Yeah, it's definitely like if you just say that, the fucking Kantians just like Like, so fucking what, bro? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If you just say that, well, no. You're saying that identity is the disqualifying characteristic. Yeah, so what? You know?
yeah, because it's
You're
like
not gonna get anywhere unless you have something else to go to take somewhere else to take that, right?
because here the Kantian should just go into why and the dualism and essentially talking about how if you're trying to reduce it to this stimuli, you're not gonna find the information that you
Yeah.
need. And
But
Zulu,
now
I doubt Zulu knows this.
Zulu is stuck in this muddle where he's now in an argument over Kant said this, Kant said that, you know, Kant's theory is this, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna be a he said she said kind of thing, and not
It's
really
kind of
gonna.
like just like let the Kantian do that for you. Like
Right.
he's got a
Mm.
name tag that says "Hello, my name is Kant follower," and you're just like trying to tell him
Kant
what
said
Kant
this,
said.
right?
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, a rationalist just like, a rationalist is like so ready to just like, no. Let me lay out your argument for you, right?
Yeah.
And it's
It
like,
literally just sound like, okay, this is gonna be a battle of definitions, right? So Kant defined it this way, but if we define it this way, then it's like that's kind of what it sounds like it's gonna be.
and I think I wanted to point this out. This is a bit not relevant to what you were talking about, but a new point that I think should be brought up is look at how much this guy like talks about the history of Kant
Oh
compared
yeah.
to Zulu. Like
Oh yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't need to talk about it.
yeah, like Zulu was talking about like, oh well, so Kant was answering Hume, and then like that's about it when he's talking about the history of philosophy. But like this guy's talking about like, this is who Kant was taking from, and like Kant, separates himself in this way, and then there's that period where Kant is doing this, and then he transforms his theory into this other thing, and it's like, oh my God, he provided so much context about
Right.
where Kant lies in the history of philosophy, and Zulu did like nothing.
Because again,
Mm.
the reference for history of philosophy for Zulu is
It's
is
Peikoff.
is just Peikoff's course on the history of philosophy and whatever Peikoff has said tangentially about like the history of philosophy.
I think what is also like what I would have done if I were in that situation is I would have jumped off of that history and I would have been like, well, see, Kant is like, he's not even answering Hume here. He's just like conceding to Hume and this whole
But
like
it's also just
tradition
like
here is
the influence of Kant, right, is what's
Mhm.
important, right? If it's what it's that's what's important when we're talking about the history of philosophy. It's like Kant said this, did this, whatever. So what, right?
Yeah.
So what? When we look at the history of thought and perception science, then we see clearly, like, oh, now we see how bad, like how influential Kant was, or more specifically Descartes,
Yeah.
especially in psychology.
And I think what's just so great about the history of philosophy that like really is important for this debate is that we can be like, oh well, Kant got this from Descartes, and now you have to be confounding yourself with Descartes, and you're gonna like this is where your stuff
Like,
is
bro,
gonna
it's
be coming from.
2026, bro. This is the whole thing. Like, you haven't grasped yet the intellectual continuity and what it means to take part in it, right? You're still looking at it from the outside. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
It's
In the
something.
topic it is in like the context of this debate, when you think about it, trying to go down like, oh well, this came from Hume, this came from Kant, this came from Descartes. Like, what's the point of that in a debate? You're just trying to like go down the list and oh,
Yeah.
I
And
guess
you also see
we're
how
in
it's
that
going
list. We're
backwards.
gonna have this is
It's going
ridiculous.
backwards, right?
Yeah.
It's going backwards. Whenever you see like, but I don't know. Even Peikoff, like he's going forward. Like, I mean, when he talks about the history of philosophy, like I think it's maybe that might be a telltale sign for somebody who's just invoking the history of philosophy, but not even like, but they're just looking at it from the outside, right? So they can't really grasp the meaning of it, right?
Yeah, it's almost just trying to go down the history until you find a point where your opponent is like, oh, well, that's ridiculous. And then you go, oh, well, since this was before everything else, it means your position is ridiculous.
I
I
mean,
wonder if
like,
it's something like that.
yeah. It's definitely something like that. That's fucking pure rationalism, right? Just like, let me, like,
What the
I just
more
have to find the fucking like I just gotta trace the deduction, the chain of deductions, right? And if I just knock down the chain of deduction, like somewhere,
You know, it really reminds me of like the point of like an infinite regress, trying to answer, where you're just hoping your opponent just stops at some point.
But
It's like, oh yeah, this
that's
is too crazy.
treating the history of philosophy, the history of thought, like a chain of deductions when it's
Well, I
not.
think that the chain of deduction really is particularly like when he's just talking about, Kant answered Hume, answered
Yeah.
this. But I think what's more important is, like you said, to look at the errors. And I think that there's like a different point to be made there where you're talking about Kant inherited this thing. This came from like Descartes, and Descartes informed
Mhm.
this like whole thing about,
Yeah.
what Kant is doing. And then there's all these problems
Well,
You don't want to talk
out of
about it
that.
like inherited, right?
Mhm.
yeah,
Because
because
philosophy
it's
is not so straightforwardly inherited like that, right?
mhm. Like it's kind of ignoring the fact that these people live, in a moment in time where there was actually not just propositions on philosophy, right?
Like,
Their
because remember,
beliefs, they might
it
be influenced by prior
yeah,
thinkers, but
but
they were
remember,
still looking at the world, you know?
yeah, but remember, it's not like state transitions, right? It's
Hmm.
not just like finite state a sequence of state transitions, right? You only have one state and then you go to the next state. There's no history, right? But in the history of philosophy, there's history, right? This guy, right? This is not just like you can do a chain of deduction, like just like we have from Descartes, and then we have this person and that person. What you have is that person as well as everybody else around them fucking going like looking at the history and going all the way back to Aristotle and then going over to this person and doing some integration, like they have the whole history too, you know what I mean?
Well, sure, but I think that's that's what they're inheriting in particular. But I think that like still right there.
Well, it's a spiral. Every fucking generation of philosophers always goes back to Aristotle and fucking integrates it with the context of their own time, or Aristotle and Plato, right? Or the ancient Greeks.
I think
It's
that Kant
it's not like it's
particularly made like a lot of disintegrations there, though. I don't think that it was.
Like apply like Peikoff's dim hypothesis, right?
Uh-huh.
Disintegration, integration, and misintegration, right? Not just integration.
Mm-hmm. But I think that's kind of the point that I'm making there is that somewhere there was like a big disintegration. I'm just thinking like where did the disintegration go wrong there?
Yeah,
Because
I mean, it's the postulates of incommensurability that Swenson talks about.
yeah.
that's
Those are
mainly my.
major disintegrations.
But we should probably keep going.
Yeah.
So what I want to say here is that I think that
was
what you're pulling on is like a tension that a lot of people pulled on, especially like in the early days of the critical era. And then there's an entire strand of Kantian philosophy, especially immediately after the publication of the critique, that you see from people like Jacobi, who have this exact worry, who are like, whoa, Kant, the theory that you're giving me is basically, for all intents and purposes, it is that reality as it is completely unknowable to me and is what the real world is. And everything that I have, all the objects that I'm aware of, all empirical objects, are just mere illusions. They're just things that I concocted in my mind. And I think Kant wants to make a meaningful distinction here in asking, what do you mean when you say reality out there as it actually is? What are we trying to indicate whenever we point outside of our cognition and say, well, what is the object actually like? What is loaded in the actually? And his basic line is going to be that, look, what I've given you, and we can go through some of these things in more depth later if we need to, but like what I've given you is I've given you the necessary structure in order for anything to count as an object at all for us. And to ask, okay, but what is the object actually like apart from that system is a question that we can't answer. It's not just, it's like an incoherent question to be asking. And I think you actually see a pretty decent amount of this same kind of thing in
it's a
Rand.
fallacious argument.
Yeah, contextless object. That's what he's asking for, it seems.
No, yeah, it's also this transcendental argument is just completely fallacious.
Right.
For what it's
I mean,
worth.
it's literally
I think it's like chapter
saying like it's already assuming, you know, yeah, our theory
Our
can account.
perspective.
We're gonna set up our theory such that it can account for something, right? And then we're gonna appeal to like, oh, now like there's just, I mean, it's necessary, right? So we're gonna have some, like, we're gonna invoke some other theory. We can't even talk about it. We don't know about it, right? But like we don't know anything
It's
about it. But it's just like we just have this necessary like thing, right? that comes in and fixes everything, right? But what that's doing is literally saying like admitting the fault in their theory, that their theory is like, yeah, our theory is wrong, right? Some other theory has the answer, right? And then that's our
isn't it
argument.
just a reformulation of the syllogism you usually use? You know, we
Yeah,
know
yeah, yeah.
why empiricism is too impoverished to imply to entail why, so we need an extra thing. And he's just essentially saying that, and then saying, well, we have that extra thing, and that extra thing is necessary. That's essentially what he
Yeah.
just did.
Yeah, but I
What
mean, search in Zulu server for what I've said about the transcendental argument and like why it's fucking stupid. Like any form of transcendental argument.
the
For anything.
transcendental argument is also used like commonly for God, and it's the same error
Yeah,
where it's just like
it's
we
the
keep
same thing.
going back and back and back, and oh, we just need this God to stop it here arbitrarily.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
and it generalizes when you just understand Rosen's argument for like the alternatives to like an infinite regress, how you can either stop an infinite regress by fiat with some unentailed, you know, entailer, some unexplained explainer, right? Or you can have some impredicativity, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's because most people approach it with predicativity in mind, like they're trying to formalize
Right.
this problem, and then they're not able to do it because they keep getting into this vicious cycle that predicativity has when you approach
Infinite
or
regress.
apply it to reality.
Yeah, I mean, because it relies on, it's impotent completely without impredicativity. You have to have impredicativity in order to like break it. You break open the fucking impredicativity, you destroy it, right? And that's how you get a linear chain.
And I think
You
there
stop
was
it from
something.
closing. You stop the loop from closing.
Yeah, there was something that Dagny was telling me about that, like the term chain. There is a such thing as like she had perceived it more as like there are people who are trying to link the chains all the way back to negative infinity, and then there are certain people who are linking the chains together to form this complete loop. And there's not like a
Did you cut
singular
out? Or
chain that
did I
starts
cut
it
out?
or anything like that, huh?
You cut, I think, because
Yeah, I think
Oh,
we should continue. Let's try and like, I don't know, Zetetic or whoever's you know,
Yeah.
streaming, like
Continue.
don't pause whenever we talk, right? Pause when we tell you to pause. Just like
Okay.
keep it going.
No
If we
problem.
say some remark or something, so because one of us is gonna say something and then we're just gonna go into a huge tangent, you know?
Right.
Actually see a pretty decent amount of this same kind of thing in Rand for what it's worth. I think it's like chapter 4 in the ITOE, where she's talking about how
Oh,
actually Peikoff is the better case here, but I can't remember which
here we
chapter
go.
this was from. But
oh.
Peikoff is talking
Yeah,
about how
he was
the
realizing
distinction
that
between the metaphysical and the
you can pause. Yeah,
epistemological
you can pause
isn't
it.
in his view, it isn't a
Well, I guess no, don't pause it. Maybe I'm getting something wrong. I thought he was gonna bring up Peikoff's definition of perception.
Mm.
yeah, I thought too. I guess we might be able to put it back a couple of seconds, because
No, no,
that would actually be, huh?
you can keep going. You can keep going.
the distinction between the metaphysical and the epistemological isn't in his view, it isn't a philosophical distinction. And what I take him to be getting at when he's saying that is that we're leaving the domain of philosophical truth seeking whenever we try to ask what things are actually like apart from our capacity to represent them as objects. And that I think is the exact distinction that Kant is trying to draw. Kant is
There's
just saying that
definitely a half truth there.
we cannot have objective
Yeah.
knowledge of things as they are apart from how we cognize them.
Sure, but then, like, I think he's taking it in a bit of a different direction to what someone like Peikoff might take it. I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to there. Maybe I need to read more Peikoff. But it would seem to me that the objectivist
Never
approach would
going
be,
to.
well, the object is what it is, independent of you. and your means of perceiving it are valid because, well, that is some interaction between your sensory organs and that object. So it is telling you facts about that object, that it's bright, that it's smooth, and now you can investigate what those sensations actually like existentially, what causes them. If you engage in some science, it's like, oh, wow, look at him, or sensory organs, and that.
Wow, pause it, bro. Wow.
Oh my god,
man,
he's so
slow it down.
confused.
He just went into fucking straight into abduction, bro. You heard that?
Oh, I think I missed that, guys. If you were,
He was
breaking
literally
out
like,
of it.
"Oh, we infer the fucking cause from the effect." Basically, like he's
Oh shit, yeah. Go back a good like 15
like our
seconds
experience
to
is an
again,
effect. Like the it's an interaction, and then it's like
I went like 15 seconds.
our perception is an effect, and we just infer like the cause out there.
All right, let's listen to it again, and then we can comment on it more precisely.
Object. So it is telling you facts about that object, that it's bright, that it's smooth, and now you can investigate what those sensations actually like existentially, what causes them. If you engage in some science, it's like, oh, it's bright, and because it's got electrons moving through this wire in it, and those electrons end up heating up the metal enough to where
literally,
it gives off all this radiation, which you can
what's
see.
the chapter
Now you
on
can do that,
perception?
but it seems to me that
Pause it. Sorry.
Can you pause it? Pause it.
Yeah, sorry. What's the chapter on perception in Binswinger's book? Chapter 3, chapter 2?
Chapter 2.
I think Zulu. I think Zulu said
chapter
like
2. Chapter 2, guys. You know what he says in chapter 2?
Go ahead.
He says this exact view is fucking like nonsense. You know that it's literally literally the paradigmatic like instance of primacy of consciousness, right? Where consciousness is like perceiving sensations. You know,
sorry, but I do think that
it's
Zulu said
integration
there,
of perception type thing. Sensation.
Because I don't think he said that that's what we do, like to get to perception.
These sensations of smoothness and whatever, like it's light, this little bit light here or warm or whatever. He was just saying that we experience these sensations, right? And then we investigate
perceptions.
Yeah, he said we investigate them.
We use that as the basis to investigate. What he means is infer, right? The cause. He said the cause.
Maybe we should watch it back again, because I think he said we investigate them scientifically to like then formalize how we get that, right? He's not saying we do that consciously. He's saying, oh, we do that a posteriori to
he just said what he just described sensation-based perception, bro. I don't know.
Sure.
Well, yeah,
I think he's saying that like this is how it works, but then if we want to answer the question of how does it work, it's a scientific question.
Okay,
like he's trying to
keep going then.
Those sensations actually like existentially, what causes them. If you engage in some science, it's like, oh, it's bright, and because it's got electrons moving through this wire in it, and those electrons end up heating up the metal enough to where it gives off all this radiation, which we can see. Now you can do that, but it seems to me that, well, on Kant's view,
you want to pause the video?
Would you ever be able to? You wouldn't.
Yeah, like Zulu doesn't understand the problem with that explanation on how you're not going to get from these photons to actually the content of perception. The Kantian should absolutely say, oh yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
What you're saying, that's exactly how it is, and then move it to the further topic of psychology, where it's like, but scientifically we can't find these things. That's why we need those categories. Those are like almost, well, they're preconditions of science even. He can absolutely just agree with Zulu here. I don't know if that's what he's going to do, but
yeah. But here, control F for descriptor in Turvey's papers, and you'll see the dualism. Like he'll explain the dualism that fucking that like the dualism between the object of experience and the object of reference, right? You'll see Turvey talk all about that if you control F for descriptor here up in VC text. Yeah, that's a really important one. All right, keep going. I don't want to hold it very long.
Be it truly
being really
be able to dig down to what it actually is. That, well, the object itself, what it means for it to be an object, as you were putting it. Well, that actually is purely based upon, what's happening in here rather than what's happening out there. So in what way isn't that giving us like a fantasy object instead of the literal object itself? Like, how would you, can you study what the object actually is? It seems like you can't. And if you can't, well then...
Well, yeah, the same argument he just gave can be applied to what he just said, right?
Let me ask you this. So I don't want to sound like I'm dodging your question.
You can pause it just for a
like,
second.
Like
again, because he's you can pause it just again because he's having this dualism, right? He's not going to be able to get from, light quanta, right? Described at the fucking quantum level, fucking in wavelengths and stuff, in nanometers and shit, right? You're not going to get from that to the thing you perceive right now, like in front of you, right? You're never going to get to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're only going to get fantasy objects, right? You're going to fucking have some fantasy, like you're going to have to import some magic to get you from, right, across the dualism. You know what I mean?
So for a lot of people, it's sensations or like percept things. Like they're these like magical sensation things that enter into there. It's kind of like all I think of it as like the word sensation bouncing off the walls and into your eyes or your ears or mouth or nose.
Right, and also I forget which paper it is, but they talk about how like I think it was in Primacy of Perceiving, that's in the Turvey collection of Turvey's papers I posted. Primacy of Perceiving. They talk about.
I remember Binswanger talking about that later in How We Know.
But talking about basically the distinction between primary and secondary qualities, like in the history of thought, and like how basically like these empiricists, right, had to like they were just totally like defenseless against, like, once they adopted this view of this arbitrary distinction, right? Once they adopted this view, I did a whole lecture on this. Like when we were doing the book club, I talked all about this, right? But basically, they were just defenseless against like being like forced into like straight up like phenomenalism instead of realism, right? And yeah, I mean, just look at Primacy of Perceiving for that whole argument. I don't want to give the whole argument here, right? But also, there's also a quote in one of the footnotes in Lectures on Perception, in Turvey's book, Lectures on Perception, where a Hume quote, where he talks about just how difficult making that distinction actually was.
Is that related to like the primacy of perception that Binswanger talks about, like perception over conception?
Maybe, but like Primacy of Perceiving is just the name of the paper. If you look in the collection of Turvey's papers that I posted, right here in VC Text.
Yeah, like he's just saying like perception is the base and conception is, I guess, supposed like the more advanced.
Yeah, I'm just referring to it to look into it because I just said something about being defenseless against like the same attack that he's making, right? And it's just like we've seen this in the history of thought, right? We saw exactly how this played out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like instead of making like math functions or all that stuff to like perceive, like perception is like this final thing.
No. Listen.
Yeah, okay.
That's the title of the paper.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm not paying attention that much. Sorry, Mike.
Just search up primary, secondary quality, or whatever. Right? It's in the paper. Right? Primacy of Perceiving. It talks about this specific thing that happened in a history of thought. Right? Where empiricists were basically dragged from realism into phenomenalism because they adopted this distinction. And like the consequences of it. But yeah, I don't want to go too. I want to keep going. Let's keep going.
Agreement is because if we go through like chapter 4 of the ITOE for real this time, that's where Rand is articulating her theory of perception. Like she begins at the level of sensation, but she immediately wants to separate herself from the sense data theorists like Russell, who were fairly popular at the time. And she kind of like follows in the same tradition as like Beatrice Edgell, honestly, who is more of like her contemporary than someone like Sellers would be. In that, like, hey, sense data alone isn't going to be able to get us, just pure sensation isn't going to be able to get us objecthood. And so she constructs what I think very reasonably is the notion of the percept. But the percept is not just sensation. It's not just the causal interaction of, you know, a wire heating up with our eyes. She offloads a lot of the work there to what she calls neurological processes or automatic integration. And so there's a certain sense to which this like automatic process of integration is occurring before we even have a percept that counts as an object for us to begin doing any of the substantive
it is
abstract work.
For even Binswanger said as much.
Or attributes, as she calls them. Yeah, for the attribute.
But so yeah, okay. I mean, you can pause there.
Like, you can pause. Would be there. I keep.
Yeah. So basically, I love what he's doing, bro. This guy is fucking amazing, bro. This guy's doing a great job. Like he knows more about me about the fucking like where Rand is coming from with her views like on psychology, right? Yeah. So I mean, I really like what this guy's doing. I mean, his argument is fucking spot on. Honestly. Yeah. I mean, like even David Kelly talks about how like. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess this connects back to the point I was just making, right? The Hume quote in Lectures on Perception basically is like, this distinction of primary, secondary qualities is not given in perception, not given in experience. It's given in it's also in Lectures on Perception, what he calls Descartes' third grade of sense, which is like Kant's version. Like Kant's version is like pure reason, right? Or like Plato also has his own version, right? So transcendental like reasoning, right? But it's just like it's basically abstraction by subtraction. We enter some formalized universe, right? And it's just like zero-sum metaphysics. You know what I mean? Like it just like locks like substratum, you know, all of this stuff, right? Just reification of zero.
It was like I was referring to earlier.
But that's where this distinction is supposedly given. It's arbitrary, actually, right? But it's another dualism. But again, it's not given in experience, right? That's a very important point. And then tie that into what David Kelly talks about in his book, The Evidence of the Senses. He talks all about how this concept of sensation, right? This concept of sensations or sense data or whatever is completely a fictional concept, completely imagined up. And even like Peikoff says in his History of Philosophy, where he's discussing this, where he's giving the objectivist view, right? Supposedly, is that we don't even have access to the sensation, like the pure, like the first level of awareness or whatever, like the sensory level, right? That's what they call it. You know what I'm saying? We don't even have access to that. It's just purely inferred, right?
Yeah, I think it's an OPAR even that he says that we never
or it's
can go to
you
sensation.
could say.
Yeah,
it only works as perception
in the brain.
David Kelly's argument is that basically it's like it's a result of like taking like a third person sort of perspective on like the activity perception, just being like oh yeah, that's where the activity perception is. It's just like like from outside, like an like a you know, like a view from nowhere, you know, like a God's eye view kind of thing, right?
If I were to guess where Zulu should be going next, what he should be doing is he should, after this, particularly be like, yeah, that is wrong. Like that thing that Rand is referring to, that's just completely
but he doesn't have any.
Yeah, but he's not going to say that.
He has nothing.
Yeah, he's not going to say
he has nothing to propose instead.
He has none of what I just said. He didn't read David Kelly. He didn't read any of this stuff. He doesn't understand that sense data or sensations is a purely fictional, imagined up concept, right? That we don't even, it's not even given to us in experience, right?
But Zulu's fucked now. Like he literally is just like he's getting further and further into the perimeter box on the math problem. Like he's just stuck in there. The walls are getting higher for him. And I think what I would want to identify here as well is that I think plenty of objectivists, like you said that this guy is really good at, you know, putting his side in on the debate. I think lots of objectivists, particularly from Zulu, would make fun of him for
No,
explaining
he
so much.
immediately identified that this guy doesn't fucking like he immediately identified like, oh, so this guy's an OPAR only reader. He's not a fucking Gibsonian. He doesn't you know, like if this guy's as knowledgeable as he is about fucking what the fucking objectivist views on like when it comes to psychology and perception sciences, then I bet he fucking knows that most modern objectivist scholars are Gibsonians, right?
Mhm.
But he immediately identified what kind of objectivist Zulu is, right?
Yeah, I think that a lot of Zulu's fan base would just be making fun of this guy for providing so much context because they treat like providing all of this
No,
historical
I
context as
love what
just
he
like
did.
irrelevant.
Like, like yeah. I mean, it's even deeper than that. Like, it's even better than his just argument is spot on. He immediately identified that this guy, what kind of objectivist Zulu is.
Yeah, and then later in the
I think
he basically says that Ayn Rand is kind of like a Kantian, and I guess he's kind of right in there.
He's a content in
Yeah,
a
he is.
specific
He is.
respect.
Even Binswinger
And-
has said as much.
Yeah.
And I think here it really shows like where there's going to be a fuck. I lost my train of thought. I wanted to kind of jump back on the conversation I had with Spooky Light. I know like G disagree with some on my point there, but the thing I'm trying to stress is in the importance of understanding like what we're actually talking about, because Kant isn't a skeptic, right? These transcendental people,
Right.
they're if you just say, oh yeah, well,
Yeah,
reality is self-evident and
he
we just
abhors
perceive.
the so-called philosopher that denies the world, right?
Mm.
That denies a world out there. I mean, Kant, right?
But he abhors what
He
I think I
he hates all these like skeptics.
Oh shit, bro.
Oh my God, what's going
Shut
on?
up.
knows your mic is fucked.
That's the
Oh my
worst,
wow.
worst
That's
thing
So,
I've
how
heard.
did like that?
Yeah,
Did
no,
you-
if you Kant actually hates like these fucking skeptics that are like saying that the world out there doesn't exist, it's not real, it's all an illusion or whatever.
And that's why seeing this guy debate is actually like what he's doing right now is so kind of, yeah, that's what you should do if you just want to destroy an OPAR reader. Because the Kantians, the rationalists, they don't think that the world doesn't actually exist or we don't have access to it. They're saying that the way we have access to it is through those categories. Those categories are the real world. Like there's not so that's where here when Zulus wants to defend direct perception or would want to do that, but what he's adopting as a description of that, he can just say, oh yeah, absolutely, because you're describing what I am also describing. You're just using different word
Yeah,
and
he hasn't even
thinking it's
gotten
different,
to
but it's not.
he hasn't even gotten to the fucking fact that like the loan of intelligence, the fucking innate knowledge.
Mhm.
He hasn't even gotten to that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, he especially doesn't.
It's like
need
once you
to
have
here
the third
'cause-
term view, once you have the third term view that Tervey talks about, right? You have this mediating term, right? You're gonna have an infinite regress of mediators unless you have direct perception somewhere. You're directly perceiving this mediating term, whether it's sensations or whatever, right? But it's impoverished, right? It's a bad copy. It needs to be fixed, right? How do you know it needs to be fixed? You don't have access to the world. How do you know it needs to be fixed? How do you know how to fix it? How do you have the knowledge already, right?
Yeah.
To like, how do you have what's missing, right? That you can supply what's missing, right? Because it's not sufficient. You've already conceded that, right?
Yeah.
It's just like once you get there, it's just like, yes, okay, then it's innate knowledge, right? Innate knowledge has to provide it, right?
I think that's what he's doing here. You know, the last thing he said, I think, was that Rand is saying, "Oh, it's all neurological processes." But he can easily just say like, no, like even just invoking neurological processes.
Yeah.
How do you get from those neurological processes?
I have this thing in my notes, like in the
Yeah.
beginning of the organism environment system note, you know, like in the
Mhm.
very first section,
Yeah.
where
How do you jump from one to
I
the
know
other?
you've read that, right? Yeah, how like the philosopher, psychologist, or perception theorist, right, or whatever, whoever, right? They come up with these theories, right? Like, and then they're just like, oh yeah, and then the neuroscientist is gonna figure it out. But then we go over to the neuroscientists, and they don't have a concept of sensation. They don't have a concept of fucking anything, any of this stuff, right? Any of these like variables, right? So they like all the neuroscientist has is the fucking metabolism of neurons. Thank you.
And so I think that like that's one thing that he can do, just kind of hint at the deficiency of this neurological explanation.
Yeah,
but he can also
neurons only care about
can,
their metabolism. They don't care about what you're fucking thinking or whatever, you know, how you're feeling.
Yeah, that's kind of the way to reply to it. But I'm saying like the Kantian, he can do that, and he can also just say, well, okay, I grant you those neurological thing, but those are the like the necessary preconditions. Like those are the categorical rules. Because you're never gonna find in neurology those rules. So he can just say, well, okay, those are the Kantian rules. Like those are the way they manifest themselves. And I don't think that if he did that, Zulu could.
And that's the best place, right?
anything
Yeah. We see this everywhere. Bayesian priors, all this stuff, right? And all we have to do is just like we connect all these errors, right? In the history of philosophy, like it's like the whole point is like we don't start saying like oh like there's this guy who made an error here and there's this guy who made an error in this way, right? We start seeing like that they're all making some form of the same error, right? And we're just trying to see like the principle, right? Just like fucking just like Reardon, right? He's trying to figure out the principle, right?
Yeah.
I think we should probably get out of the weeds because like G will yap, and then Eddie will entertain it. So I think we should.
That's the last point I wanted to make.
I was going to say
right now he's on
the non-repayable
loan.
The problem of non-repayable loans of intelligence. That's what I was going to say. That's what's important here. That's what's key here. We can just bring that in, and we can automatically just like destroy all of these similar claims, right? They're the same form. Like they're all a form of like petitio principii, right? Begging the question, right? Yeah.
Okay, so we're playing now.
Wanting to say the attribution of attributes, but the elucidation, I guess, of attributes of entities would be at the post neurological integration level. And what I want to say is that like, well, that sounds a lot like what the kind of theory that Kant is giving, except for Kant is just filling in what's going on at that neurological level. And so we have like on both theories from where it seems to me, it seems like we have the exact same level of access to the object as it is in and of itself. And that's
we've seen exactly
because
this
we never get the object as it is in and of itself. We only either get a percept or a representation or however we want to cash this out. And so I'm just trying to figure out like where in the objectivist picture does
he just appealed to
so far make it such that because cognition has a kind of form and that form has is an active process.
Just I want to be clear. Thing in itself is there's no such thing as a thing in itself. It's just totally without identity, without intentionality with an S, which is like I can only find this particular shape or this. I can only see shape, right, with this particular shape or that particular shape or this other different shape, right, and never shape in itself, right? And it's just assumed that this reification of a zero, which is just there's no non-specific properties, but this is just we do abstraction by subtraction, and we just subtract and erase all the positive identity of things
to get the real Platonic
reality.
Form.
Yeah, and we get the Platonic form. That's the really real, right? That's the noumenal world, right? That's and yeah, that's what's going on here, right? We never reach the thing in itself, right? Because I mean, you can't. It's identityless, right? It doesn't exist. It's qualityless, and that's what was the mind matter dualism. I mean, you'll see Swenson talk all about this. How like the pure extension part of the world or whatever, like it was just pure extension. Matter was just pure extension, and that's the real world. But then what we realize is that most of the worldly properties then fall on the mind side, right? That's what happened. Most of the worldly properties ended up falling on the mind side. You have, activity and like indirectedness and, all of this stuff, basically all the second law terms, right? All the second law of thermodynamics terms, change and process and all of this stuff, right? And it's just that all falls on the mind side. Oh, difference, literally difference, particularity, like change, like literally like the fall from perfection in Plato's view, right?
From
It's just the
dualism
world
to
of
monism,
change.
basically, right?
Yeah. It's just the world of change in particulars, right? All of that falls on the mind side. So literally, the like most of the worldly properties ended up on the mind side of the mind matter dualism.
Yeah, I was starting to just before this was starting to watch the thing you shared with me the other day, where you talked about reading and stuff with Tim.
Nice. Let's continue. I just wanted to say that for some reason. I forget. Whoever's watching the video knows why I said it.
All right.
As it is in and of itself, and that's none, because we never get the object as it is in and of itself. We only either get a percept or a representation, or however we want to cash this out.
We can only get it by pure reason.
Where in the objectivist picture does it, like anything that we've gone through with Kant so far, make it such that because cognition has a violation kind of form, and that form has is an active process, that we no longer have
let me just say this really quick. Okay, this is going to be the last one.
Or anything like that.
Pause. That's a violation of the second law, by the way, where you're drawing work from some already homogeneous, already spread out source, right? Like a force of potential, right? Already in equilibrium, right? And you're somehow drawing work. This is pure reason, right? This is like transcendentalism, like Plato's transcendentalism. You know what I mean? That stuff that's a violation of the second law. That's invoking perpetual motion of the second kind, because it's effectively reversing the increase of entropy. But yeah, that's also in my notes.
High level.
Sure. So I'll use the analogy that Peikoff makes to sort of the way that a religious person might go about this. It's like, well, what why is there a universe? What makes the universe lawful? It's like, well, there has to be something to make it lawful.
If I was arguing this guy, I'd immediately shut that down. Like, that's a violation of the second law. Hey, you must be kidding me, bro.
And that something is called God. And now, why is God lawful? Well, we gotta have some starting point, guys. Come on, we can't just go back in an infinite regress. We're just saying the starting point is God. It's like, well, that's kind of completely arbitrary. Why are we digging down beyond what we can observe, namely that the universe is lawful? Why aren't we starting there as far as philosophy is concerned? Now, you can investigate why it's lawful, and that would be some particular science.
Remember, the unexplained explainer is itself unentailed.
Yeah, Zulu was cooking there, right?
Yes, the unexplained explainer is itself unentailed, so it's equivocal with the arbitrary. It's equivocal with any other arbitrary and compatible claim. Yes, it's unentailed.
He's not cooking. He's starting the oven up.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm just clarifying his argument in much better, like, in a much better understanding. He's probably just reciting some script, like he doesn't understand his argument. So I understand the argument.
I think he understands that. I think that's quite basic. I don't know.
Well, he doesn't understand that it's like the unentailed entailer is it's unentailed. It's itself unentailed. It's come in to solve because there's an unentailed component. There's something unentailed. Right, like say like motion or whatever, right? We leave motion unentailed, right? So we have to trace it back to first mover or whatever. The way we describe motion is impoverished, right? We have some unentailed thing about it, right? Then we just go to some unentailed entailer. That too is also unentailed by the motion, the impoverished motion, right? So it's again it's the same form of the transcendental argument, right? We're appealing to some. We have some already. We're already admitting that our theory is wrong, and then we're appealing to some ineffable just theory out there that just somehow like provides the answer that we already bracketed out, right? Because in reality, the answer is there. There's no missing pieces. You know what I mean? There's no external positing, right?
To orbit and so on and so forth. You can investigate that, but that's outside of the realm of philosophy. As for philosophers, pardon me, we just have to start with something. And the thing we're supposed to start with is the thing that we actually do directly observe.
Man.
On the epistemology side, what do we definitely observe? Like, everybody would agree that we observe this, is that humans can integrate sensory data into percepts. That is true.
Wow.
Right?
Okay, that time he said it.
That's crazy, bro.
We just arbitrarily say start there.
It's like we stepped on a landmine. It's like he stepped on the wrong turtle.
Yeah, he got out of it and then he went right back.
Oh my god. Oh, he broke the
No
oven.
self-awareness.
He broke
Wow, I just like, you see how fucking relevant it was for me to explain why sensations or sense data is just a completely fictional concept. It's literally arrived at by this pure reason, Descartes' third grade of sense, you know, this like Plato's transcendentalism, right? Hegel's, you know, like abstraction by subtraction. It's the same process, right?
Oh my god, that was so bad.
These are Platonic forms, right? Floating abstractions, right?
And so
it's
what Rand is saying as well.
Man.
So they're not
He
given an
didn't have to go
experience.
back there.
They're not. Remember Peikoff, right? He even admits it in the history of philosophy, where he's talking about, like, I forget where he's talking about it, but he's talking about sense perception, right? Or the objectivist view of sense perception, or validation of sense perception.
It's right after the fact.
Right? He literally says, like, yeah, we have to infer the sensory level, right? We have zero access to sensations, right? On the perceptual level already, right? We just have zero access to sensations. It's totally inferred.
Yeah. Let's start there.
So,
we have to take
I
some
don't know
things
where
as
he's
given,
getting this argument.
some cognitive
Some
capacities as
things
given.
is given. What? This is an unentailed entailer. This is a fucking prime mover. It's a violation of the fucking second law, bro. This is a violation of the second law right here. His concept of sensation, his concept of sense data, just came out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying, is that I think of it as like you're talking about perception science, and then there's just like this word called sensation that's bouncing around the walls and into your eyes. It's like this, like it doesn't even have any characteristics. It's just like a fucking formalism.
No,
But the other,
it's qualityless. It's identityless. It's the thing in itself, just replaced. You know, like
the other thing
it's given its content, right, by some other unentailed entailer. You know.
The other thing before we move back into it, and we should, the other thing I wanted to mention is that Zulu, I notice, keeps mentioning, like, oh, and that's a problem for science, or like, oh, science will do this. Like, he's trying to keep it as far away from delving into science naturally, like you would, as possible. Like, he doesn't want to.
I thought he was gonna say
ivory tower.
I don't know why. I gave him the benefit of doubt, bro. I totally thought he was gonna say, okay, yes, like we gotta look at reality, and like, yes, what we perceive. He was like building up to it. I thought he was gonna say we perceive entities. At least.
Oh,
You know? If he's not gonna say affordances, at least he would say entities. Yeah.
Because he was actually kind of masterfully getting out of the like science question, or begging the question of where the Kantian was trying to go.
Right.
But he just went right back into it when he could have realized, like, okay,
bro,
there's nowhere to go,
bro.
but he
What is
went
this?
right back where there's nowhere to go. He can just go back again. So okay.
Concept. This is not a philosophical concept. I mean, it's a purely formal concept, and certain formalisms that are fucking entirely like wrong. They don't describe the world. That's it. Like, but where does he get this? Like, I don't know. Entities is a philosophical concept, right? At least say perception of entities. You can say that and still just like skirt, just like okay, I don't know anything about perception science. He admits this at the end of the stream. Literally, the last words of the stream is like, I don't know anything about perception science, guys. Why not just say perception of entities? Right? What is a sensation? A sensation is not a fucking entity.
Yeah,
it's the bridge to the entity.
It's consciousness of consciousness of consciousness of consciousness, bro. It's a fallacy of pure self-reference. Like, I mean, Binswanger says this in chapter 2, right? This view, sensationalism, right here.
he probably hasn't read a word of it.
We experience sense data that's directly given to us. Like, bro, what?
He never finished how we know.
Right,
Yeah,
but
probably
then
didn't
it's
start
just like, we don't know what's directly given us. We just have the sensations, and we just like have automatic integration of what we really perceive as entities.
It's automatic integration by the
But the
subconscious.
basis, the informational basis, is this impoverished, like.
He saw the word ecology, and he was like, "No, I'm not reading hippie shit."
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he doesn't.
Like,
Binswanger doesn't even say that. He doesn't even use. Binswanger too, he doesn't talk about ecological psychology or anything like that. He just says Gibsonianism.
Oh, well, he knows that it is full of ecological psychology, I think, because of...
Yeah, I mean, ecological psychology is the whole fucking point. You know, the ecological part is the whole fucking thing. If you miss the ecological part, you're missing the whole fucking point of Gibson's whole, like, approach. You're just missing it. And
Right.
like, I don't know if you want to say something on that, Certino, because you've also read Lombardo's book, right?
Yeah.
You saw how important that was for
Yes, because like it's describing particularly like the whole system there as like in ecology. It's not like just this kind of severed off organism and then like the separate thing of the environment. It's describing this whole embedded system.
Yeah,
It's
think about how the
it's-
Austrian economist talks about not just like an isolated person trying to reach the world from nowhere, right? It's a person under conditions of uncertainty and all these other things, right?
Yeah, no,
That all,
it's
yeah,
I think something that's really important is that a lot of the time the Austrians are also talking about the market. Like
right.
not just like, fucking Crusoe on the
Yeah, under
island.
conditions
Like,
of exchange, even autistic
Mhm.
exchange. It's all about exchange, right? And what's
Autistic?
required for exchange. And exchange is obviously, a worldly like process.
like it's
Autistic
always talking
usage?
about market activity. And in order to talk about market activity, you have to talk about something much broader than just like,
Right.
just Crusoe and just the island. It's
Mhm. Right.
What was
yeah, we should keep
autistic
going.
exchange? Okay.
Sensory
Autistic
data into
exchange
percepts. That is
is exchange just on like one person.
Yeah, it's
Exchange?
just Crusoe exchanging, basically less satisfaction for more
Oh,
satisfaction.
yeah. That's the base, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
autistic always
I've
moves
spoken
alone.
to like a Kantian economist, and he was like, "You can't have a self if there's like just one person, and there's no value without anyone else. Basically, you can't. There's
What?
nothing if it's just you."
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I don't
It
know.
was just so much
There's
nonsense.
there's definitely a social value to, I mean, there's definitely a social dimension to like a lot of human values, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was
But
trying to
it's not
like
in that
refute
sense.
Austrian economics by saying like there's no value if there's no if you're just alone, basically.
Yeah, no, the first thing that Rothbard points out in Ethics of Liberty is that when you bring people into the equation, like the facts of survival don't change. Like the facts and
Right.
needs of Crusoe's existence don't change. Value is
Yeah,
still there. It's just a new dimension of
We're,
value.
oh
Yeah.
man, we're getting really, really off into the weeds. Let's go.
Okay.
true,
Go back
right?
like
So
3 seconds.
it's a thing that we actually do directly observe. Now, on the epistemology side, what do we definitely observe? Like, and everybody would agree that we observe this, is that humans can integrate sensory data into percepts. That is true, right? And so what
What
Rand
do
is
you
saying
mean
is, well,
everybody
let's start there.
agrees? That's
We
the
have to
whole
take some
debate.
things as
Crazy,
given,
bro.
The
some
Kantian
cognitive
is
capacities as
the guy
given
must be so
for
happy
humans.
right
He
now.
just won the
And,
debate,
well,
bro.
let's take that.
Yeah,
He
No,
just
he's
won the
looking at
say-
him like,
because he can just say, "Oh yeah, we all agree." You're saying, it's necessary, right?
He just said he
We
agrees,
need those
bro.
things.
The fucking
So we
Kant,
need
he
those
just
categories.
conceded. He just conceded the debate, bro.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Because that's the whole point of the Kantians, right? Yeah, we have to agree.
It
Those
was
are
literally his whole
necessary
point, bro. He's not
categories, right?
tracking. He's not tracking the flow. How did this guy start his argument? Does anybody fucking remember how this guy started his argument?
Gee, you don't get it. He proved it on the flow.
Bro, Zulu's not tracking, obviously. Because the fucking Canyon started his whole argument, bro. From
No, see, Ayn Rand proved
basically
it.
Rand's views of sensation-based perception.
As given, the things that we can directly observe. And now, perception scientists could go and investigate why and what specific mechanisms are involved in seeing and hearing and so on. But that's outside the realm of philosophy. Now, Kant is kind of
reminds me of like
rationalistic.
Gibson, in Intro to Ecopsych, where it's all about like Gibson had to like figure out the right questions to ask. Like we were asking these wrong questions. Like, oh, this is the wrong question? And again, harkening back to what I said about the dualism between the object of experience and the object of reference, right? Harkening back to that, right? It's like, okay, oh, I lost myself a bit there. Okay.
It's alright.
Fuck, I totally just forgot what I was saying.
Oh,
What was I just saying? What was I just saying? Come on, tell me.
you were talking about harkening back to the dualism and how oh fuck.
Right?
Yeah, no. I'm trying to
Okay,
remember what you said before that. I think it was specifically
keep going and
about.
might bring it back.
We were talking about mechanisms, and you're talking about Gibson asking the right questions.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yes. Right, yes. The question, how do we bridge the dualism? Well, we have this dualism now. Well, how do we bridge it? We have this dualism. Like, this is the whole thing. I mean, when they talk about this, when they're talking about the dualism between the object of experience and the object of reference, right? And Turvey, what I was referencing earlier, right? Like we set up this dualism where there's a incommensurability in descriptors of the environment and descriptors of the environment as perceived, or experience, or mind, or whatever you want to fucking call it, that's on the other side. Right? You experience things the way you experience things, and then the environment is like, it's just like symbols like H2O, right? Is this water? Instead, like, you have, like, Terry gives the example of, like, there's like this lake of water, right? And there's this snow sled, right? And this is like the behavioral environment, right, where behavior happens, right? Is like, well, no, that's not where behavior happens. It's where it's like, oh yeah, it's affordances, it's like, it's like I forget what, like, sled on ability or something like that, right? But like, it's a stable surface I can walk across and sled across and do all these things, right? And run across all these wolves too. They know how to run across it, right? Whatever, right? That's the basis of their perception there, right? But no, the real like environment. There's also the physical environment. The physical world is just like, that's H2O, right? But that what does that have? Like, what relevance does that have to the activity of, like, walking across it? Right?
It's the privileging of smaller
Walking across
scales
H2O.
to larger scales.
Jesus.
But yeah, how do we bridge the dualism? This is what he's saying. He's saying, yeah, okay, here's the dualism, perception scientists. Go figure it out. He's, as a philosopher, he's like, I'm gonna say there's a dualism arbitrarily with no basis at all. I'm just gonna split the world in two, and I'm just gonna hand it over to the perception scientists. Yeah, figure it out from you guys.
And
How do we
I
bridge the
think that
dualism? Sensations to perceptions. How do we do that, guys?
This is really just kind of, it stresses the point that I'm trying to make every time I talk with, like, whenever I comment on Opar, or when Spooky decides to just scream
It's an
at me.
appeal to ignorance.
Yeah, and it's you don't understand the problem, and I think it comes from, like, I think reciprocity from a
I hope
perceived
somebody's
environment is
tracking
such
the
a.
flow. I
I
hope
don't know
somebody's
if that's
tracking
the
the
case.
flow, because fucking look at what Zulu just did, bro. he just his whole argument right now, the whole thing is resting upon, okay, it's all everybody agree, this is directly given, we integrate sensations, all right? And then his argument for that is that, well, that's just the way it is, and then, like, the perception scientists will figure it out. That's an appeal to
Yeah.
ignorance.
I think
That's just an appeal to ignorance.
it's also a very big ignorance on the actual philosophical problem. Like, it's a bit of a tangent, but like, that's what I was trying to say with the history book of Lombard, where you really understand why the like Kant, why Descartes, why they're saying the thing that they're saying. Where Ayn Rand and Peikoff seem to focus more on, like, the activity of philosophy, right? When she's kind of critiquing Kant from a moral standpoint, it's like, yeah, it's contrary to how you actually live, but it's not sufficient to really understand the problem at play here and why Kant said those things, right? It's not, Kant might have been like a guy who never slept with anyone and was afraid when he had an erection, but that doesn't really mean that what he's saying is just because he wanted people to suffer, right? That's not that's not sufficient to understand the issue here. And when you're
No, yeah, he was
finding
a
someone
very
like a
fucking
Kantian here,
tortured person, like tortured mind himself, right? It was
Mhm.
like he was like poisoned with like social metaphysics, like to his core. You know how he was raised and everything.
Yeah.
Mhm. But that's not, you know, that's all fine and good to kind of like talk about the moral aspect of it, but you're not actually talking about the problem of induction, you know, the problem of perception here. And I think that's kind of what I'm trying to stress every time I talk about it, that the like traditional Randian critique is not sufficient, and
Randian.
that's something that's
Exactly.
been corrected by
This is
Wittgenstein.
this is exactly what the asking the right questions point is about, right? What
Mhm.
what is the problem of
Yeah, that's true.
perception, right? Isn't it like an intractable problem that just produces nothing but scientific mysteries, intractable scientific mysteries? Well, that's not fucking what's the word? Parsimonious, right?
Mhm.
That right?
I
That's not
mean,
parsimonious at all.
I was going to build on the point about Gibson asking the right questions, because you can see what happened when he asked the right questions,
Yeah,
and he
but
got the
you're right. You're right when you see it all the time in the ecological psychology literature. It's all about like Gibson totally reconceptualized the problem of perception, right?
Mhm.
So it's a tractable problem, a scientifically tractable problem.
You can
And I
see
think
what
that's
happened.
also a point that's so sorry, I just wanted to
By
say
the
that
way, an
it's
intractable
something that
problem
Swanson also
is
talks about.
one. An intractable problem is one that's literally unsolvable by like definition.
Mhm. Yeah, in the Swanson symmetry paper, really, he talks about that a lot. You know, the
Is
cut.
it even a
the-
problem if it can't be solved? Like, what's there to like
Well,
consider?
it's like
Do you have an
it's
example?
definitely it's a good it's a good distinction, intractable and tractable tractable, because there are these intractable problems that appear like actual problems, but they just like they want you, basically they call for you to invoke magic, right?
Yes, it's not a
Some
problem.
unintelligent,
It's not even a problem.
right, but it looks like one, right, when
Right,
you're
okay.
approaching it without the right conceptual equipment, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right? If
Right.
you don't have a good like immune system, right, against it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah.
And I was going to mention,
and it's like a black hole, like the analogy I always give, like the black hole, right? Just sucks you in, it just sucks everything in. This is like really hard to escape, all right?
Like
That's
what happens to the soul when you die or whatever, you know? Like that type of thing.
Strutino, go with what you wanted to say, and then we should
I've been
keep
away
going with the
forever.
debate.
And
Yeah.
it was funny because I was going to build on G's point, which is that, like, look what happens when you actually do ask the right questions like Gibson did, and you get the case of like nested scalable systems. Like, he's not, treating the
I mean, it's just
ecological
empirically
scale
the
as
case.
more
Empirically the
impoverished.
case. It's just empirically the case, demonstrably, that the ecological approach has produced results, scientific fucking results, much more scientific results than any other theory, right? And every single area that psychology even touches, right? Because
Zulu.
every other approach, they literally they trivialize their subject matter. They treat it as literally like non-existent or illusory or belying some
Yeah, no, I
fundamental
had
reality, right?
mentioned.
Yeah.
But
I had mentioned this a while ago when we were reading that one Turvey chapter. I was
yeah,
mentioning, like, look at all these like fucking people. They're not like, they're talking about like these weird abstract fucking studies, and then over here we're talking about Fred and Crusoe and Friday.
yeah,
And
but also just like I was pointing, I was
Yes,
also
true.
reminded how like earlier today in general chat, I mean, I talk about this all the time. You can literally just search on Google, search anything, like anything at all. I literally just searched like infant, like reaching, grasping ecological psychology, and then I put Gibson in quotations on Google, and you see how much, like how huge the body of research that's actually been done on like on these like very like a
Concrete. Oh, you dropped
Oh.
out. Hello. You there?
Sorry,
Hello.
I could. Yeah, somebody
Yeah.
called me. Sorry,
Mm.
but like look in the general chat. Like you see how like how many papers there are. Just like I found it in a
Yeah,
second. Like
theater. I
on like
remember you showed me something on theater even.
these are not just theoretical papers or whatever. It's a whole
Practical.
research program right? Yeah, they're literally doing studies, like, because they have the whole research program to do this, right? We've developed it over like decades, right? The ecological psychologists, all these experimental methods, specifically because of Gibson's like theory and like approach, because he was like started presenting the right questions. We're trying to find the appropriate physics and mathematics to account for the facts of psychology, rather than treating the facts of psychology as like unreal, as belying some fundamental reality, true reality that literally, like, there's just no facts of psychology. It's non-existent. It doesn't exist in
And
Newton's world, in Newton's world of matter, and Descartes' world of matter. Remember, all those worldly properties are really on the mind side.
You can probably make
and I
more
was
money
going
with that
to.
kind of psychology instead of the other kinds.
Mhm. I was going to mention that, like, on the flow, I had tracked Zulu talking about Eddington's two tables, and I was hoping that he would go somewhere with that, because one of the points that I would have made is that, well, like, these people are privileging smaller scales
Yeah,
over
Swinson
larger
also
scales
talks about it.
arbitrarily, and I would
Swinson
have
also
been.
talks about Eddington's two tables in his 2024 paper or 2025 paper. One of them, I think it's 2024 paper.
And I would have just asked him, like again, like we were talking about the Socratic approach. I would have asked them, well, how do you have that? Like, what's the evidence for this privileging of, like, what's this evidence for the privileging of arbitrarily treating smaller scales as more important than like these ecological scales? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much literature on this. I mean, like, you look at any of Turvey's work, he talks all about this prejudice, this semantic prejudice, right, against like it's just like a microstructuralism as opposed to a macro like functionalism or whatever. But he talks about this like semantic prejudice and like of just like treating some, like, there's some fundamental units of reality, whatever. It's all literally, again, deferring explanation. It's all deferring it to some unexplained explainer. It's Locke's substratum that is the basis of all properties, but has no identity of itself. It has no properties. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, we'll one day we'll find the fundamental building blocks of reality that the ancient Greeks were searching for also long ago, right? It's an appeal to ignorance. Again, right? Who's gonna do it? Who's gonna find it? Right? We thought the Higgs boson or whatever was a fucking God particle, and what happened there? You know?
Yeah, like it's so interesting, just the sheer difference to be made there, and it's really disappointing that I feel like this guy only took on this debate because he was like, oh, Zulu he's not caught up on this stuff. This is an easy slam dunk.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully, I don't know. Maybe he watches this, right?
Maybe I was thinking about that. That's why I've been putting on my good boy attitude, just to be like really trying to keep the flow right, keep the conversation going. Let's continue.
I was trying to like at the end of the stream when Suli was pissing the alcohol. I was trying to chat with him and like trying to get his like Discord, but it says like you can contact me on Twitter. He said, but
Oh
he
my
didn't give his
god.
Twitter.
Oh my god. Like,
I mean, how far are we into the video?
not sure.
15:47.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
like. Are you gonna start talking about Zulu Twitter stuff? Like, it doesn't even matter.
No,
Let's
I mean
go.
his Twitter. This guy's Twitter. Like was trying to
Mm.
find whatever.
I guess
He is trying to like
you can
deduce out what.
Oh yeah. If he
Uh,
wants to watch this too, yeah, he might want to watch this too.
Mm.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm right about him knowing about modern objectivist scholars being Gibsonians, but I think he might. He's definitely not like indicating it because, like, I mean, he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to bring that up, but like, I don't know. He might. It might not be, but like, I would assume so, right? Since he even knows more about me, more than me
Yeah.
about fucking Rand's influences in that area.
I am just trying to find the other debates. I'll do it afterwards.
the particular means of perception indeed are. He's not just taking it as given that man can integrate these things automatically. He's going, like, how is he able to do that? And he's and that's where his categories come in, right? Now this strikes me as entirely
What does this
arbitrary in the
mean,
same way,
take it as
because
given, though?
even then,
Is it entailed? Have you entailed it?
It's self-evident.
Is it?
Yeah, no, it's just self-evident, bro.
It's not given in experience. Even Peikoff says this. Remember, he's straying away from the grain here. He's totally just making it up as he goes. I just want to remind everybody about that. He's just totally making it up as he goes. This is not self-evident. Peikoff says this is not self-evident. It is inferred.
No, you don't get it, bro. It's just self-evident. Like
It's
that's the
not-
kind of thing that he's doing.
It's crazy, bro. Like Peikoff said, he emphasizes, he stresses that it's not self-evident, it's inferred. So
remember the script he's going off of. He's going off of that it's self-evident because Ayn Rand said it's self-evident.
No, she didn't say that's self-evident.
Well,
She said
I
that,
think what he's getting at, because I know that the self-evident term is thrown around in the objectivist circles. I don't know if it came from Peikoff or Rand.
all
or
she said that's
whoever.
self-evident is that perception is valid, right? Or she calls sense perception, but perception is valid. Perception gives us what's self-evident, and what's in what do we get from perception? Definitely not that fucking sensations fucking exist.
I think it's the way that the ideas kind of like interbreed. Like it's kind of this like interbreeding where communication just kind of like strips off, and then you just start saying all this bullshit.
I just wanted to note it, right? So let's continue, but let's see here. Let's see how everybody should recognize that Zulu is literally just making it up as he goes right now. Like
he still is
that's
taking certain things as given. That man has the capacity of memory, that he has the capacity for synthesis, that he has various a priori concepts, and so Kant is still taking some things as given. He's just kind of arbitrary.
Okay. Like, okay, yes, Kant is taking things as given. Yes, bro, you're supposed to be different, like distinguishing your view from his view. Some basis for your view, and that his view has no basis. But you're just saying your view is equivocal with his view. Like, what? That's crazy.
Oh my god.
I'm not sure he's saying that. Whatever. I think he's just summarizing his position because he
literally just justified him taking the integration of sensations, right, as given by appealing to Kant takes the category as given.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Yeah, go back like 15 seconds just to be sure.
At 20.
It's coming, right?
That was literally his argument for taking.
This strikes me as entirely arbitrary in the same way, because even then he still is taking certain things as given. That man has the capacity of memory, that he has the capacity for synthesis, that he has various a priori concepts, and so Kant is still taking some things as given. He's just kind of arbitrarily going that step deeper, like the religious person would for the answer question.
Oh, he just arbitrarily he just arbitrarily takes more steps than the sensation arbitrary step.
Yeah, no. I was going to say, like, what prevents Zulu from taking all these extra arbitrary steps when he's already gotten to this like arbitrary given axiom?
Yeah, because he's saying, okay, you're going one arbitrary step further.
He already said that. Oh, like, I mean, like that Kant is just describing like what's going. What was it? The other guy who said Kant is just describing what Rand was saying is going on.
Yes.
Was like appealing to ignorance. Yeah, but he's falling right into that trap, bro. That's crazy. He's falling right into that trap because he's literally doing it. He's literally saying, "Here's the dualism." Right? Then the perception scientist is going to figure out. What do you think they're going to do with that, bro? They're going to do exactly what Kant did. What?
If you're going to be bullshitting yourself in a debate, you do not want to bullshit yourself in a debate with a Kantian, because that is precisely the domain by which they congregate and succeed so well in, because what they're going to be able to bounce off
it's crazy how he fell right into it. Yeah, he's not thinking. He fell right into it. He's not tracking.
Oh my god. Let's keep going.
Yes.
Of why is the universe lawful?
I think so I want to grant, like, Kant himself, again in the preface, is like, hey, like, I am totally taking for granted the fact that there is some empirical experience. Like, this thing when you're holding my book in your hand and you're reading it, that's real. We have to figure out how to explain that. And so that's like the given for Kant, is just like, nothing I say can ever contravene the fact that what is occurring to you right now is actually happening. And so
yes, again,
I think
the transcendental
the
argument,
problem is
we're
that
appealing to some we were appealing to some true theory that's unentailed, some unentailed explainer, right? Because our theory is wrong and we admit it.
But you know what? I think what's crazy is that even he has a bit of a more consistent understanding of what is self-evident here, which is the fact that
Yeah.
the perception right now, like, is self-evident here, like you were talking about.
Well, what he's
that
saying is that, well, it's self-evident. Yeah. Well, he's saying there's no missing pieces in reality, but our theory says there's missing pieces.
exactly. But I think it's crazy that Zulu still has the worst starting point than
That's
him
the
right
whole
now.
transcendental argument, right? But the
Yeah,
theory,
like
it runs from saying there's no missing pieces in reality, but you know the basis, the theory, or whatever, what's true is just like it's just like
We made shit up.
well, there's no missing pieces in what we see. They'll say, right? There's no missing
Mhm.
pieces in the phenomenal world or whatever, right? There's no missing pieces there, right? But what we know through pure reason, what the real world is, well, right? We know that there's missing pieces there, so we need this transcendental, unexplained explainer, right? Which is
Mhm.
also unentailed, just as unentailed, right? As these unentailed, missing pieces, right? This all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
And this is like just further proof in some sense of what I was saying earlier, that yeah, if you're just taking what Ron said, that Kant wants you to doubt reality and never know anything, you're gonna get into a debate with the Kantian and he's gonna roll over you, because that's
Right.
not why Kant said what he
You
said.
just have
And
to
here,
say, why make the inference? Why say, why go? And you have to identify they're doing it like the world in front of me is not the real world. The world arrived at by pure reason is the real world, right? And then that's impoverished, right? But
Mhm.
like again, the world in front of them, there's no missing pieces, but there's missing pieces in the impoverished real world that they say is true reality, right? So
Mhm.
then what supplies the missing pieces that we get when we perceive it, right? When we're perceiving, you know?
By the
yeah,
way, I invited Christian M. I found in his Discord to this voice chat. So if you see him, just approve him, I guess. He has like a yellow triangle upside down thing.
Okay, but this is not debate time.
No,
Right?
no, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, if he wants to discuss or
If he
whatever,
comes, if he
or
comes
see
in
it.
here trying to debate, right?
Oh.
Like no, we're giving our review of this debate.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see. Sorry about
Yeah,
that,
let's
I
keep
guess.
going.
Is with the indication of, or the accusation of arbitrariness. I think that the idea is that we have Kant is just going arbitrarily one step too further, because all we need really is to say that well, there are these processes, that perception is valid, and then we get philosophically we get everything we need from that. And I think what this is missing is it's missing the key notion of in epistemology, like since Plato basically. And we can complicate this a little bit with Gettier if we want to. We could get into some of that, but knowledge is true justified belief, maybe with a little
Oh
stat.
no.
I'm not super
Oh
compelled by Gettier,
no.
but I know a lot of people are, and I don't want them to feel
Yeah,
super
knowledge
Don't
is
compelled.
a
even
species
challenge that
belief.
point.
But
you can pause.
true justified
Right,
belief.
right.
Yeah.
This is again. Pause. Knowledge is a species belief. You know what that means? It means well, you just have an infinite regress, right?
Yep.
It's like
Belief of belief
saying
of belief
it's
of
like
belief.
saying motion is a set of immobilities. A line is a set of points, right? You have an infinite regress there. It's like Zeno's paradox, right? When knowledge is just propositions, right? And propositions are combinations of units of knowledge, right?
Mhm.
You just have an infinite regress of
Well,
proposition.
I think the interesting thing is here he's like treating
And again,
the tr-
that's the impoverished basis. Knowledge is impoverished. It doesn't. It can't. It has all these unentailed things because I mean, everything important about it is actually unentailed because that's what a form. That's what happens when you have this formalization, right? And you need entailment from outside, from some unentailed entailer, right?
Mhm. Well, he's also referring to the process of knowledge, where I think he's treating inference as just equivalent to like an intuition, and then you ask like, what's the intuition based on?
Yep.
Well, it's based on this intuition.
Whoops. Testing. Test.
Imperativities are unreal, right?
Mhm.
What's real is just pure like syntax, right? I mean, maybe that's getting too deep into it, but basically, you just have linear chains, and then it's just an infinite regress because you actually this is Rosen's argument. You can see Sakura's videos where I talked about Rosen's argument here about when you have an infinite regress. When you have an infinite regress like this, there's only two alternatives to an infinite regress. It's either, I mean, you don't have an infinite regress, you have an impredicativity, right? An impredicative loop, a closed loop of entailment, where all right, in a finite loop, right? I talked about that again in Sakura's video, but also the other way of stopping it is by fiat with an unentailed entailer, right? And you can do this, right, with machine, right? Like, like you're doing it as a person, right, from outside the formalism, right? You're able to do this, right? But the problem is elevating formalism to like, because again, right, like all the entailment in the formalism comes from outside, but it's not able to unentail. It's not able to entail the source of that entailment from inside, right? So it's a specific like sort of like thresholding, right? We're able to go in, but whatever goes in is not able to say anything about what happens outside.
The
Bro,
particular means of perception.
Stop.
Sorry.
I have this shit set up. Just continue with mine.
Yeah. Was Zetetic recording?
Yeah, I'm still
Is it
recording.
recording?
I just fucking messed. I clicked something stupid. I fixed it. And it's all working now.
Yeah.
Okay, good,
Yeah,
good. Right.
And
So
just
the full argument. I went over the full argument with Sakura and everything. Rosen's argument there, right? But again, right. I just want to clarify, right? You will see this. This is the identifier, right? This is how you just identify it, right? Is they will try and like bring in an infinite regress. Like it's an infinite regress. Then they can say, oh, we'll stop it by fiat, right? Because that's one way to stop it. That's like you can stop the infinite regress by fiat because you can get the entailment from some unentailed entailer that way, right? But that has to be entailed some other way. Like there has to be impredicativities going on like outside of the formalism, right? Entailing stuff, and you have to break open. Basically, like Rosen explains, you just have to like destroy the impredicativity, like. And it's like it's a closed loop of entailment, but then you destroy it, and then it becomes like a linear chain, right? The fragments you get because you can't recover. Basically, if you fractionate x or y from x mutually entails y, you got arrows pointing both ways. That's the relationship. If you fractionate either x or y from x and y are mutually entailed, you only lose all of the properties and behaviors of like x, right? That depended on that relationship with y, right? So you have this impredicativity, right? So you break it open, you get a fragment that can't recover its original dynamics. It can't, so you can treat it under that threshold as like inert. You can give it a purely formal description, like that's just like, so it purely just follows like rules that are fixed in advance, right? Like under a formalism, right? Just like you're all setting it up from the outside. So it's not determined by anything else but the rules that you set up, right?
There was a way that I was going to analogize this earlier, but I think you had said it was early. I wasn't even able to really expound upon it, but I was going to explain it as like if you imagine it like chains, you are having to link the chains in this complete circle, like this complete loop, and you're able to take like 3 chains out of the circle, and some people treat the 3 chains out of the circle. It's not closed yet, and people just run the chains along infinitely into the backward instead of linking it back into this, complete circle of chains. Like there has to be a complete entailment here, but some people just rip
and the argument is universally applicable, right? It's based in measurement, right? Rosen, and just look at the argument. I explained it all. It's really just based in facts about measurement, right? And just like what for any like measurement or like feature extraction, like any like getting like a property or something or whatever. It's just like you're going to have either impredicativity somewhere or an infinite regress, right?
Yeah, and the
An
thing
infinite
about
regress and predicativity somewhere.
the thing about with like the chains analogy is that there has to be like a start and some fiat end, but then with the chains it's just a complete circle. There's no like start or end to this. There's not like a a fiat stop or a fiat end. It's
Right.
just this complete entailment.
Well, the
loop.
reason an impredicative loop is not an infinite regress is because x and y are not identical, right? Going from x to y is not the same as going from y to x, right? Describing y in terms of x is not the same as describing x in terms of y. But neither ways, right, of traversing the loop basically exhaust the identity of the loop, right? Even though you can't do both of them at once. So there's an essential semantic component. I explained that again in all of Sakura's like videos there, right? That's again all from Rosen, right? This is all very important. Like this is all very, very important for objectivism. I don't know if we want to get into that. How
I
important
think we
this
should
is
keep
for
continuing. That's something for another time.
Justification has always been the component that has been the most difficult for epistemology since people have started doing epistemology. Getting the true stuff, that's either going to be some kind of correspondence theory or whatever. Like you can come up with other theories. People have lots of very interesting ideas about that. But justification
it might have to be important here.
Justification is part of the reason why sense data theorists never took off. Because they could get belief, they could get truth.
Justification. I see what he's saying though, right? It's very important because I mean, in predicative loops, right? I think like necessity, right? I mean, conservational symmetries, laws, like invariance laws, like all of this stuff, necessity in like metaphysics and like what is it called, validity in epistemology. All these things are based in predicative loops. Right, and predicativity is the key. Like, it's like the principle. I like to say that. I mean, like what Peikoff was talking about in his lectures, all his lectures on induction. He's always like in the history of like induction, they're always treating it as like we have to make induction be like deduction, right? But it's like a whole different like mode of inference or like principle is like needed, like a whole new principle is needed for understanding like induction, right? And that principle is obviously I'm saying impredicativity, and he even says that much basically in understanding objectivism. He's like the essence of the method of objectivism is this, and it's like he's describing impredicativity.
Or through their sense data theories, but they could never fully convince people that you could get justification just through immediate acquaintance with sense data. And what Kant is trying to do here is he's trying to get to the root
commensurability too.
And I think the problem with saying, well, percepts are necessary, I think, yeah, sure, percepts are necessary. We could just take that on. Maybe we could quibble just a little bit about what's in the percept, what isn't in the percept, what constitutes the entity. We could debate about that. But like the idea that percepts are this like fundamental thing, sure. They're necessary and they're like the lowest level that we have the capacity to cognitively engage with. Totally fine with that.
Even he got it right. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
He got the fucking Peikovian like.
Oh my god.
He got the Peikovian view right because he's fucking actually understands this shit. He knows his shit, bro. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
and Zulu totally got it wrong. He was like, yes, he was like the perceptual level is the lowest level we can cognitively like access. Yep. that was the actual Peikovian view.
Yeah, Zulu's trying to say sensations.
Right,
yeah, that's fucking insane. Like, where are you getting that from, Zulu? If you're watching this, where are you getting that from? You just made it up. Not even Peikoff would say that.
Right.
God.
Why? Not why is it necessary? Not why is it must be the case? But why is that the ground for justification as such? Not is it the ground for justification as such? But why is it the ground of justification? And it seems like you have two options. And you have one is that you have one option that says that, well, actually there is no justification there, but that seems like we have a problem for epistemology then, because we're no longer dealing with we're no longer dealing with the normative element that's supposed to be a key component of knowledge. But
basically his false dichotomy here is either you just have an infinite regress. I mean, and an infinite regress is fucking unacceptable. I mean, it's nothing, right? You can't have an infinite regress, right? You're basically just conceding at that point if you admit an infinite regress, right? So it's literally he's setting up a false dichotomy here. He set up, okay, you have this infinite regress, so either you just stay with an infinite regress or you have some fiat, right? Like you stop it by fiat with some unentailed entailer, right? And that's what he did by defining knowledge as justified true belief.
Well, there is justification there. You have to figure out what about the percept, what about the automatic integration, the active process gives us the normative element. And Kant's, I think there's a very strong case to make that Kant's system fits inside of that. And he's like, hey, this is how we get the object.
Right, exactly what I said he would
object.
That's
and that's
he's doing exactly what he should do.
Yeah.
Component for knowledge.
That's exactly what I said earlier would happen.
Into object. And that's where the justification component for knowledge comes in. That's what lets you abstract out from these objects or entities into a full system of knowledge.
Yeah, and it's actually true that, I mean, like his view is more parsimonious than Zulu's view, because Zulu's view is just an appeal to ignorance.
And I wonder what Zulu will go. Well, where will he go from here? Because
so it's literally just, I mean, we can right now the standard is just who has the most hidden entities that explain things, right? That are just unexplained explainers. Who has the most unexplained explainers? The Kantian does, so he wins, right? Because that's the standard.
Oh man, yeah, I see.
Let's say that this is the case, that this is like a real problem that we've got to ground. Like, okay, well, how do you justify that? How do you justify that it'll keep being the case, so on and so forth? Let's take that as given here. It seems to me that Kant's answer is really no answer at all. Because eventually, if you keep going down what Kant is saying, well, he's gesturing at what our noumenal minds in some noumenal world, which we don't know anything about, and it's this unknowable thing, which is keeping this all in order and so on. Now, I would submit that gesturing at something unknowable, in fact, does.
The century shit is the noumenal shit on the Ayn Rand view, or Zulu's
I was
view.
also going to mention in particular, Zulu bringing up the noumenal world is just
let him finish his argument. I want you to let him finish his argument and then pause it, and then I'll ask you guys whether you can track whether his argument is actually an argument or just like he's just is a non sequitur
conclusion.
All right.
Minds in some noumenal world, which we don't know anything about, and it's this unknowable thing, which is keeping this all in order and so on. Now, I would submit that gesturing at something unknowable, in fact, doesn't solve the problem at hand. It doesn't answer the problem at hand, because you're just saying, well, in effect, why are we able to perceive things? Why will this be a necessary synthesis? So on and so forth. Well, something unknowable happens, and
that's what you said.
Not even the right word. You can't say anything about this.
You appealed to ignorance. Remember,
that's what he's doing here again, right?
You said the perception scientists will figure it out. You appealed to ignorance.
True.
In the world, of course. Which I wonder how the hell he's able to talk so much about it if he doesn't know anything about it. But it's in effect he's saying, well, something unknowable happens, and that's why we're able to perceive guys. Now he says it in quite a lot more words than that. But
you admitted as much.
Is that not?
You did the same thing Kant did. Remember, he's like his argument is like, oh, Kant admitted he doesn't know it.
You wanted us to just listen to
his argument right now is that Kant admitted he doesn't know the noumenal world. He can't know them. He can't even talk about the noumenal world. That's his argument right now. Okay, what did he say
Mm-hmm.
about? He was like, I don't know. The perception scientists will figure it out. He said the exact same thing, like basically the same form of what Kant. He right now what he's attacking Kant for.
He's doing it.
Yeah, he already did it. He was like, I don't know it. He said he doesn't know it.
Sure, play.
The essence of the Kantian approach here.
I think it might just be useful. You know, I pulled it up because I
the
knew this
essence
was
of the
gonna come
Kantian
up.
approach, huh? The the essence
I-
of the Kantian approach, huh?
Now that Zulu's argument is completed, I was going to just say that, like, the fact that he mentioned, like, the noumenal world or whatever, this guy has not mentioned that once.
right.
It really goes to show
Mhm.
that he's just reading off of some sort of script. Like, he's
script.
just
Yeah.
He's not tracking. He's not tracking. He literally just gave the same form. Like he just attacked the same form of argument that he already made. Right.
what he's doing is he's attacking what maybe Ayn Rand was attacking, not what this guy is saying, because
Right.
all he's able
He's
to
not
do
tracking.
is look at him as Ayn Rand, like pray or whatever.
But did you guys? Am I saying this like am I describing this so you guys are grasping like what he just
Yes.
did?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like, can you articulate like?
Yeah, well, he's accusing Kant of saying that we can't know anything about it, but he's appealing to the fact that we don't know anything about it to just say, well, that's not my burden, right? And my
Right.
position is stronger because I'm just saying we can't know anything about it, but that's the same thing. The arguments are the same from one side to the other.
I don't know. It's like his argument is just like, oh, my position is stronger because I don't like I just don't say anything about it. Like
Mhm.
I just don't like I just leave it up to the perception scientists. Like that's
It's
why my position is stronger.
appealing
Is
to
it-
ignorance as evidence.
Right.
I think there is an aspect where he's also saying that,
But again,
well,
that
I don't
argument
have one more.
completely turns back on him because
Mhm.
what are the perception scientists going to do? They're just going to be doing the same thing Kant is doing and creating all these hidden entities. And what are you saying to these hidden entities? You know?
Yeah, if I could like steelman his position, the position Jilu's saying, he's saying, well, we don't know anything about it, and unlike you, I'm not creating another entity, but that's also arbitrary because if you don't know anything
But
about
again,
it, you don't know if
he's
maybe there is a need for another entity.
he's attacking his own basis because the
Yeah.
perception scientist that runs with what he's saying is just going to do the same thing Kant's doing, is creating all these hidden entities, these categories, these unexplained explainers, right?
Mm.
And that's like he's arguing against the whole basis for his argument. It's fucking insane.
All right. So we'll continue.
Did you
But,
grasp
it's
that?
B.
Did you grasp that? Amy Stratino, like you could probably
Yes.
articulate it better, right? I'm not like explaining it well. I don't think. I
No,
need someone
no,
else to articulate it better.
I think you did.
Come on,
Well,
articulate. Try and articulate it.
no, I'm not doing that.
He was.
We're already tried to.
I'm the only one
articulate it.
explaining stuff, bro. I need somebody else to bounce it
What?
off.
What?
Didn't I
We've been
thought
doing it. Yeah, I think you've been just talking more than you should.
I don't know, man. I feel like
If we
I
wanna
just
get
made a
through
very
this,
very important point, you know, and I wanted to hear it back again to me.
I was drifting, so sorry about that.
Yeah, he was like everybody's drifting, you know, when I'm just talking. Like, come on, Sertino. I said, remember
No.
his argument is that Kant is saying the noumenal world is unknowable, right?
Mhm.
Right, but that's exactly what he did, right?
Well, yeah, no, like I had said, he's pointing to nothing and saying that it's evidence. He's pointing to his own ignorance and just presenting that as the evidence of anything that's going on. Like that was my way of putting it.
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
Keep going. Sorry.
307 in the Critique of Pure Reason, where Kant first lays out the phenomenal noumenal distinction. And what he says, this is exact, almost, well, I could read it if we wanted to. It's a paragraph, but I could just translated as, there are two conceptions of the noumenal. One is the noumenal in the negative sense, which is the object as it is apart from our sensible intuition. That is the negative sense of the noumenal. And the thought of the idea as it is apart from our sensible intuition. Because under Kant's system, it can't be an object
Mind
for us if
is
it's apart
not
from our
matter.
sensible intuition.
Matter is not mind.
Oh my god.
So to say that like there is an object is itself undermining, or not undermining, but it just doesn't make any, there's nothing for us to cognize at all once we remove it from sensible intuition. And sensible intuition is just, you can think of it as just like the foundational rules for the immediate synthesis of objects. So space, time, stuff like this, as forms. And the positive conception is, he goes, well, okay, what if it was the object
Zulu's
as
just letting him go on and on and on.
Dude, he's looking at chats right now. You see his eyes?
Bro, Zulu doesn't know what to fucking think. Like,
Well, that implies that he's trying to think of something. I don't think he is. I think he's kind of drifting and then waiting to repeat another Ayn Rand.
yeah, he's gotten to the point where he's just gonna let this guy
Definitely.
lecture. Okay, keep going.
By something other than a sensible intuition, a finite sensible intuition. And Kant's like, well, I have no fucking idea what like an infinite intellect would cognize
bunch of
like, because I don't
nonsense.
cognize like that. Because what it is for an object to be an object is to be a product of finite sensible intuition for me. And so in both of these cases, what he's doing is he isn't actually saying, and so the cause of this whole system, the thing, the thing, if you could just reach far enough and grab it in the background, is this noumenal thing, this noumenal fabric behind all of reality. He's talking about the idea that insofar as an object is an object of sensible intuition, we must necessarily be able to think about the object.
No, but he's
as
doing a
apart
great
from
job.
that.
He's
But
doing
that
a great
thought
job.
doesn't have any objective content.
He's doing
That's
exactly
the
what
whole
he's
point
supposed
of
to.
the
Like,
noumenal
look how
distinction in
confidently
Kant.
he's explaining
It can't have
bro.
any objective content for us.
Well, it strikes me as still being the case that, well, he is indeed gesturing at this unknowable thing for keeping all this in order, right? Because why are the categories staying in order? What
somebody's
prevents them from like breaking down tomorrow or what have you? Well, it's gesturing at things as they really are, and as you're saying, you actually have no access to things.
Did he refer back to this guy's argument at all? Did he say anything about this guy's argument? No, he was drifting, bro. He didn't catch the argument, but like the argument is nonsense. He just fucking said a bunch of fucking nonsense, right?
We gotta let him finish the argument.
Crazy, bro.
Really are, which, that's a redundancy. There's no reality as it really isn't. There's only reality. So because your consciousness isn't infinite, because it is what it is, that means that you have no access to reality, which means you're not conscious, right? So what are you if not conscious? Well, I suppose dreaming. I don't know how you'd be able to dream without
literally Kat said this. Wow, bro.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, like I think the thing is, I don't think Zulu has had a single consistent argument that he's been standing on. Like, he doesn't have a single
Bro, he just
bit of
literally went
evidence
back
that
to
he's-
Kant said this. He said identity is this disqualifying.
because he has nothing of his own to refer to.
There's no
Crazy, bro.
There's no pizzazz in these newer debates. I remember how
He can't
debates
identify
ended earlier.
what he's saying is nonsense. Like, why can't he identify what he's saying is nonsense? Be like, oh, what you just said, that's nonsense. This is why.
It used to be so obvious when Zulu like won debates back in the day. Or back. like,
Yeah,
a few
because he
years
was
ago.
locked the fuck in. You see
Yeah,
his, like,
now-
fucking eyes?
Zulu is just like, oh, I won. Like, but what he means by that is just like, I just
gapped a
kept
bit.
going. I just kept reciting the script, and I recited it well.
Yeah, and he's like projecting when he's criticizing Andrew, or he's just saying the same thing about himself, really.
I won on the flow. I proved it.
All right.
Conscious, but
Yeah.
it seems to me that that's what's going on here.
Oh man,
I
it
think
just
the thing
seems to
to
be
keep
this.
in
It
mind
just
here is,
seems
again,
to be this
it's
is what's going on here, man.
Yeah, it's so weak, man. It's so weak.
not whenever Kant talks about noumenal, and I will go ahead and concede that there are parts of this book where Kant gets sloppy. There's parts of, especially like I think in the second critique is where he gets the worst about it.
Yeah.
There's a couple parts
Kant-
of the second
Kant
critique.
is-
where I'm like,
I mean,
why
bro,
did you say it that way?
I mean,
But,
Zulu is not thinking, bro. Zulu, like this is why he's letting his opponent fucking lecture, bro. Bro, what? Why are you fucking again letting him go to fucking quote Kant and fucking quote the critique of pure reason, bro? What the fuck? Like, why is he allowed to do this? Why is he
Because
not
you
right
let him
now
laugh
trying
so
to?
much.
Why is he not right now trying to resolve some contradiction that you presented to him? Some, you know, why is he not right now trying to like tackle some argument that you've like presented?
Well, exactly. It's what I said at the very beginning of what I would do is I'd just be asking, what is the evidence for this? And
Right.
just let them build castles, and then I can take the floor under them.
Bro.
If we just break down exactly what Kant is trying to get at whenever he's making the phenomenal noumenal distinction, if you conceive of the noumenal as reality as it actually is, then Kant's entire project is fundamentally incoherent in a way that it doesn't have to be so. There's no reason that you have to conceive of Kant's project that way. It's easy. It's a bit like when people say that like Rand is a naive realist or something like that.
He admitted the noumenal is a fiction, and impoverished fiction.
Oh my god.
That's a really easy way to blow off Rand, but that's like not what she's actually getting at. She wants to have objective knowledge of objects as they are in the world without being a naive realist. Kant wants to have objective knowledge of objects as they really are without being like a pure Berkeleyan idealist. And the point that I really wanted to make sure
the
I pushed
infinite
on
regress
is this idea that
the infinite regress, Rosen's argument, the infinite regress, right? He's getting it because it's just like, I don't know, it's just taking it as a given, like we're gonna try and like account for these impredicativities in purely predicative terms. And Rosen talks about that every time you try and account for an impredicativity in purely predicative terms, all you get is an infinite regress. It's like it's like the chasm between fucking like the finite and infinity, right? Like you're not like by any like rote operation like add one, you're never gonna get to infinity, right?
What are you chewing
Yo,
on,
let's
G?
Just like you're like predicativity is not just big impredicativity is not just big predicativity, right? Not just big predicative, right? This is from Rosen. But I just want to be clear. This is like exactly what he's doing. It's just like I'm just taking it as like and Zulu's accepting that we're gonna try and account for impredicativities in purely predicative terms, and then that's going to we have an infinite regress, and then his false dichotomy is set up already because we've already
What are you chewing on, G? What are you chewing on?
We've already prohibited impredicativity. Sorry, my mouth is dry. Is that what you hear?
Like
Sorry.
I heard like I'm not sure that went through, but I heard like
I needed to take a sip of water. Sorry.
All right.
But yeah, they're trying to get to impredicativity, right? They've already prohibited impredicativity, right? They've already said, yeah, impredicativity that's like nonsense, man. We're gonna try and reduce it to predicative stuff, you know?
You know, let's observe the rope loop by cutting the rope loop and laying it out straight.
Yeah, and but then his argument perfectly just follows,
well,
right?
you have to
It's
have
just like
this notion.
the false dichotomy is set up. I mean, the dichotomy is set up perfectly in the sense that Zulu agrees with it already. He's already agreeing with the dichotomy that it's either an infinite regress or you stop it by fiat.
Well, see,
right?
that's the thing. Like, all he needs Zulu to agree on is just to lay the rope out straight. All he needs him to do is just lay the chain out straight. Don't make it a loop. Just keep it straight, and then we can argue over when the rope ends or when it starts or whatever.
Right. Yeah, this is why Rosen's logic of like complexity, or yeah, it is so important for objectivism, really.
Oh my god, I can't wait to see Zulu's response to this, because everything he's talking about has nothing that I think Zulu knows about.
Yeah, and remember, I already said this earlier, right? If he accepts that the dichotomy, that it's either an infinite regress or you stop it by fiat, guess what the unentailer is, right? It's equivocal with the arbitrary. like your position then becomes equivocal with his position. There's no basis for preferring your position over his position. Literally none.
The point that I really wanted to make sure I pushed on is this idea that, oh, well, you have to have this notion of the noumenal in order to make, you know, the categories always work or something like that.
That's giving
And this
Kant
is
the
like a
benefit
modal
of the
claim.
doubt.
Actually,
remember?
you know, Kant does say
You know?
that they're necessary. They
Yes.
necessarily always occur. But they're norm-governed faculties. These are functional descriptions of norm-governed faculties. We don't literally expect to cut open people's brains and find like, oh, look, there's like there's necessity and there's causality and all of that stuff. They're functional descriptions in the sense that
Yep.
these faculties
see what
are
he just did
designed
there.
to-
I just want to point out. Can you see what he just did there? Before I say it, can you see what he just did there, Sertino? Because I've been saying.
Well, so the main thing is that he's talking about that, like, we can't find it locally in the brain. It has to
Yeah.
be part of a much
Right.
larger loop.
No, but but do you see what he did there?
Other than that, no. What is it?
He started from impoverishment, bro. He's like, yes,
Oh.
assumption from impoverishment. There we go. You're not gonna find it in the brain because the base is in the brain, but you're not gonna find it in the brain. So you need this unentailer.
Oh.
Was I really the only one who saw that?
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Yeah, he immediately did that, right? Bro, these rationalists, bro, I'm telling you, they can do it, bro. Like, just like boom, 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 boom. Like, they'll set this up like so easily. It's like, you know?
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, the way to really characterize a good rationalist is that he's like your best amigo. Like, he's the best builder on the planet. You can ask him to build anything, and then all you have to do is tell him that the foundation's not there. He's like all he does is build, 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 and then you can just be like, okay, well,
Right,
what's the
but if
evidence
you
for that?
accept that the foundation can be unentailed,
Exactly.
then you conceded. You conceded to the rationalist. You are a rationalist. I'm sorry. Like, you literally are.
It's like, why would you get your best amigo here, like the best migrant worker here, to just build anything you want and not attack the foundation here?
Yeah, instead, I'm just gonna be like, no. My castle in the sky is better, bro.
It's like,
On-
well, so
on
my
what
castle's
basis?
a lot like yours, but it has
On
an
what
extra
basis? You can make an infinite number of such arbitrary claims that are incompatible on the same non-basis. There's no basis.
It's like, when does the stories of the castle end? Oh, I stopped my castle at 5 stories. Oh, you're still going? Wrong.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening, bro.
All right.
work this way, and they
Yeah,
just
let's keep going.
do work. They work very well. They're reliable, and but that's not because
Yep.
there is some noumenal
missing
object behind
pieces.
everything.
No missing
that makes
pieces,
it
but
so.
when we look at reality, there's missing pieces. But again, it's flipped in reverse.
How long do you want to watch this stuff?
Bro, this is all like super important stuff, bro. I think this is gonna be very I think this is gonna be kick off something. I don't know.
I can go for a little longer just because I'm really wanting to drive this home for Zulu. Like, if anybody's going to show Zulu
Right.
anything, I want it to be this.
Okay, yeah, keep going, bro.
That's just part of what it is for to be the kinds of things that they are, is that they are reliable.
Well, so I suppose maybe I'm just confused about what I was going to say what the noumenal is, but I'm not sure you can even say that the word is there. Like if the noumenal world doesn't refer to reality as it
He's
really
going in
is,
circles. Oh, I don't really know what it is.
Let's keep going, just so we can let him finish his
everybody
point.
who
and then we
thinks
can-
that's
Yeah, you didn't have to
misinterpreting
pause.
Kant. Like what is the noumenal world? Does even apply to noumenal if existence is one of the categories?
Yeah, just speed it up.
Sorry,
Speed it up.
I had it on
Oh,
this
so you
other
can
page
see
here.
this guy's taking notes. He's tracking. You can speed it up a little bit, and I'm just gonna say
Yeah.
yep whenever
Is the
he
thought
whenever he
of a
does
thing
something that
insofar
I've said
as it is not-
already. You know.
Yeah.
Just for you
It
guys
is
to
the
identify.
thought-
Okay, this is something G said earlier.
Oh boy.
of a thing insofar as it is not an object of our sensible intuition. So Kant does not want to be saying that. Sorry, I had to make sure I was reading that correctly from my copy. Kant does not want to be seen as saying that like there is actually some object that must necessarily be so. Now he talks about, I'm immediately going to complicate this because I don't want it to feel like I'm like pulling the wool over your head or something like that. He complicates this when he talks about affectation, right? When he talks about how sensation at all is possible. And he talks about, yeah, well, look, we're finite sensible beings. There has to be something that's affecting us because of that. And so we have this notion of affectation. And he goes like, yeah, maybe it's that noumenal thing. Maybe that's what's doing the affectation.
Assumption of impoverishment. Again.
It's always just it's like a postulate. It's like a thing we have to be able to think. It's not that there is literally a noumenal object somewhere. There cannot literally be a noumenal realm somewhere, because for something to be any sort of way, anywhere, is already for it to be cognizable as an object of a sensible intuition for us. And so that is, I think, the thing that I really want to sell. And do you remember in the ITOE when Rand is the workshops? Where people keep bringing up, the various professors and whatnot. They keep bringing up like, well, how does this apply metaphysically? And Rand always, I think it's very good that she does this. She's like, what do you mean metaphysically? Like as distinct from epistemology, or like, what are we doing here? And what she's trying to get at in this case is that like, if what you want Kant to be talking about is the thing as it is apart from any of our capacities of knowing what a thing is whatsoever, he's not going to be able to give you a story about that. And Rand isn't either. They're both like in this position that like the question of the thing that is apart from all of our possible faculties of knowing cannot be an object of knowledge for us. And there's nothing else.
That was really the like,
so if
like the top tier like of transcendentalists, bro. Like you can really see it, bro, because he really like he makes it seem plausible.
Well, yeah, because he's appealing to something that is true, which is what is there is the same question.
And I want to say why. I want to say why. What this is something also that Rosen really like when he identified this, and also this is also in Harvey-Leto's paper. Like independently, Rosen and Harvey-Leto both got this point. Where let me drink a sip of water real quick. Yeah, Rosen and Harvey-Leto, they both got this point that. And they said it basically the same way. So like, oh yeah, just like we have this like world of like Newtonian objects and like Newtonian Euclidean properties. Like I totally just like these are Platonic forms, right? But like they make it sound like oh, I mean it sounds really objective, right? Like it's all independent of experience, right? Defined literally by like abstraction as subtraction, like just like we already take the assumption that it's a distortion, so we just subtract all the positive identity of the world of change in particulars. Then we get to Plato's world of forms, right? We have all these Platonic forms, the Newtonian and Euclidean like properties, right, and objects, right, and it sounds so objective. It sounds really objective, right? But this is the point, right? This is the reversal. I mean, that Harvey-Leto and Rosen get at is that actually it's an extremely subjective view because it's a world they just entirely imagined up, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually an extremely subjective view.
Mm-hmm.
They think it's subjective because it's like not acquired by any sort of like epistemic dimension. You just don't
Rosen is
even.
so good, bro. He really understands more than any objectivist I've ever seen the objectivist view of objective. What is objective, right? The concept of objectivity, right? The concept of objectivity, right? And it's like they were all taking it as like context independence, right?
Well, that's what Zulu did early in the stream.
Yeah, in Essays on Life Itself. In Essays on Life Itself, bro, look, just Control F in Essays on Life Itself. Anything Rosen talks about objectivity, you can see he's like right on the spot of the objectivist view of objectivity. That basically objectivity means rather than the exclusion of the observer in what is observed, right? In what is to be observed, right? It is the inclusion of the observer in the same world as, and thus no less real than what is to be observed, right?
The subject is an object,
right?
Right.
Yeah. Debate like another way I like to say it is that the same relations by which the thing exists and I exist, right, are the same relationships by which I know the thing, right? That's the very means by which I can know the thing,
Dude,
right?
what's crazy is that I was talking about this stuff before almost anybody else was talking about this stuff, because I wrote that one essay on
Anthropogenic.
value, and I
Yeah.
directly said the subject is an object. I think that might have been was it Teddy
Yeah.
Yes,
You definitely
I
you
thought
were
of reading it.
grasping at it.
I
You were
started reading it.
grasping at
Yeah,
it.
no, I was grasping at this stuff. Like, I was a wee little baby. Like, Zulu's still
Oh,
not
yeah.
getting this stuff.
Also, here's Harvard Leto. Another quote from Harvard Leto. He says, like, when you don't take organism environment dualism, when you take, the view that organism and environment form one system, right? Immediately, like, there's no gap between ontology and epistemology. The question, what exists, is exactly the same question as what can I know, right? It becomes the same question.
All right, so
Wait,
we continue.
here we go.
An object is a thought.
In VC text, I posted Rosen's book, Essays on Life Itself, where he talks all about objectivity, and this is Harvard Leto's like paper, what I'm referencing.
Right. Should we continue?
Yeah.
Some noumenal object is a thought about a thing as it is apart from our sensible intuition, I believe is your term for it. Well, are you indeed thinking of something, right? Or are you just thinking, is it thought thinking of itself?
What does that mean?
It's not a thought thinking of itself.
Yeah,
a
what?
category of things. And we can do this. I can think of, I can think in my head. Of
He's not tracking.
Like a 7-dimensional thing that's all worm and
No,
all
what the
Cookie
fuck does
Monster,
that mean?
it's like-
Yeah, he still hasn't attacked.
all
Remember
things.
the attack I just gave, the argument I just gave. That's what's needed right now, right? Otherwise, he can just say, "Well, I can just think it up, and then that's reality," right?
Right.
What would that be like? I can form that in my head. I can string all of those concepts together, and I can make them look like a
No, you can't.
question that should have some kind of an answer to it, right? Or at least like a definitive answer, one way or another, right? And the point is to say that just because you can string those things together in your head doesn't mean that there's anything that it corresponds to. This is like a product of what it is to how we think is that we can do this stringing together. And as soon as we, like I said earlier, as soon as we have the idea that like, oh, we have a form of perception. As soon as we know that we have a form of perception that allows us to have objective knowledge of objects, objective knowledge of entities, we could say, then as soon as we can say that, we could just pluck that out.
Wow.
Pluck that condition out. What is that?
I like how he understands the objectivist view better than fucking like the traditional objectivist view better than fucking Zulu does, bro. It's crazy.
And Kant says there's nothing to say there. And I think Rand also would say there's nothing to say there. There's nothing that it is like for us to think about an object as it is apart from the form of perception.
Right, indeed. You can't perceive apart from your perception. But at least Rand would say, well, there is actually a thing there. Like, the thing literally does exist, whether you're perceiving it or not. But it seems to me that on the Kantian view, we've got, like, turtles all the way down. It's thought all the way down. Because, well,
but that's your view. You haven't entailed the thing. The thing is unentailed. Bro.
I can imagine that the phenomenal would be the realm of reality as it actually is. Well, now also the noumenal is in fact thoughts themselves as well. So the noumenal is also thoughts about whatever it would be, because it can't even be a thought about a thing, because thing applies only to the phenomenal. If it is thought all the way down, well, then in what way aren't we in this world of illusion? In which way is it not the case that everything is just thought?
And this is exactly, remember what I said earlier about the empiricist, pause it. Remember what I said about earlier about the empiricist, like the old empiricist being like forced, like dragged into phenomenology. He just did it. He literally just like, yes. And why wouldn't it be turtles all? I mean, yes, it's all an illusion. Wow. Then he's a fucking idealist, bro. Literally, he just admitted, bro. Like he's attacking his own view, bro. Like again, he's saying what follows from his own view, but he's not recognizing that that's what he's saying, right? It's crazy, bro. So yeah, go back to fucking primacy of perceiving from Turvey and their argument there, right? It's you'll see exactly what's happening here.
Thing is just self-thought.
I guess I want to bring back again. Don't want to feel like dodging, just trying to dig down here because I feel like I could just like repeat some stuff I've said before. But maybe it would be just good to loop back just a little bit and be like, hey, it's like we've already agreed that Rand has this notion of percept that is distinct from mere sensation, that is an active process. And I just want to
Wait, this guy's tracking. He's literally trying to bring Zulu back to the fucking flow, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah.
If Kant had just, instead of doing the whole first third of the critique, and was just like, hey, I'm just going to do my theory of empirical concepts, right? And what I'm going to say is that
so he did agree with the orthodox way of objectivists epistemology.
Yeah, he's a. I mean, bro, it's Kantian.
I
Fucking,
wasn't
Oh,
there
yeah.
whole
when he agreed to it. Yeah.
Oh
What do you
yeah,
mean?
I mean he's the one who like basically said, "Oh, in
Oh, is that
ITO
Sakura?
here." That's where she said.
Yeah, bro. I just fucking crawled out of bed, man.
Oh, Sakura just got here. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to watch the recording, bro.
Oh yeah, who do I have
Yeah,
to
it's
harass for that?
It's been over 3 hours, I think, to now.
Yeah, let's keep
do
going.
I-
Keep going.
Okay.
concepts out of is like all of this neurological stuff in science will solve that one day, but he did all of the rest the same. Would any of his conclusions be like necessary?
He's tracking.
Oh, this is thought all the way down. Oh, this is going to be like a massive problem because it seems like
Go back go back a little bit right before you started again. Go back a little bit because he's pointing out exactly what I was pointing out.
already agreed that Rand has this notion of percept that is distinct from mere sensation, that is an active process. And I just want to ask, what fundamentally, what is the real distinction? If Kant had just, instead of doing the whole first third of the critique and was just like, hey, I'm just going to do my theory of empirical concepts, right? And what I'm going to say is that everything that comes before that gets to the level of the percept that we can then abstract empirical concepts out of is like all of this neurological stuff in science will solve that one day. But
There's like reversing like perception and conception, and like conception is being the base for perception.
No, but you can see he's pointing out exactly what I was pointing out earlier, that he was doing the same thing that he was doing.
Okay.
He's just
did all of the rest the same. Would any of his conclusions be like necessarily like, oh, this is thought all the way down? Oh, this is going to be like a massive problem? Because it seems like we're in the same fundamental decision point where the percept is not the object in the world. Rand is very clear about this. She's not a naive realist. It's not a window to the external world where you just like look out of your head and you just see the object as it is. The percept is an integration of sensation.
Yeah.
It is made
Representationalism, bro. You know? Instead of this is again like Gibson, he comes in and saves the day. He's like, no, perception is an activity, bros. Perception is an activity.
Right.
And that's consciousness is awareness, the form by which it's aware of existence would be the better way of putting that. And so I just feel like I could go through this series of answering that question again, but like, how could I not just reflect that same criticism back onto Rand? The fundamental thing that we are aware of is not of the world, it is of us.
Well, so the percept on Rand's view would be an integration of the sensory data, which is directly referring to the things out there.
Bro, you just gave a definition.
It's the intermediary. This is M. This is
It's
M.
crazy. What supplies the missing information, bro? Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, you just admitted. You just admitted M is not E. The third term, the tertium quid, is not the object of perception, right? The tertium quid is not the object of perception. It's not what we perceive, right? So what supplies the missing pieces?
Right.
Right. Now, I would have thought previously on Kant's philosophy that, well, the way he's grounding it is he's grounding it in these noumenal things. So I wouldn't have said initially that it's all thought thinking of itself. But then you were saying that the noumenal actually means thoughts of things apart from our perception of them. So, but then it seems to me that, well,
again, Kant is just saying that the categories are what supplies the missing pieces. That's all he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
and literally, like, Zulu has to say something similar too. Like, he has to appeal to innate knowledge. It's a loan of intelligence, bro. Or else he just has a fucking an infinite regress of
A
mediating.
priori.
He just has an infinite regress of M terms, third terms. Like, I'm talking about the O and M and E in lecture 3 on lectures on perception from Turvey's book, and Turvey talks all about that, right? But it's just like you have this third term that sits between the organism and the environmental fact, the fact that you perceive, right? And it's just this M is impoverished, right? But it's supposedly the basis of getting to. It's supposed to bridge the gap to E, right? But immediately you posit some M, you immediately sever the organism and environment. You sever them. You have the dualism again of objective of experience and objective reference, right? And you won't be able to bridge the dualism, bro. It's again like trying to bridge fucking going from these are they're incommensurable, right? You've already made them incommensurable. They're incommensurable in their descriptors, right? They're not the same thing. The objective experience and the objective reference are apparently not the same thing. So you made them incommensurable in their descriptors and in the descriptors grain size and their number and their kind. All of this
I
stuff,
think you're
like,
going a bit
yeah.
very far here, where a lot of people are gonna not
But
know
no, I'm
exactly.
referring exactly to what I was like.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, Control F in Turvey's papers for descriptor, right?
Mm.
This is a very
Like
important point.
it is very important. I'm just saying, I think a lot of people like you. It's you're going very deep at it. I think we can keep
Again,
going
yeah, but
at this rate.
right. So
I
I mean,
I just got back with
the
what's going on
indirect
so far.
perception view, the three terms view, right? The point is that it's going to be an infinite regress of mediating things unless there's direct perception somewhere, unless some M is directly perceived, some directly accessed, right? If the E is not what's accessed, right? But the M is not E. M is not E. They're incommensurable in their descriptors, right? So how do you get from M to E? What supplies the missing terms, right?
I bet Zulu is gonna say that we get from M to E because we have a human nature. We're like the rational animal.
I guess
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
for
just
like
it's just
the
kicking the can down the road. It's still begging the question again. Entail, bro.
yeah.
Entailment. This is why
If
understanding entailment is so important, bro.
and
or I guess like
if he did that,
to ask like to put it in words that maybe like the young objectivists might understand, you know, like just like ask a question of like, why do we need the third variable in the first place? Like really ask yourself that question.
Right.
And like if you literally can't come up with an answer, well then why do we need that third term?
Yeah, it's
right?
equivocal. It's equivocal. Remember, the impoverished
Yeah.
whatever is totally imagined up. Completely. It's privileged, but like what basis? What's the basis for that privileging, right? It's privileged among it's privilege, right? Against other like scales of descriptors, right? Other scales of levels of description or levels of analysis, right? Or differentiation, right? It's privileged, like the very smallest like scale, right? It's just privileged above, and we know there's different scales, right? I mean, literally without multi-scale like processes, scale to scale transformations, you don't have the second law, and the second law is universal. So again, whatever. There's no. It's not a flat land physics. Not a flat land.
I mean, yeah,
What basis are you privileging some scale over any other, right? And it's like there's another great paper from Turvey where he talks about the basically like there's a couple of papers where he talks about this, where just search like appropriateness or description, like appropriateness of description, right? He basically says it's determined by appropriateness, like it has to be commensurate with the behavior you're trying to explain, right? That's the level of description you're supposed to choose, right? The one where there's no unentailed terms, when there's no room for any smuggling and of any unentailed terms, right? Because everything's entailed. That's why external positing makes no sense, right? When you're talking
I will
about
request if we can just use activity as you said earlier, so I can be able to do all those things at the same time, because everyone can pause and play as they want now if you just join the activity.
okay.
Sorry about it.
And to just to jump back from what we
No.
suggested, that if Zulu goes and appeals to
Oh.
like human nature, the Kantian can just say yeah, and though that human nature are the categories, because whatever third term Zulu is giving, he's never gonna
It's
escape
equivocal.
the Kantian trap. It's the
Right.
same thing. He doesn't.
Remember
That's exactly
what
the
I
point
explained
that the Kantian
is
just made.
equivocal with the arbitrary. That's exactly what the
Mhm.
Kantian is trying to get him on, right? Because as soon as
Mhm.
he admits that there's some unexplained explainer, it's equivocal with any other unexplained explainer from inside the formalism, right?
Do not
The
pause and
statement-
play just arbitrarily. Just have some self-control, okay? I have it on where we're at last. So if you
I thought we get to join the.
maybe I can make it so that just G or whatever can pause and play.
Oh,
Let's see.
listen, guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me, bro, but you guys all get muted, bro. Everybody gets muted when we're doing this. Stop it, bro. Stop it.
What's going on?
Everybody just got muted, bro. You can't talk. I'm on the phone, bro. I'm on my phone. I can't talk while I'm doing a watch together like that.
Oh, so there's neither for stream.
Yes, bro. I don't know why Zedek's trying to change it.
Change what? So
He
Bro,
wanted to.
just
he
keep
wanted,
streaming the video like you were streaming it, bro.
Yeah,
he
I'm
just
streaming it.
wanted-
I'm just making it so that I can go away and you can pause and play.
But you
No, but he can't watch it now.
Yeah, there's the
Why?
watch together, but there's not the live stream. Yeah, the live stream got shut down.
Oh, okay, but
Like,
can't you...
listen. I just opened
Okay.
when I opened the watch together. I can't hear anybody. I can't hear anybody for some
I'm
reason,
sorry.
and I
He's on
can't.
mobile.
I
Okay,
can't.
I'll just sacrifice myself then. I guess then we go back.
Yeah,
here.
I don't know if the same thing is
My
happening for
bad.
everybody. Like they just fucking went into the watch together, and now
I
everything's
guess
silent for them.
I
or
guess it
something.
No,
doesn't
he's
work
on
on
mobile.
phone or whatever. How do I exit the leave activity? Okay, there.
I can,
Yeah.
I already have the video open. I can stream it if.
Yeah, but I'm streaming it now. It's fine.
Just keep it going. We're good. We're good.
All
Oh
right.
I've
yeah,
said
I guess you
I've
want
said
to.
pretty
Okay,
much
cool.
everything. Everything can be like I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
What I've said can be applied to basically everything that follows. So I don't have to repeat myself.
Okay, sorry. I got.
I'll let.
Yeah, you
I want
can
other
if you
people. I want other people to talk. Like I don't know. Is
My Discord
Stratino still
probably.
there? Stratino, are you
Well,
there?
I had said that I was that I got back and I was asking like what had gone on in the past 10 minutes because I went to go get some lunch.
I don't know. Does somebody else want to explain what went on in the past 10 minutes?
I mean, Eddie's pretty good
I
at
think we can
recapping.
keep
Well,
going.
basically,
Yeah, my Discord is fucked now though. So
Zulu's argument is that the three-term relation is disconnected from reality, but he also
What?
holds a three-term relation. He doesn't
Right.
challenge it meaningfully.
Oh God.
One thing, I just want to make clear. I'm always recording, but Eddie proposed something to me that I would like to accept. Is that he could share the screen, so I can do something else. But I will record in the background always. So I will record his.
Oh yeah, so he can
I
he can
mean-
control the video, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure.
You don't
Okay.
have to keep recording if you want either, Zethetic.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't cost me anything.
It doesn't
Yeah,
cost.
yeah.
Okay. How are we doing on time, Stratino?
I can go for like another hour.
Okay, man. Try to tough it out. I'm gonna hand the reins over to you, bro. I'm gonna stop talking and be like, okay, I've said everything. Like, I've said a lot of things, right,
Meaningful.
that can be applied, right, and I don't need to repeat myself. So I want, and if you see something that like you want to apply something I've said to it, like I mean it would better be coming from your mouth also, just like for integration, further
Yeah.
articulation and all that, right?
Mhm.
So I'm gonna hand the reins over to you.
All right, perfect. Let me see how this works. How do we watch it? Is it
Yeah, I
just
thought
Needs to
like
live stream.
Eddie should.
Yeah, I'll share. Do you have the time gun though? Where we were?
36
Yeah,
minutes.
36, just 36 flat. 36 minutes.
Can't I? Okay, I guess I can't.
Watch
do it
together,
at
that's-
50 frames per second. So.
Watch together? What? The watch together works?
No.
No, not the watch, not the
Yeah,
watch.
watch
There we
stream,
go.
right? Yeah.
There we go. Okay,
30
technical
minutes.
difficulties. That was all Zedek's fault.
Oh, okay.
Blames the Teddy.
All right. Whenever are we ready?
Yeah.
I'll put the.
You're streaming the wrong thing, I think.
Yeah, you're streaming
Am I?
Discord, bro.
Oh, whoops,
Yeah,
my
honestly,
bad.
I think somebody should like when they watch this over actually put together the flow because I'm like tracking a lot better. Like I'm basically like describing the flow, so people can just take what I'm saying and put together a really nice like flow. You know?
I could maybe edit the recording afterwards to cut out this shit.
Well, if you do, that'd be great.
Just send the
I
recording.
don't know. I don't think you should edit it. But like,
Send
can't
the
hear
recording
shit,
to me,
Eddie.
and I'll do all the magic. Don't
Oh,
worry.
I can hear it.
You
I
can't
can
hear
hear
it?
We
oh yeah,
hear it
we can't hear it. We can't hear it. That's right.
Maybe
We
you
can't
have
hear
the
it.
stream muted.
No, we can't hear it. It's because Eddie's playing is sharing his whole screen, but like it's gonna be echoing.
No,
if he
I'm
audio.
sharing.
I think I heard something.
I'm sharing the window.
I don't know what Zetetic did. Zetetic was able to
I
do
can
it.
hear Eddie.
The
I can hear him
If
just
you're
fine.
still in the
No, it's
watch
working.
together,
It's
like,
working.
Oh,
leave,
it's working.
bro.
It's working.
works,
Just
it
turn up the
works.
volume.
To give you a story about that, and Rand isn't.
There you go.
So it's working.
Yeah, turn up the
Yep.
volume.
You
It's
know
already
what's
at
funny?
max.
Zulu is saying, I don't like your free-term relation because it's disconnected from reality. I don't like your magic. My free-term
Jeez.
relation is better.
Yeah. Like I said, he's just like
It's equivocal.
in response to the Kantian raising his castle in the sky, right? He's just raising his own, right?
All right, let's keep going.
Either. They're both like in this position that like the question of the thing that is apart from all of our possible faculties of knowing, it cannot be an object of knowledge for us, and there's nothing to say about it.
Well, so if some numinal object is a thought about a thing as it is apart from our sensible intuition, I believe is your term for it. Well, are you indeed thinking of something, right? Or are you just thinking? Is it thought thinking of itself?
It's not a thought thinking of itself. It's the idea of a category of things, and we can do this. I can think of I can think in my head of like, God, what would like a 7-dimensional thing?
I think I'm not at the right time.
I think we're behind. It's 32.
That like doesn't interact with time at all. But
Yeah, he
What
said
did you say?
36. For sure.
Oh,
He
36.
said 36.
Yeah, 36.
Oh,
Thoughts of things apart from our perception of them. So, but then it seems to me that, well, this is terminating in thought. Like, so I don't know where, because Rand, it would terminate in reality. It's, well, this is a thought about reality. It's a perception of reality.
Bro,
I can grab
terminates. What he
Mm.
means by that is
Where do we get
just
the of
it's by
reality?
fiat.
Can't.
By fiat. And impredicativity is what we need is impredicativity, and impredicativity is a non-terminating loop.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, anytime we're speaking about termination, we're talking about like predicativity because
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
all right, you can keep going.
No. I want you to keep going. Sorry, I was just saying exact. Yeah, keep going, man. I keep going.
Yeah, no, so like if Zulu's going to be, it reminds me of the correspondence theory of truth, how people talk about like, or specifically a lot of the Zulu objectivists, they're talking about like how, oh, you know, it if this claim corresponds to reality, then it's true. If it terminates back to
We're
reality.
talking about perception, bro.
I know, but like specifically,
And
they're
that's what I mean.
applying that same idea.
They're
They're like
applying
saying,
it
well,
to perception. They're
yeah,
applying propositional like stuff, right? to perception. like
Which is the
perception
issue.
is a proposition making activity, right?
Which we've talked about
Yeah.
that before a good bit.
Yes.
It's
Turvey has a great paper on it. The ecological psychology, the consequences of a commitment to realism.
Mhm.
Yeah. But again, whenever they're saying it terminates here, right? They're saying by fiat, right? Because remember, the only alternative to infinite regress is either by fiat, right? And then there's an impredicativity outside, right? Because it's entailed from somewhere, somehow, you know. But it can't. The predicative entailment can't get you that, right? But whatever. It's stopped by fiat, right?
Mhm.
Or you have impredicativity.
Well, that's the other important thing about impredicativity, because when we're talking about impredicativity, we're not talking about termination, we're talking about entailment. And when we're talking about entailment, it's like, is this entailed by what we're trying to describe, or is it completely unentailed? Are we just adding this, arbitrarily? And that's like super important.
Right, the terminating thing is an unexplained explainer. It's unentailed. This group, when he's invoking, it terminates here, right? The infinite regress terminates here, right? What he's invoking there is man, I already said it. I just fucking forgot. I forgot what I said. I already said it.
If I can liken it to the cat on the mat thing, it's like when we're making a proposition, it's not corresponding to reality.
He's invoking an unexplained explainer. He's begging the question again. It's a petitio principii if you leave that unentailed.
I mean, when we're talking about
the statement is not about like the statement itself. It's it's about something, but it's not corresponding to.
We don't need an infinite regress, but if we have an impredicative loop, it's finite. The impredicative loop is a finite loop, right? It's not an infinite regress. There's no fallacy of pure self-reference, right?
We should keep going.
Yeah.
So I guess instead of asking this time, I'll just say at least how I read it. Maybe we can just disagree about Rand interpretation or something. There's no point. Rand never makes claim to us having awareness of sensation. And I think this is really important because we don't have awareness of sensation. We have awareness of percepts. We have access to percepts. It's the fundamental epistemological unit. And so how do we get to the notion
again showing that he knows more about objectivism, like the traditional objectivism or like Pigovian view than he does.
At all. And she goes, well, we're finite cognizers. We don't have the ability to just manufacture anything that we want in our experience of the empirical world. And so there must be some sort of sensibility. This is the term Kant uses, sensibility, that is at least partially responsible for the production of these percepts that gives it what we could call its matter. And
that's what supplies the missing pieces.
That's the like the title of sensation bouncing all around the walls and into your eyes. Has no identity itself, has no fundamental characteristics. It's just there to bridge the gap.
It's a platonic form, bro. Like I said,
converts.
You got to take the reins, Sertino. Come on.
No. I mean, like
we've touched on these things like quite often. Because it's kind of going in circle between him and Zulu. So I think there's a way for us to just go through. Not necessarily speeding it up. It's already 1.25.
Into an actual object. And I think from this perspective, when we say, oh, well, Rand can just make an appeal to, well, the senses or the sense data that's coming off of the thing is coming off of a real thing. And the question is epistemologically, how? Because you don't have access to that thing. And I think Rand's best one, and I think the one that she tries to make, and the one I think Peikoff makes in Opar, that I read and was like, wow, I should have read this stuff again a lot earlier, is that we're stepping outside of the bounds of what it is for a thing to be an object for us whenever we start asking questions of how the thing ought to be apart from how we cognize of it or how we perceive it or whatever terminology that we want to use in order to talk about how an object is an object for us.
Yeah, like I said, Kant is the the transcendentalist, like he really made it like, remember the whole argument I gave about it this is really an extremely subjective view. He makes it sound really like objective. You know, you see what that's exactly what he's doing there.
Yeah, and I think so like the main thing, and this is something that like I see probably about 90% of objectivists make the point of, because they are not introduced into the ecological approach. They don't have
and
this
that's
like
they don't understand what objectivity means in objectivism, bro. Like, and Rosen does. Rosen does more than anybody, bro. More than any other devout like objectivists. You know, like that would
so
call themselves an objectivist.
I think the thing that is kind of important to understand is like I want to liken this to law, because when we're resolving conflicts, either there is an arbitrator there or we're outside of here doing the arbitration ourselves when we're looking at conflicts. Similarly here, when somebody is talking about objectivity, we're always like, even if we're talking about like objective means independent of the observer nonsense, they're still
It's like
trying to import their own
it's
perception.
organism environment dualism, bro.
Like, even when somebody's like, okay, try to imagine,
That's the fundamental one, bro. Like in the whole pillar, all these other like dualisms, right? Mind matter is not the fundamental one. It's just another keystone, right?
When somebody
Or no, rather, organism environment dualism is the keystone, right? In the arc. Right? We has a figure of this in lectures on perception. I'm like trying to illustrate it.
Either way, when we're talking about objectivity as the inclusion or exclusion of the observer, for those who are trying to see objectivity as the exclusion of the observer, the only way that they're able to understand it is to import themselves as the perceiver of that kind of.
Remember, bro. Fuck. Trying to account for impredicativities in purely predicative terms. What do we need to do? We need to look at the larger system. And that's what prohibiting impredicativity, just like that's what it prohibits. When you prohibit impredicativity, you're prohibiting looking at the larger system to get informed about what's going on here, like the fucking the self-other relation, distinguishing relation between me and things and other things, right? It's just like, again, this is the problem, right? We have to look at the larger system, right? For which, like that, such that they're mutually constrained. The larger system of mutual constraint, right? That's what we have to look at. Like, I don't want to get too deep into it, but like basically, Rosen talks all about this. I mean, it's just like the problem is they're not letting themselves look at a larger system. They're just like, oh, if it means inclusion of the observer, then the observer is included in the object. What? The observer is included in the object of perception? No, bro. Look at the larger system. There is a larger system.
Well, they don't even have an understanding of systems, because systems rely on impredicativity.
Right.
But let's keep going.
Another thing is that it was just whatever Rand and Peikoff said at the time, which Rand and Peikoff obviously didn't have a lot to work with. So that's why.
Well, they had a good bit to work with. I think Peikoff especially, because a lot of the
I can't stress enough how, like, I mean, just read essays on life itself, guys. I mean, but Control F for like all this stuff that I'm referencing Rosen for, and you guys will like like really like level up like in a day, bro.
I also can't stress enough that like it's not that Peikoff didn't have a lot of information on this stuff. It's that Zulu isn't trying to read up on the information that Peikoff is actually providing, because Peikoff does know a lot about this kind of stuff. And he's actually got to a lot of it on his own. Like, if you read Understanding Objectivism, he is able to have free reign on his ability to
Binswanger. Even Binswanger. There's an HBTV episode where he's talking about Bertrand Russell, right? And he talks about impredicativity, right? And he basically he brings up like basically Rosen's view on that matter, and like Rosen's interpretation of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, right?
Yeah, no, it's like it's not that Peikoff cannot supply you with a lot of the answers, is that you're not trying to find them. Like Zulu isn't
He
trying
also
to find
talks
them.
about the fallacy of pure self-reference there, so it's very tied together.
Yeah, we should keep going.
But no, I want you to continue what you were saying. Sorry, I just wanted to.
Oh,
I
yeah,
was
no.
finishing my thought there.
Yeah, so my point is that, like, you know, Peikoff, even Rand, even, like, you know, Binswanger, they have a lot of works. Like, Peikoff especially was also a very prolific writer, and Peikoff explains plenty a lot of this stuff. Peikoff was a prolific lecturer, and I will tell you that you're lying straight to your face if you're saying that Peikoff doesn't have a lot for us to extrapolate from. It's just that Zulu does not care enough to find it. Like, Zulu is not trying to search with all of his utilities, all of these resources by
No,
which,
I'm
you know,
reminded
Peikoff
he's probably watched a ton of fucking Peikoff lectures. He's probably watched like Understanding Objectivism, right? But he just drifted. Like I'm reminded of like Binswanger. He gives this example about how he first like decided to like look into objectivism. Right? He was like attending some conference or it's like some lecture, Ayn Rand lecture, and then he just like he heard something Ayn Rand said, and then just like boom, like he was drifting. Like he says this all the time. He's like I was drifting, I was totally drifting at first, and then just like a light bulb, like boom, like she said something like fireworks, you know, like it brought my mind into focus, you know. I forget what it
Well,
was.
it still boils back to that,
But it
you
was
know,
something
like,
about measurement. It was something about measurement.
I mean, it still boils all the way back to, like, you can even bring yourself to listening to the lecture, but you're not
Rather
really
free
listening.
will. I think it's free will.
You're not trying to search for the information within what they're talking about, because I mean, this is something, G, that you've been talking about, is that the listener is also who completes the book there. Like, it's an active participation with the book. If you're not actively participating in the lectures by being an active listener, you're not really listening to the lecture, and you're not
Yeah,
digesting
and
the
maybe
information.
it's like I don't know. The way to get around that is to account for the problem with truism. Make it explicit. Tell the reader what's going on here. You know, but direct the reader back to their activity because you can't perform the activity for them, right? It's
And
their activity. All you can do is direct them back to look at it. You know.
exactly, yeah. Peikoff talks about that in his rationalism lecture, which is, you know, something that Zulu maybe like clicked on and didn't really listen to. But Peikoff is talking about, like, you can't really force somebody to understand the facts. It's not like that it comes to them directly. You have to attribute it to their own honesty and their own free will to actually like look at the facts. You can just tell them stuff, but they have to be the one to, you know, have the integrity and the honesty to actually look at the facts for themselves.
Right. Because
But
your
yeah,
words are not the facts.
let's keep going.
Also, I'm not sure what the upshot of that is, because, well, for Rand, yes, indeed, epistemologically, the terminating point is perception, but a perception is a perception of something. It's an awareness of something, and like that, I get that. That's how we that's the ground level when we get into the metaphysics and so on. But like, Kant can't have it that, well, a perception is a perception of something, because what does that mean? Something, right?
You can't have it either.
He has only in the mind, right? A percept for Rand isn't this purely mental construct which has no relation to anything. It is a perception of something. It is an integration of sensory data. So, like,
Oh, bro!
Oh
it
no.
is Kant doing.
Did you see, bro?
Yeah, no, I pointed this out early on that I knew he was going to make this point where, like, it's like the sensations are integrated into percepts by what? Well, it has to be subconscious, because like you're not doing that actively.
He did it again, bro. He did it again.
Fell for it again award.
Is for me, you are indeed perceiving something out there.
No, well, yes. Well, first off, what I want to say is that like Kant's an empirical realist, so I want to make sure that that claim's out there. You can think that that's like incoherent or whatever. This Dr. Pepper can that I've been sipping on this whole time. He's like, no, there's like an actual Dr. Pepper can out there, and like you are actually seeing the Dr. Pepper can. It's a real Dr. Pepper can. It exists apart from you. That's Kant's claim. Maybe we think that's incoherent, right? I just wanted to get that out there.
Again, existence for Kant is a category and just another one of these. He's great, bro. He's great at it. Great at making it all seem objective. Yeah.
I've been told that existence for Kant is an external property, and his argument for that, I looked it up, and it's just straight up contradiction.
Well, again, you can do whatever the fuck you want once you just like deny the need for any basis, right? For any entailment, right? Like what the entailment, right, comes from the basis, right? Like it has to, the basis, if it's unentailed, you just like where's the entailment come from? You know what I mean?
Whenever you're writing a fiction book, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Right, yeah.
That's what Kant did.
Well, for Kant, it doesn't matter because he proved it. Like you just like he goes down like he's like, look at the chain of deductions, and it goes it terminates all the way back to this. I proved it.
One or two like transcendental arguments and like 4 metaphysical arguments. You know? He proved it, man. He deduced it, man. What's it called? Synthetic a priori, man.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about like this may feel like a slight bit of a pivot, but I think it's actually really good. Again, something I liked a lot when I was reading Peikoff in Opar. The objectivist color theory, right? I think Peikoff, when he makes this, people want to, for a long time, basically, I mean, pre-Locke even, like medieval era, pre-modern, people are talking about color, and they're like, oh man, this color thing, it seems to be different than like extension and mass. And
yep, here we go.
Like, let's just call color this
here we go
thing, and maybe it's not even real, right? You don't have to worry about it. And Peikoff is like, whoa, guys, what are we doing? Why are we saying that color isn't real just because we perceive color? And so if there's like, my Toyota Corolla is red. When I say that my Toyota Corolla is red, I am not committing myself to the fact that there is...
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting because Kant is doing the same thing. Kant is literally doing what Peikoff's doing. It's like, why are we saying it's unreal? You know, it's real. Well, because the categories, right? It's real because unentailed entailer, right?
Well, see, I proved
it. Really good. And yeah, I mean, just with the language, you like the words you use, extensions and all that. You're like, oh, you actually know this. Like,
but I caught what he was doing. He didn't even make the conclusion yet, but I caught what it was. He's gonna say that, yeah, Peikoff is just, I mean, Kant is just doing what Peikoff's doing here. You know?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
he's just showing that the empiricist, like who accepts this distinction of primary secondary qualities, is actually a phenomenalist, and like it has to be a phenomenalist. You know, the argument, like it literally, like go back again, primacy of perceiving, where they talk about this. They make the whole argument there, how this happened, that you can see it. This is what's happening right now, and he's just trying to do it. He's just trying to do it to Zulu.
I don't have to make any reference to the idea that there's redness apart from I don't have to make any reference to the fact that there is redness.
Yep.
Something that is attributable as redness.
Like just like they said in primacy of perceiving, bro. They're like the rationalist is just gonna take it and just drag the fucking empiricist into like phenomenalism, bro. It's crazy.
Redness apart from I don't have to make any reference to the fact that there is redness, something that is attributable as redness and is distinct from redness, but nonetheless results in my perception of redness because the object is red. All that I'm saying is that because of my perception has a kind of form to it, that when I see a red Toyota Corolla or Camry, then I am seeing the object as it actually is under that form of perception in the only way that I could ever possibly think of as it actually is, which is under that form. So if we were to say that like, no, redness is actually like the waves coming off of the photons getting reflected off of the paint of the car, those come from the sun, and we can do all of this wave math.
Man, he's so good, bro. He's so good.
Yeah,
He's so
he's
good.
making right here the claim of impoverishment. Right? There's no
Right.
amount of method, and well, I guess it's true that part is true, but that's the whole
Like,
basis.
oh,
Of
we
it.
all agree, right? We all agree it's
Yeah.
impoverished. We all agree it's impoverished, right?
Do in that situation to get color out of it. It never becomes color just by explaining the physical processes underneath it. You have to have a kind of structure. You have to have a set, what I want to call rules, for how we integrate sensation to make that into a color like red. And this doesn't make color subjective. This is the part that I loved so much. Peikoff repeatedly says, this does not make color like subjective or
oh man, he's so good, bro. He's so good.
of how, or black. Black is real. This book is black. I can say that authoritatively. It is objectively true that that book is black because perception has a form to it. And I just want to say, like, this, I think, is this distinction between something being subjectively attributable at the level of the conditions under which it is possible, and yet objective because those conditions are objectively so. That is like a super Kantian insight, and it blew my socks off when I was reading this stuff about it, because I was like, I didn't expect this.
Again. Objective, subjective is the objective for Kant.
Mm-hmm.
The metaphysically subjective is the objective for Kant. So yeah.
Just like this thing that's made up in our heads and it's actually just waves of light, and thank you, science, for explaining that to us. No, red is objective. That's great. That's the Kantian insight there.
Well, so I think it's being done in a completely different way to the Kantians, though.
No, it's not. Not at all.
To the Kantian, it seems to be like, well, objective. That would be the
Okay.
That would be the,
Just pause, guys. Okay. I hope you guys were all tracking. Let's see if Zulu actually. Let's see if Zulu just goes in a circle again, goes in circles, or he's actually gonna say something relevant and make an argument.
There's no way. There's.
I mean, unless he pushes back
doesn't
against his
understand
claim
that they're
about
not different.
science.
I'm gonna ask you, when Zulu we should also be doing this. Let's wait for them to finish talking, and then the other person starts talking, then let's pause and talk. So I'm gonna say wait until Zulu stops talking, and then I'm gonna ask you guys, what was the relevance of what Zulu said to what this guy just said. So track what he just said. I just went over with you guys what he just said. All right.
I think it's being done in a completely different way to the Kantians, though. To the Kantian, it seems to be like, well, objective. That would be the collectively intersubjective, or what have you. Intersubjective, right? That's because I mean, even when you were saying there, that, well, there is
Oh,
an
no.
out there. It does.
Reciting his script. Again,
Whoa,
you can't even get it right. You can't even get it right.
Yeah, it seems. Well, we should learn.
Intersubjective, or what have you. Intersubjective, right? That's. I mean, because I mean, even when you were saying there that, well, there is an actual Dr. Peppercan out there. It does indeed exist apart from you, but existence, that is one of the categories. So when you're saying that, you're not saying it in the same way that an objectivist would say it, where the car is objectively red. That means that objectively the entity called the car is constituted such that when I interact with it using my eyes, I get a sensation of red. That is objectively the case, right? But that's some relationship between your eyes and some actual existential object. And of course, Rand would never say, well, existence, that just means in your brain. But, I mean, Kant does say that existence means in your brain.
What?
Oh man, it's just, well, Rand doesn't say it. Rand doesn't say it.
He fumbled so hard.
It's like he doesn't get the point, right?
Okay, yeah. See. Okay, guys. The issue here. The issue is not how many fucking levels we had to stop our fucking castle at, right? The issue is what's the fucking basis.
Yeah.
Even the last guy. Even the last guy. I mean, even his. Remember, track what he was just saying. He was pointing to that. He was like, "Okay, the issue is the basis, guys. Let's get on track." You know. And then Zulu just went in a circle again.
Yeah, he just,
Zulu just bit the bullet. You could say
he bit the bullet.
Oh my god! I also just want to mention that, like, he brought up Peikoff, not Rand, but Zulu is so Randian minded that he had to mention objectivism as like Rand, which, in particular, that itself is already just like skewing everything out of proportion, and then the other thing, what was I going to mention? Is that like Zulu already was just referring to the wrong person. Like when he was talking about the collective, like
Yeah, he was reaching for the metaphysically subjective,
yeah,
right?
and he
And
picked the wrong.
he couldn't even get his script right.
Oh my god,
Crazy.
it's so indicative.
Also, shout out to Bella the Yellow Mellow for saying this doesn't sound like a debate. It sounds much like two people just dissecting ideas. I would say it's actually more like arguing over definitions. They agree on like
it's
the
more like
fundamental
just
stuff.
Zulu's
I
getting
think what it is just the rationalist trying to make the other like the empiricist who's actually like a rationalist recognize that they're a rationalist.
Yeah, I mean, this is just him explaining how there's no difference between the two. Zulu saying, well, there is a difference because I say there's a difference, but I'm not gonna provide any basis for anything. Like
Like I said, Zulu is hiring his best amigo, his best immigrant worker right now, and he's building these crazy castles. And he's like, "Well, you see here, mi amigo, my castle is only 3 stories, while yours is 15."
I mean, bro, he just keeps going in circles like that. Has the Kantian conceded a single point?
No,
no,
actually,
he
I mean,
doesn't
he's
need
claimed to have. I think
Has Zulu made a single point?
That's
know
a better
what?
question. I don't think he has.
If Zulu ends up converting the Kantian
He has
and
made points, but they
or,
apply equally to himself.
or if the Kantian ends up converting Zulu,
Like, why is it? I don't know.
both times it's a loss for us.
Yeah, the Kantian is about to start talking,
Look
right?
at this.
And
Look
right
at
now,
even
we're gonna see that the Kantian, right? Right. I'm gonna make a wild prediction here, right? The fucking Kantian, right? For some reason, he's not going to be responding to some argument Zulu made. He's not going to be trying to tackle with some argument Zulu made or like, address some point he made, right? Like, let's see here. I don't know. I'm
he
just
just
making
have
a
to
wild
read.
prediction, right?
But yeah, I
Like,
think this
he's
is
not
funny.
he's not being asked to resolve some contradiction, right? He's not
No.
like
There's no question asked. It's just, oh, rationalist, explain me your rationalism. Like that's
right.
all that's going on right now.
Dude, he's getting his his rationalist crystal ball, and he's like, crystal.
This letter that he writes in 1785, I think, that I love because he makes the distinction super clear between his philosophy is not trying to
Again, Zulu is letting him lecture him and quote Kant and all this stuff.
And it's really
He
just
thinks it's
him.
a peak of lecture.
And that's only allowed to happen because he's not fucking being like, here's the point, address it. Like
Well, he doesn't have
asking
a point
questions.
to make.
Yeah.
He doesn't
He's
have
literally
any
just
leg to
he
stand
has
on.
to, it's all vague and everything. The only thing the fucking Kantian can do is just be like okay, bro, I know you're like a rationalist, like you're just a lost rationalist, bro. This is like what the
Come
Kantian
back
is
into the
doing.
fray.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally why all he has to do is, yeah, Ran and Peikoff are right, and Opar, look, that's exactly the same thing I'm saying, and he's right.
Yeah, he just has to keep saying it. I mean, he's already won. I mean, like on the flow right now, Zulu has not been able to like even address right this stuff.
Mhm.
I think Zulu is so used to being lectured, just adopting things. So he just seemed yup.
Yeah.
That the matter, what he calls it, of cognition, is the thing that's governed. The matter of cognition is given. The form of cognition is the thing that transcendental idealism is supposed to be elucidating, and the form of the cognition is of existing objects. And this is just where I want to come in again and just say that really quick, like that gap between
all you have to do is give Kant the benefit of the doubt, right?
Mhm.
And it's just like, Oh, all of this stuff you're not gonna fucking remember Kant's fucking categories or any of this bullshit that this guy's fucking saying, or any of this nonsense, right? All this could happen, like, if you give him the benefit of the doubt, right? If you don't just boom dismiss the arbitrary outright, ask for a basis, ask for evidence, don't fucking let the arbitrary even enter the fucking discussion, bro. Don't even let it enter the discussion, because then there's no discussion anymore. But again, if you're not doing that, it's like you. I fucking lost my train.
Or yeah, if you entertain the arbitrary, you're never gonna get out of it. You're gonna be stuck there, and you're just gonna try to
Right.
rationalize an answer.
You're gonna be downstream of it the whole time.
That's
Just
kind of
trying to
what Zulu is trying to do here. He's like, oh well, look at this predicate. It's different, and he's just working with a list of words and trying to make a difference without any substance to them.
But I think
Zulu just
what I
doesn't
wanted to
have
say
the
is that's
habit.
probably why he's been letting all his opponents lecture him. You know? Because he just can't. He can't. He can't.
He can't. He can't think of anything.
He can't think of anything. Yeah.
Like, I think this is not just the only debate that he does this in. Like, I remember when he was arguing about God, he would make the claim of like, oh well, you know, you're saying it terminates back to God. I'm saying it terminates back to existence. And I'm just like, oh my God, you're never going to get out of that. It's that
I mean, yeah,
it's
it's
that
just
same
arguing
kind
over
of predicative
definitions.
approach. You're just
It's just
laying the
arguing
rope out
over.
straight.
You've already adopted their logic, bro.
Yeah.
You agree entirely with
mean-
their reasoning, but you're just disagreeing over like definitions and stuff. But that's not gonna get you out of the trap. Arguing over definitions is not gonna get you out of the trap.
No, that's what a rationalist wants you to do. A rationalist fucking loves it when you just like argue with definitions of like argue about definitions with them all day.
Yeah, exactly. You're just digging the whole.
If we assume here that Zulu is trying to find what to challenge in the lecturing that he's being given, then
You're fucking wild. Why? Why is he struggling with that? I don't understand.
Yeah.
You know?
That just means he, if he can't find anything to challenge, he mostly agrees with it.
Yeah.
Just like he'll just adopt
Like
it
his only
without question.
challenges are just well, that's not what Rand means. That's not what Peacock means, right?
Doesn't even
Juggling
know.
words to find something.
Right.
I gotta get going. It's been about 4 hours.
Okay, come on, let's keep going, bro.
I told you I could only stay for 2, and I stayed for 4.
I mean, I'm gonna keep going, bro. I wanna keep going.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Try,
just saying I gotta dip.
Goodbye.
All right.
Okay, can't put custom. Let's try 1.5 and just get this true because I'm gonna have to leave it too at some point.
Okay, and then I guess we'll have to. I don't know, bro. I guess we'll have to do a part 2. I don't know. Is the debate like is like half of it like
At this point,
post-stream?
yeah,
Is like half of it
I
post stream maybe like the time limit?
maybe let me
Maybe it was only like an hour long.
Bro, they debate.
no,
they probably went in
lasts.
circles for 2 hours.
You can
Oh,
see
wow.
it
Yeah,
in the
that's
bottom.
what I'm
2 hours.
thinking. Yeah, I mean it
Okay,
ends at around
okay.
2, 3.
Right,
But
I'm ready,
imagine
bro.
205.
2,
205.
3, 2, 5. I
I'm
can't
ready, bro.
imagine that there's nowhere to get. All right, let's keep going.
We're
You
halfway
can
through
see
this
it in
thing
the
almost.
corner how long it is. Like you don't need
We're
to
halfway through
do
this
that.
thing almost.
No, the other
guys.
corner. There, you literally see it there. Yeah. You see the
Zetetic,
match.
you have the time? Do you have the time, bro? I'm down to go
I don't know.
all the way.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
just
me too.
recording, so.
You want to
Yeah,
go
I
all the
don't-
way with me, Zetetic?
I'll go all the way.
Maybe
Alright,
to the hour mark, first hour mark. Maybe you
Alright,
should do it
y'all.
further. I don't know.
I'm ready, bro.
Alright,
Let's go.
let's go as long as we can to the full
Down to the
extent,
base.
Hey, that however we go from sensations that are not objects to objects has to have some kind of existential quality to it. There has to be some kind of rule, some kind of process going on that makes this morass of sensations into a coherent entity.
Gotta bridge the dualism somehow.
Yeah.
Indeed, on the Kantian view, that would be my understanding. That existence is kind of, I suppose, tagged on. You know, something in your brain is kind of just in that morass, as you described it. Something just kind of plants an existence flag in there, and then something else is planting like a quantity flag, and so on and so forth.
On Zulu's position, what the fuck does existence even mean here? And in everything that we've established, like we're not pointing to anything with existence. It's just like this. Like I don't know what it means in their conversation. I have no idea.
Well, he reveals it, like when he's saying like oh yeah, like we perceive like things, and then he's just like, what that means is we integrate sensation.
Yeah, like I what I mean is Zulu's trying to draw an objection, but
he's done this several times already. Like he literally says like, okay, we're perceiving things, and then what that means is we're integrating sensation.
Oh yeah, you're right.
He's done that several times already.
Yeah, he's actually not saying anything different by existence. Like he's saying, oh, that's
like when he's
the integration
asked
of
to
things.
explain what he means,
It's
like
what's
when
integrated.
When he's basically forced to say what he means, he just like, oh yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh yeah, it's what's integrated, and that's literally what the Kantians just say. It's what's like the final the structured thing. That's the same thing. Like what's structured by the neurological processes that give you a percept. Oh yeah, that's existence. Yeah, that's all right.
But that is like completely at odds with the objectivist viewpoint. It's not that we
It's
start
not. No, but not from what you're saying.
Entity. It's that there was already the entity in reality, and the sensation is sensation of that entity in reality, and so you're not having to bring in these.
Wait. Rewind, bro. What did you just say?
I think what he was saying wasn't.
All
right, let's
play
just.
it.
But that is like completely at odds with the objectivist viewpoint. It's not that we start with their sensations here and then at the end we end up with an entity. It's that there was already the entity in reality, and the sensation is sensation of that entity in reality, and so you're not having to.
That's the fucking point, bro. Shit. The point is that the sensation is not the fucking entity, bro. That you're just like this entity is just imagined, bro. It's an imagined entity, bro. It's unentailed.
Yeah, he's clearly like not understanding at all where the conversation is at.
But and he just said like, what the fuck? Like I don't know what the fuck he just said. He just said sensation of entities, bro.
Yeah.
What? Excuse me.
Subconsciously, I think Zulu understands that there's not much difference between his position and the Kantian position. So he's trying to like come up with anything to make it like dramatically different, but he's failing.
Sensation of entities, Zulu. If you're watching this, sensation of entities. Are you serious? Like, are you being serious? It's just insane, bro. Wow. He literally just said that, bro. Am I fucking hearing things, guys?
No, he said I mean, at this point, like, can you expound on that? Like, what's the specific problem you're pointing
What do you
to?
mean, bro? You don't understand the problem.
As I said,
I am so lost in their fucking
specifically defined
circuit.
as not as being of entities, like, bro.
Okay, yeah, that
like under the Picovian view or whatever. Like, it's literally just like, yeah, sensation doesn't give you entities. You have to integrate it.
Yeah.
It's the whole point.
Yeah, that's what I thought first. I wasn't sure if that's what you're saying. Like we already went over the claims of impoverishment, and he's just like saying, "Oh well, actually there's not," but he's gonna have to bite back down that there is because that's what the theory is.
I don't know, bro. He just said sensation of entities, bro. I don't. He's just making shit up as he goes.
In live comments, you can see the guy saying "Get G" here. So real.
Oh yeah, we haven't been looking at the comments, bro. The fucking comments, I bet have been fucking hilarious.
Marmor districts.
You should schedule a debate with Zulu ASAP.
Oh, this shit's
frequency is an abstraction. It's just counting the normal.
I don't know,
far
bro.
more
If he watches this, I don't think
Okay.
I don't think he'd want to debate me, bro. I don't know, bro. It's just crazy, bro. Like he's just making shit up as
You
he
gotta
goes.
send a
What the
request to him.
What the
That's
fuck
how
is
you debate.
sensations of entities, bro? What the fuck is that?
Flags and plant them into different matter. You don't have
Oh
to
my
do that.
god.
You
know what you should do,
it was already
D?
an entity, and you are able to perceive that entity through various neurological mechanisms.
The question is what licenses you to that. Because the
You
fundamental
should come in
epistemological
pretending to be a
entity is the percept.
Kantian,
It's
but
not
just
the
start
sensation. We don't even
eco-side
have
saying eco-psych
epistemological
shit.
access to the sensation
And
as
just see
sensation.
if he
We only
bites.
have it as the
Yes, he's pointing out the same. He's pointing out exactly what he should be pointing out. This Kantian. I mean, I hate agreeing with the fucking Kantian, but like, I mean, I don't agree with him, right, on his
Yeah.
position. But he's fucking. I mean, he's winning. He's won. He's like Zulu just
He
fucking
knows his
conceded the fucking
opposition.
thing.
He knows his
Yes.
opposition.
Look what Zulu invoked here. He said like various neurological processes that like integrate this.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't understand the problem. He just
That's an M. That's a tertium quid right there.
Yeah. He
That's
just
a
said,
tertium quid.
he tried to say perception is of entities, and then he said, but we get that because of those neurological processes. So he just granted the third term, and the Kantian can just say, yeah, I'm saying the same thing, but those neurological processes, the third term, are the categories. They're analogous. They mean the same thing. Whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, and then
but
he just
it's
says,
the same
"Oh, well,
position."
it gets you perception of entities, though." And that's what I'm saying.
It just seems like Zulu knows so little of the whole problem of
Like he literally just
perception
can't.
and
He's just saying like, "Yeah, it gets you perception of entities." Yeah, right. And then the Kantian is saying, "Yes, that's what I'm saying. It gets you perception of entities." Right.
Yeah.
But you can't like. What licenses you to that, right? What supplies the missing pieces? That's what he just said. Like, what licenses you to that when you just have access to these neurological process or whatever? That's how you remember. That's how you get perception of entities. That's what gives you perception of entities, apparently, right? And then, but like, okay, maybe he doesn't land the point that well. He doesn't say remember. That's what gives you perception of entities, remember? But then Zulu is just fucking can't track, just can't understand, just can't grasp what the fuck this guy is saying. He just said, but it gives you perception of entities.
Yeah, I feel like it gets you perception of entities. I mean, even the statement itself just sounds kind of off. Like, I don't really know. I don't
But
really
see,
know
this
why,
is exactly
but it's like...
watch. Zulu is gonna respond to what he's just saying with, but it gives you perception of entities.
the uptake of automatic integration. And so if we only have it as the percept is the uptake of automatic integration, then what even licenses us to say that like, oh, I see how we got from this sensation stuff to this thing. And like, I know sensations have to be caused by something outside of me because I'm a finite sensible being. And since they like look similar enough, or however, I don't even know how we would go about evaluating raw sensation against the object, because the only thing that it is to be anything for us is for it to be an object. At least empirically, we could put it that way, couch that a little bit. But to then make the inference, I suppose, that like, well, the sensation just must be of that object as it is. And that seems to fly in the face of Rand's own protestations of the sensation.
Yes.
Why not just be a sense
Yes.
at that point? Why not just yeah, we get the sensory uptake. The sensory uptake is of the object, as an entity in the world. And then we just, we do some abstraction.
Wow.
We match the colors and we draw some lines in our head. And then it's like, boom, cool. We don't need this we don't need this theory of percepts to build off of if we can make meaningful, true philosophical reference to the object as it is, apart from sensation, through just sensation.
Everything you just said is right.
I'm not familiar with Rand's, familiar enough, I'll say, with Rand's issues with sense data theories.
You're kidding.
But
Oh, man.
what we do just directly observe, if we want to be scientists of perception,
Look.
the starting point
Entities.
is indeed the case that humans do get these integrated percepts. Now, how is
Ah! What did I say? What did I say, bro? What did I say? What did I fucking say, bro? The problem is, where do you get the fucking? Where do you fucking? What supplies the missing pieces? What supplies the fucking missing pieces, dude? And the problem, again, the problem. I'm not asking you to supply the missing pieces. I'm asking you to recognize that the assumption that it's that there is missing pieces
That
in the
there is
first place.
nothing.
Yeah, that's
made
what's
them out of
wrong.
Nothing. You've created those fucking missing pieces.
Yeah, you've created those impoverished like third terms, bro. Like the mediating terms, bro. You've created it. You've imagined it up. You can't. Yeah. It's just like, okay, we have to start with we're privileging sensations or this scale or whatever. What this fucking imagined, like fucking sensations are just imagined up, bro. Like literally purely fictional, bro. There's no fucking observable called a sensation. I don't know. Point to it, guys. Can any of you guys point to a sensation?
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm not a neuroscientist. But
Oh wow! Look at that. But also, right? He also invoked said like as a perception. Like go back a little bit. Go back a little bit.
what we do just directly observe, if we're going to be scientists of perception,
Yeah, go ahead. Wow.
indeed the case. That humans do
Wow.
just
What we do just directly observe. We're gonna be some scientists of perception, bro.
And he's saying,
And that's just
"Oh yeah, that
it's
we
total
get them,
insult.
but I'm not a neurologist. I don't know."
I
Like,
don't know, I'm not a neuroscientist. But that is the fundamental point on the objectivist view. Is that, well, what does that actually refer to? It is consciousness of something out there. It's not.
But it gives you perception of entities.
My brain out onto reality, which seems to me that's the entire, at least one aspect of the Copernican.
Again, if this is the fucking point, bro. If it gives you perception of entities, then boom, innate knowledge, boom, Kantian categories, boom, whatever the fuck you want to say, bro. Whatever magic you want to fucking invoke, bro. That's what supplies the missing pieces. Because there's missing pieces. If it gives you perception of if it gives you perception of entities, you are conceding the whole fucking debate. You conceded the whole debate.
yeah,
It's
but
some
he
wizard
doesn't
debate that just
understand
casting
problem
spells.
perception.
That just is magic.
I predicted it, bro. I predicted it so bad. I knew he wasn't gonna grasp it, bro.
I'm actually
Whose magic is
surprised.
more powerful?
I'm actually surprised at how often we were like, "Oh, Zulu might make that argument. The Kantian's gonna make that argument," and it's been correct, right? We called out so many of them.
Yeah, that's what fucking like actually like being integrated looks like. That's what philosophical detection looks like, right?
I mean, yeah, this is just like complete epistemological illiteracy. Like,
You just see. I mean, it's
total epistemological death.
Zulu's fucking incapable of philosophical detection. Completely incapable. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
That's why he lets him yap for like 10 minutes.
Huh?
What'd you say?
That's why he lets the Kantian yap for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know if
Yeah,
this is like hearsay or not, but apparently like Zulu has like dropped how we know and stuff like that. But like, if Zulu is watching this,
bro
pick that shit
I don't know,
back
bro.
up. Pick it back up.
I don't believe for a second that he even read chapter 2, bro. Like, it's
Yeah,
fucking
pick it up, bro. Pick it up right now.
I don't think he has read a word of how we know.
Sakura, you know what? You should name the video. You should name it Wizard Fight Review.
What?
Wizard Fight Review. Because they're using magic.
Wizard Fight. Oh, Wizard Fight Review.
Shadow Wizard Con Gang. We love the best spells.
Wizard battle review.
Mirror, mirror.
That's what I'll name it. Shadow
Liquid
Wizard
Zulu,
Con Gang.
Liquid Zulu versus Kantian Grandmaster.
I'll put both this Kantian and Zulu.
Bro,
in, like,
Liquid Zulu
cloaks.
does sound like a fucking wizard name, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll put them in like wizard hats in the thumbnail and be like really provocative about it.
Yeah, that was good.
Cool, bro. Yeah, bro. I Zulu, if you're watching this, you need to be bullied, man. I'm sorry. I don't know what else is gonna work. Like,
yeah.
All right.
Jesus.
Let's keep going.
But then, like, consciousness is consciousness of reality, right? That's
it gives you perception of energies. It gives you
And,
perception
like,
of
keep in
energies.
mind, like, A G is not saying that from like a hateful perspective. It's just like holding someone to a standard. That's all it is. It's just like you need to be held to a standard, and you're not meeting that standard.
Especially if
I want everybody to
like
keep in mind that whenever he says it, but it gives you perception of entities, it gives you perception. He's conceding the whole debate, conceding the entire debate.
To your point, Sakura. Zulu is kind of like putting himself in the position of, oh, I'm a representative of those philosophies. So being harsh is kind of like, yeah, you yourself are giving you that role, and he's there on Twitter saying like, oh yeah, we're a cult. Like, yeah, you need to be called out. Like,
I mean, yeah, you need to strive like to be a fucking intellectual on this stuff. If you want to fucking go out here and debate these people, you have to be a fucking intellectual first and foremost.
I don't know. Take a shot every time you hear him say, but it gives you perception of entities.
We would already be at like 4 or 5.
I'm not an alcoholic like
Zulu.
I mean, that's it. Honestly, that's honestly all we got to do from now on. I mean, for the rest of this fucking debate, because every time he says it, he's conceded the debate. He just immediately concedes the debate every time he says it.
And on this standard point, the wizard thing is not funny because it's an insult. It's funny because it's actually true.
Yeah. All right. Continue.
I break it up, bro.
This is kind of metaphysically passive in that way. I'm not sure passive would be the correct word to use there, but I think you get what I'm meaning.
Yeah,
it's reciting a script. Oh. No, we don't get your meaning because there is no meaning. It's a script. You're not thinking.
Saying it's passive, that's like the mechanistic approach, right? It's
I understand what he's saying. It's in the objectivist literature. They'll say like, oh, consciousness is metaphysically passive but epistemologically active. It's just trying to save, the active character of consciousness and not let it like metaphysically alter reality or you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I understand. All right, that's just my ignorance.
But he's just reciting a script. Bro, any other fucking objectivist, I don't know. Zulu just hopes his fucking audience has never read any of this shit that he's just reciting word for word, bro. Like without thought, without thinking, bro. It's so obvious that he's just reciting it without thought. Again,
battle of invocations. Let's go.
How that's a lot more active, right? That it's actually imparting all of this like lawfulness onto a lawless mess.
Wait, did he just say that it is doing the lawfulness?
No, he's saying that the Kantian approach is that's usually
okay. Wait, let's go back because
that's his fucking view too, bro. The fucking sensations are this chaotic mess that needs to be integrated.
No.
It's
just which is
he can't because he's in his own fucking castle in the sky. He can't make the distinction. He can't differentiate it. Right?
Let's listen back to that.
Metaphysically passive in that way. I'm not sure passive would be the correct word to use there, but I think you get what I'm meaning. Whereas it seems to me that, well, the Kantian viewpoint would have that it's a lot more active, right? That it's actually imparting all of this like lawfulness onto a lawless mess, rather than starting with, well, reality out there is lawful, and we're able to perceive that.
And you see, whoa, hold up.
Unknown.
Bro, there we go. He had it. Boom. Reality is lawful. There's laws, there's natural laws, there's natural order. We don't need a Platonic order imposing mind. We don't need processing. We don't need integration of sensations. We don't need any of this. Once you have
Watch him go back. Watch him go back, though. Watch him go back.
Immediately, boom. The ecological approach follows entirely from that. Right? Entirely.
Zulu just got that by complete accident by just juggling terms.
Yeah, he did get it.
Yeah.
It's a monkey on a typewriter. He's a monkey.
But I'm trying to get him to see, bro. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to. He's so mad when I brought up like the ecological approach in one Remnant episode, and they say, oh, and they like to reject like processing or whatever and stuff.
I mean, yeah, because it's like
really mad about it.
That claim right there is a rejection of processing. That claim that there's lawfulness is a rejection of process.
I know.
Zulu.
That it's based on it's based on laws. That perception is based on natural laws.
He hasn't
That-
integrated. He hasn't integrated.
That immediately rejects any processing, any epistemic mediators, any indirect perception.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah, and
need.
I mean,
There's
to
no need
Zulu,
for it.
it's like really ask yourself, like follow the train of thought. Ask yourself questions, like your questions, like really like question and like keep asking questions. Be like, okay, so if it's lawful, then why are we adding all of this extra stuff?
Right. Why is there this double determination going on? Like how theists they try and cope with how it makes no sense to bring in external positing in the in nature because there's no missing pieces,
Yeah,
But
it's like if there's no friction between, or separation or friction between, the world and what we see, right? It's
there's
like
the unentailed entailer is superfluous, completely superfluous.
yeah, and it's like if it's lawful, what's the meaningfulness of that separation? Just like what are you doing there?
Yeah, I think he just lawful is maybe a floating abstraction for him, so he just can't chew on it. He can't chew it. He doesn't. He can't digest.
Let's see where that goes, right?
Yeah.
But again, ecological psychologists, bro, they really, really have gone into this. And I'm getting this exactly from the literature. They're really talking about lawfulness and ecological laws, and perception is based in natural laws, and and how and how necessarily from that, and from a commitment to realism, right? That the ecological approach is the only view, right? That holds this commitment to realism, right? Because I mean, but just on that is just we don't need any processing, right? We don't need any fucking corrective mechanisms because there's no missing pieces, We just have to look at the right scale. We have to find the right degrees of freedom,
We have to actually look at the natural system.
Yeah, actually fucking
not-
look, actually look. Instead of just assuming, imagining up some fucking impoverished world, right? Behind the world of change in particulars, which is not, of course, the world of change in particulars is not the real world. That's the world we perceive.
All right, let's keep going. Try to go through that.
Ineffable, completely detached from us, and we are imparting every single law that we observe onto reality. Is that not a correct assessment here?
So just for a very brief.
It is, yes, and you saw the guy was nodding his head. The guy was nodding his head. Yes, it is totally. The fucking Kant's view is we have a Platonic order imposing mind because there's not enough order. There's missing pieces. Da da da. Right? He's like, yes, you is also. And the rational. This is the whole fucking their whole strategy, bro. The rationalists. Every time you've encountered ever a rationalist, bro, this is why that syllogism that I give applies so well, because they're always trying to just get you to accept the impoverished, the assumption of impoverishment. They're just trying to get you to accept the impoverished basis. That's the only thing. That's the only strategy they can do. If you don't accept it because it's arbitrary, then
And that's what I was
they
gonna
can't
say.
say
Yeah,
anything.
like Zulu is conceding to premise 2.
Yeah,
he's granting
I think
that.
it was Jacobi. Of one of his many critiques. For those of you who don't know, by the way, it's very funny. Jacobi is the person that you used to. It's
all you gotta do is stick with the fucking reality is lawful. There's laws. And I don't want to go in too deep into that, but you gotta. I can go. We can have a discussion about that. I can discuss about that for hours upon hours and upon hours, and that's what I really want to stress is because I really looked into this, and it's all just look into literature, bro. From Turvey, especially, you can just branch off from Turvey, and you'll really see what's going on there, right? With laws, right? He has a whole fucking book on natural law. Right, and like I posted earlier, his book on information, natural law, and the self-assembly of rhythmic movement. Amazing book. Amazing. That would help you fucking chew what laws are amazing. Like, definitely that paper and the paper Ecological Foundations of Cognition 1, right? Part 1. That
Yeah, that
paper.
one was good.
That paper too, right? And there's also like there's like papers like with ecological laws in the title, right? I forget exactly the whole title, but that
Let's keep
paper too.
going.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Zulu's probably not gonna keep with that. He's probably gonna revert back to the structure comes from the neurology. But
I'm just saying, if you
we'll
just
see.
stick with that, if you just commit, bro, to law form, to realism, bro, then the fucking rationalists cannot touch you, bro. They literally cannot touch you, because your position then is unequivocal, right? Completely unequivocal.
There one guy in the comments saying maybe structured is a better word than lawful. I think I disagree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Content on like Google Images or whatever, the first like young strapping blonde lad who's kind of like turned to the side a little bit, that was actually Jacobi. And Jacobi was like just a super critic of Kant. He was one of Kant's biggest critics, especially after the immediate publication of the first critique. All this to say, just a little factoid there.
OGM.
There's this idea, so Kant, he's got his whole argument that he runs about like, space and time, it has to the pure form of space and time has to belong to our sensible evolution in order for us to cognize
the pure form of guess what that is? Guess what that is?
Nothing.
Can anybody guess?
The pure form of the space and time.
It's Euclidean geometry. This is in Turvey in lecture 9 on lectures on perception. He talks about how Turvey, how he goes through Kant's argument and how he was saying like, oh yeah, Euclidean geometry is space. Again, abstraction by subtraction. Enter Platonic world of forms. The extremely subjective view. It's presented as what's objective, the objective, right? And that's it.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Then you get the pure form of space, which is just fucking Euclidean geometry. But again, there's no Euclidean fucking points, right? There's no Euclidean lines. There's no Euclidean fucking angles in reality.
Yeah,
because they're formal
that
objects.
a while before.
Yeah, we already
at the
talked
beginning
about
of the
that.
stream. Let's keep going.
I don't think that was.
Yeah, at this point, it's
we were recording. Zetetic was recording.
Yeah,
I'm still recording.
But again, Terry talks all about that in lecture 9. Lecture 9 in Lectures on Perception. Such a fucking one of the most important lectures in that book. Right.
Right. So let's see how long the circles again.
For empirical objects, time for all objects. But there's this argument that goes something like, well, Kant, like, what the hell, dude? You just haven't considered the possibility where, like, there's this third position that doesn't get talked about so much, but I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
That we have,
he's dressing up the argument. Turvey really breaks down the argument, the exact argument in lecture 9. So again, I'm referencing that.
That we have this form of perception of space and time that is like a genuine form of perception, but also objects just are in space and time, right? And people want to bring these up as like critiques of Kant's claim that we must conceive of space and time ideally.
Easily. Like, yeah, you see what I mean? Ideally. You see these key terms, you'll miss them if you're not fucking like attuned to them. Pure form of space. I conceive of it ideally. That's reality, right? We use pure reason to get it because fucking, well, of course, the world of change in particulars is not real. That's the world we perceive. Again and again. Right? Read lecture 9, guys. Read lecture 9.
Really interesting is that when you think about why he's saying that, he's asking us, it's not a metaphysical treatise when he's saying that. He's not saying, this is the part that I think frustrates a lot of people. I can't say anything about what the world is apart from the way that it appears to me. This is like
Zulu has zero way to argue against this. Zulu has absolutely no way to argue it. Like none at all, bro. This is why fucking Kant's arguments were so fucking like terrible, bro, because nobody had fucking any way to argue against it, bro.
Yeah.
You can't just ignore that, bro. You know, and but I'm telling you how to argue against it. You need to just understand that it like this is just the Platonic world of forms. You know, it's arrived at by pure reason because the fucking world of change in particulars is not real, right? And Remember, it's an
Yeah.
extremely objective view. Remember the argument that it's an extremely objective view that came from Harvey-Lato and Rosen as well. He also says this, and in various like smaller papers and unpublished papers as well. So like look at the collection of Rosen's papers, and like there's UP Rosen in that drive that I sent for Rosen. So just like search for subjective. Search for
If we
control F for
literally-
subjective from Rosen, because he makes this whole argument about it. How this is an extremely subjective. This is what is subjective. This is what he says is what subjective it means, right? It's just that we're subordinating reality for some literally like
Arbitrary preference.
like a way
Infinity.
smaller reality. It has a lot less entailment, right? It has a lot less entailment. It's a way smaller. It's a formalized universe, like how
Formal world.
like yeah, like how only an infinitesimal part of mathematics is actually formalizable, right? It's just like that. But you're elevating formalism to ontology. You know, that's an extremely subjective view. That's what subjective means. That's what subjective is, right? That's what Rosen says subjective is, right? The truly subjective.
They're like trying to reason their way to infinity, and they end up at the zero.
Right, exactly, bro. And yeah, you just gotta point out it's a reification of zero. Boom, boom, boom. It's a reification of zero. How did you get here? How did you get here? You subtracted all of the positive identity of things. You took something. This isn't Peikoff's like he goes over this in like when he's doing the lecture on Hegel in the history of philosophy course, right? And he's quoting some guy, like some Hegelian like scholar, right? He's like, would we just take this table and we just like we start getting rid of its properties, right? Like it's a list of these properties, and we just start getting rid of them, right? Until we're left with pure being, and then Hegel, rightfully says that this pure being is the same as nothing.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Can't do it. I can't license myself to think about how the world might be apart from my faculty of perception. Just like you were saying, the consciousness is consciousness of something. I can't think about what it is for there to be non-consciousness of something.
So yep, the world of changing particulars is not real because it's the world we perceive, man. So we just got to get rid of it all, and that's the real world. It's arrived at by pure reason. This is transcendentalism 101, bro.
It's a totally alien idea to me. But if it turned out, let's say God is real and God has this like third point of view, he has like the intellectual intuition, and he can just like seeing for us, how seeing works for us is how thinking works for God.
Maybe more concretely, abstraction by subtraction is just it's a limiting. It's just you're just doing a limiting process, right? You're just taking like basically like an ideal limit, right? And then you can have this sort of like infinite regress. Literally, like you have an ideal limit, right? And then it's just like, well, then you can have infinitesimals, right? Which are not and like real numbers, but you can only have infinitesimals with respect to some ideal limit, right? But like if anybody knows anything about limits and limiting processes and stuff, that's just what it is. That's just the whole thing. It's just that's what abstraction by subtraction is. Is how we get to the fucking Platonic world of forms. Is really just the zero, and we place a label on it. Like this process. It's just the limiting process. Right? We don't actually ever reach the fucking Platonic world of forms, right? It's literally just we just get rid of everything, right? This process, it's dependent on this process of getting rid of all this stuff, right? Like the positive identity and stuff, right? And then just like under some threshold, right? You're just like, it's a zero, right? So then we just place a label on the zero, right? And then that's fucking, that's what it is, right? That's what's really real.
Yeah.
It's
That also obliterates meaning and gives way to like just syntax juggling.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly how you get a formal description by which you can do syntactics and syntactic manipulation. We've already talked all about that. Manipulation of symbols by type, right? By rules. By rules, I mean syntactic rules fixed in advance.
We keep going.
Yeah.
But this intellectual intuition looks above us, and he's like, huh, look at all these silly little philosophers out there who are thinking, these little Kantians who think that like space and time is ideal. Lo and behold, if they could only get out of their heads, they would see that it's the exact same in the metaphysically real world. That doesn't change anything for Kant. It changed nothing for the kind of claim that Kant is making, because Kant isn't giving a fundamental metaphysical hypothesis. He's doing epistemology. He's talking about what something is for it to be an object for us. And so this is why I keep coming back to this is metaphysical
Oh wow.
start to come in is in
Yep, we all agree that it's impoverished. We all agree it's impoverished, bro. And Zulu literally basically did say that.
And so if we just can't know something, if we can't know, then there's no sense of doing like a kind of metaphysical inquiry on it. This is what Kant says about the possibility for theoretical knowledge of God, for example, right? It's a dead-end project for humanity. We will never, even if God was real, even if God was real in some sense that I will never be able to comprehend whatever the hell real means in that world, we will never be able to give a theoretical proof for the existence of God. And so
because the arbitrary is what's
not
the standard here. The arbitrary can't do anything against the arbitrary.
I mean, yeah, you can't really give a
not to
proof
put
of
us in a
the
little box and
arbitrary.
say like, oh, this is as far as we can go, but to show us the scope of what is. So it's like two ways of looking at it. It's like, oh, well, Kant is telling us that we can't have an infinite cognition. First off, everybody accepts that we can't have an infinite cognition. Even Berkeley thought that we couldn't have an infinite cognition. God was the only thing with an infinite cognition, not us. So no one thinks we
Check
have
the super
and
chat.
so drawing the box itself isn't the problem. It's what the
Base
box is supposed
super
to
chat.
tell us.
Yeah.
Yep.
Zulu, what do you think of
Who is that? Who is that?
Gibsonian theory of perception? Huge hat
Who's
Harold.
Chat Harold.
Who's Huge
Who's
Hat
that?
Harold, man?
Somebody in here
Guy
named
who's
Huge Hat Harold.
he's usually donating to Zulu, like.
Yep. Perception is a unitary process. It does not have sensations or anything else as components. Very, very good. That's a quote from How We Know.
Base.
You should read the book.
We should get a Huge Head Herald in here.
Oh, definitely. I'll see if I can get him over.
He's not in here. He doesn't know about what we're what? He's not one of like us, you know.
Yeah, we should definitely get him over. Maybe we should make him stop donating. I technically did donate a couple dollars.
I would think it's just this guy is like one of the guys in our server that's been like listening to us about the ecological approach and stuff. Or maybe he just read How We Know.
What
Maybe
is his Discord handle?
maybe Zulu recommended How We Know because I told him about it. I told him to recommend How We Know. Maybe because
Zulu is kind of a second-hander nowadays.
Oh yeah,
Definitely.
but yeah, I'd be
Going to
surprised that
analyze.
he's not like in here.
Aware of us, yeah, that would be surprising.
Yeah,
All right, let's keep going. I don't
not
have
too
that much
surprising.
time left.
Not too surprising, honestly, because he's just saying, yeah, Gibsonian theory of perception. It's in How We Know talks about it, and all of these modern objectivist scholars talk about it and like say that Rand was wrong. Right? She was a fucking Kantian on this, and
Yeah, that's
we can't defend against Kantianism on this basis, bro.
You know what, bro? If I was like Michael Lebowitz or Divinity, I guess Divinity is worse. But if I were Lebowitz or one of the like prominent one that knows of Zulu being like, oh yeah, those zombie objectivists, I would fucking flame the fuck out of Zulu. Just
Oh,
be
yeah.
like, oh look at this. He doesn't even know
Leibowitz.
like modern objectivism.
Yeah, because even Leibowitz, I think it was Stratina that told me that even Leibowitz was kind of like blaming Zulu for not using integration properly and stuff like that.
I mean, I would bet he wasn't, bro. I would bet.
Yeah, and like, yeah, obviously people like fucking Leibowitz are gonna be like, well, I told you so. I told you so. And yeah, it's just gonna look awful for Zulu here.
Whole bunch of stuff going on there. So if I need to go back to any part of that, my apologies. I didn't mean to go so long-winded.
Yeah, no worries. So I think what like the fundamental distinction is, because indeed, yeah, Rand would definitely.
Guys. He's gonna say it, bro. Watch. He's gonna say it.
The perception of entity.
But it gives you perception of
entities.
Watch.
Rand discovered that fact. So yeah, definitely. there would be no infinite consciousness. I think everybody could agree that, well, unless, I mean, maybe there'd be some crazy person out there who thinks that, obviously there's Heraclitus who thinks contradictions are true, but that's definitely, yeah,
No
we can agree that there is no
infinite
infinite consciousness. So consciousness is what it is.
But what does that even mean?
Where I see Kant kind of going astray here is he's saying, because you've got particular means of perceiving, therefore what
Listen,
you perceive
listen.
is in fact not reality as it really is. It's just reality as perceived by you, right? Whereas Ayn Rand would say, well, no, that's your means of perceiving reality, but it still is reality as it really is. The car really is red, right?
But it gives you perception of entities. Again, conceding the debate as soon as he says it, bro. As soon as he says it. Like, the only difference is, well, it gives you, but there's no difference. He's saying, he keeps trying to get him to recognize, like, bro, you're saying the same thing I'm saying.
To the car as perceived by you, that's referring to the car as it really is. It does have that property to it.
Yeah, but there's a certain extent to which like she has to be saying that again, because I think it's super important.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if this guy was saying what I was saying, like if he was just mocking, like, but it gives you perception of entities. You know? If he keeps saying, like, remember, it gives you perception of entities. Like, if he just said that, like I don't know, Zulu, what would Zulu respond with?
I mean, bro, he would become a Kantian right there.
Yeah, yeah, he probably would.
Oh well, look at this comment here.
Was it
Zulu finding
Kantian
out
this
that
whole
Kant, that Ayn Rand was a Kantian.
Okay. Continue.
Because all the things I've started to like about her disappear if she becomes a naive realist, right? And if so, I don't want to run through the whole entire scope of the problem again, right? But like,
Yeah, all the things he likes about her is her being a Kantian.
Mhm.
When she's being a Kantian.
But I mean, what he just said is kind of acknowledging it gives you perception of entities, because he's not addressed he said that there is structure in
And
the world.
his whole argument is that it gives you if it gives you perception of entities, then something is supplying the missing pieces, and that's that's immediately gets you to innate knowledge of some form.
is really red. I mean, the car is really red apart from the form of perception that I have. Then why do I need to make reference to the form of perception?
Some loan of intelligence, right?
Not elucidate, but in order to explain that the car is actually red in an objective sense, I should just be able to point and just be able to, like, what the fuck do you mean? And they go, oh, well, your form of perception. And I go, no, the car, right?
I should also reference something for that. So say, like, yeah, lectures on perception. Search up loans of intelligence. The problem of non-repayable loans of intelligence. Turvey explains it all there.
Let's keep going. I'm gonna have to go in like 15 minutes.
Play it.
Let's go.
If we have the capacity to make those sorts of claims, and that the world is what has the justificatory force, and we're just causally uptaking it, then we don't need this theory of sensation, percepts, so on, that gets us to justified empirical knowledge.
So I don't think
he even justified empirical knowledge. What do you mean? Do you mean like a justified true belief?
Yeah. He already said that knowledge is justified true belief, and then that was another assumption of impoverishment, setting up an infinite regress.
And that's kind
he
of
literally
what
did it. He set up the infinite regress, and then he set up a false dichotomy, either innate knowledge or infinite regress.
And that's kind of what he just said here again, where he was like, oh, well, we should be able to just point and have like the fact in itself over there, and that we don't have that. We have to make reference to perception. Therefore, there's an impoverishment because we can't just point to redness in itself. But that's his whole standard of what a true thing is. It's just completely arbitrary. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I don't want to go too deep into it. Like, I just want to point out what the fuck Zulu is doing wrong, right? I mean, I've been already pointing out a lot. Like,
wake up.
what he should be pointing out, right?
Start thinking.
Yeah.
What does lawfulness mean, Mason?
For one. Start thinking.
Apart from our perception, because perception is perception of the thing as it really is. Right?
Oh wow, it gives you perception of entities. But it gives you perception of entities.
Perception. But like the Kantian viewpoint must have it that, well, the form in which you perceive the thing, that in fact is creating the thing in a sense.
The Kantian viewpoint is the same thing that it gives you perception of entities. It's the same exact fucking position, bro.
And he's going. I don't even know how we can make the argument he's trying to make right now. That actually, it's not realism isn't true, right? There's not this thing that exists. But the Kantian guy already addressed that, right? He already
addressed that.
So we're going back in circles.
At least not inherently.
Kant is an indirect realist. Yeah, I mean, it's like that's not actually like fucking a realist, right? Like, you know what I mean? But it's still like
it's the Platonic version of this is the real. I trust.
Yeah. It's the extremely subjective view that I've been talking about.
In a sense, you have the perception is a thing maker there. Like that's the problem, because then that is divorcing you from reality as it really is.
Okay, go then explain it again. What do you mean by perception of entities? Oh, well, it just integrates sensations. That's what I mean. Because he's done that several times.
Circling this, but this is where I think the real tension is. And if I think if it's the gap between it's not, I don't want to say gap yet, I don't want to presume, but it's this move of sensation, automatic integration to percept. On your view, is sensation of an object?
That is the problem.
Of an entity.
Yes.
Sensation is of an entity, bro. Okay, bro.
Together, and the sensations. That's if it serves a biological purpose, I think, so that you can actually perceive the entity. You can perceive it rather than there's a yellowish. There's something yellowish. There's something furry. There's pain. It seems to me that having an actual percept there makes it a lot easier to go. Oh, lion! Time to get the fuck out of here.
But the problem is that this is.
I mean, yeah, it looks like he's just saying that sensations is just like your nerves, like doing fucking sending electrical signals, and that's like sensation.
Again, there's a dualism here. You can't bridge the dualism. Again, think of it like you're trying to build a bridge in a Minecraft world to bridge into the real world.
This is where Zulu's ignorance on this topic is like further problematic. I think the conversation might get muddy there, because I remember having an exchange with Zulu and Zulu saying, "Oh well, some things can be directly perceivable, but other things like throwing a ball at a certain distance can't be directly."
And that's why I keep bringing up the argument in primacy of perceiving in that paper, where that's exactly what happened. Right, these empiricists, they were like, oh, okay, some things are directly like these primary qualities, right? But because the distinction was arbitrary, just even the smallest attack, like from the rationalists, just immediately like the empiricists can only collapse into fucking phenomenalism, bro.
That's where we're probably going to see the Kantian attack, being like, okay, what do you mean sensations are of objects?
Right.
Well, like he already like questioned, and well, let's just fucking watch
what you're describing here, where we get this sense data uptake that must be of an object, but what we get is sense data as sense data, and we know that sense data is of an object, but it's sense data. And then what we do, the sense data carries with it truth and justification.
Remember, I just wanted to say, right? I just wanted to clarify, right? It's exactly that belief, right? Where it's just like, okay, some things are direct, but we have some indirect perception, but we have some direct perception, but we still have some indirect perception over here, right? That doesn't work. You immediately rule out, like you immediately just like you make the basis of what would be direct perception incorrigible, right? The information, or you make it corrigible, not incorrigible. You make it corrigible. It has to be incorrigible. If it's corrigible, then boom, it can't be direct. It just can't, because because remember, the mediating term, right? The epistemic meter, it's a tertium crit, like because it has to the perceiver has to do something with it, right? It's impoverished, right? They have to fix it, right, in order to get the environmental object, right? the environmental fact that's perceived, right? But they
Sorry,
have to supply. They have to supply the missing pieces, right?
If anyone followed more, I got flabbergasted by the fucking comment I saw, and my brain just left.
But just like that, being able to do that, being able to supply the missing pieces like that, it requires, basically, it implies that the informational basis of perception is encouraged. I mean, is corrigible, right? It would have to be for that to even be possible, right?
By
So
corrigible, you mean like it can be fixed, right? Maybe that's just my English.
right, it's just yeah, it can be epistemically altered, right? It can be supplanted, right?
By incorrigible, you mean that it can't be altered.
Yes, right. It can't be supplanted, and like Turvey goes over this in lecture 3, and also later on in lectures on perception, but specifically in lecture 3. Right.
I think that like the comment here kind of is what you're talking about, where he says reality is what it is. We perceive reality. Our perception doesn't influence it, but perception can be flawed. So what do you mean? What do you?
Yeah, if you say perception is, boom, you've already rejected incorrigibility.
Yeah, you're saying it can be broken, but then okay, so how is it broken? By what standard? By what method? And then it can't be fixed, or can it be fixed? Well, if it can't be fixed, it's like okay, you're
No,
throwing
yeah,
all
you need innate knowledge. You need innate. There's no
Yeah.
word. There's no way around it. You just need innate
Yeah.
knowledge.
Yeah. That's what it invokes. All right, let's keep going. See where he keeps going.
This is
It's
brutal,
an
man.
unfalsifiable state. The sense data just is what it is. It's like a decree almost on Russell's view. And then all we have to do, we get justification for free from sensing on Russell's view, and we just build up from there, right? And Rand wants to distinguish herself from the sense data theorist. She does not want epistemology to be a process of this window theory. The idea that the only role of the percept is just to bundle these things together. Well, she's already got an entire theory of bundling things together in measurement omission or distinguishing things, and there's nuance there. I don't want to make it sound like it's like this super basic theory, like just getting to the concept.
Right, and Ben Bayer, he has a really cool article about how the Gibsonian theory, right, really, it really helps us understand better, right, like Rand's whole view of like her the objectivist theory of concept formation, like the measurement part, right, of it, right, the whole measurement aspect.
But if we already have the ability to take the matter of sensation, of the matter of the empirical world, and from that abstract out into all of the possible empirical knowledge that we could ever come up with on Rand's view, then what exactly is, it can't just be a neurological function that the percept is doing, unless it just so happens to be the case that, like, hey, we don't need this percept thing at all in order for us to get the justificatory structure of an object as an object for us. We only need the sensation, and it just so happens that we evolved this way. And just to be very clear again, the problem with that theory is that we become sensitive theorists as soon as
just kicking the can down the road, begging the question again. Oh, evolution solves it. Oh, learning solves it. How? You got to ask them how, because what they're saying is this bridges the dualism, right? Learning here, or evolution here, is literally the process of building a bridge from a Minecraft world into the real world.
Yeah,
they're like they will have to, there will be some stage where they'll take a fucking magical step, a magical leap that's just a completely unentailed magical leap into the other side of the dualism, because there's no other way.
Just random mutation, bro.
Right? How? How? They're gonna, and then they're gonna show them just the magic. There's magic.
We're in a simulation, and we need to jump out of the simulation.
Again, I think you can have the percept being serving this neurological, biological function. And it's not that
what does that even mean?
It's a cop out. It's a total cop out. Where is that function? What entails that function? Right?
What even is the function?
No, this is good. This is good. The predicative direction, right? If you say what entails the function of the whole? Oh, it's the components, right? Where did they get the function from? Oh, their components. Oh, where did they get the function of? Oh, their parts, right? Their parts, their components, right?
Mhm.
You know, it's an infinite regress. That's an infinite regress, right? What entails the function,
Mhm.
right?
Clearly, it is.
And Turby also talks all about that, right? The flow of entailment there, the impredicative versus like the predicative view, right? And how that all works with function and components and parts and wholes and all that, right?
Yeah, here he's just maximum question begging on.
Remember, we have to look at the larger system. That's what
Yeah,
Turby
sure,
talks
and
about. What I'm saying, he's saying we have to look at the larger system. That's the impredicative direction. That's where the function comes from. It comes from context.
Mm.
And the system participates in its own context, so it participates in its own functional definition, right? And
Yeah,
that's an
this is the.
impredicativity. That's an impredicativity, bro.
That's how you respond to the content if you've actually read.
Somebody changed the
But if
subtitle
you're.
of the fucking VC. Wizard battle review.
Yeah, and then you
Alright.
just have me just like I don't know, what would you call me in this I'm just the one doing the reviewing, I don't know.
It's like
You're
the wizards aren't
Oh,
actually wizards, they're just like schizophrenics, and so they're like imagining
Yeah.
themselves having a wizard battle, and you're over there like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like
Like yeah. You just like have like it's like you have a quarter digital like a quarter crew like video going on. You have like these wizards like battling, but it's all CGI, right? You're watching these wizards battle, and then I just
you're just behind the scenes, bro,
and
you're
then what's
just seeing
really
what it
happening?
is.
Yeah, I'm just like what the fuck, you know? Like you could just
you're
gotta
the
have these two fucking tweakers just tweak it out, like
it's like the
fireball,
atheist
fireball,
sitting between a
fireball,
Christian and Muslim.
fireball.
Oh, it reminds me of
Lightning
Short where there's like two people dressed in like blue elves that meet in a store, and then it zooms out and they're just two fucked up person on meth in the street, and you're just like the bystander being like, "What the fuck?"
No, that fireball didn't hit me. I used my
It's
magical
child's
armor.
play.
My chest plate.
My perception of entities armor.
Alright.
Right.
Keep going.
Let's keep a little bit.
Clearly, it is.
Wait.
Serving this neurological
Also,
biological
Zeteg,
function.
this shit not working.
And it's not
And
just
they
so
both
random,
think it's
you know,
philosophy.
randomly to evolve that way. Of course, evolution is a lawful process. Clearly, it is very.
Oh, is it? Is it a lawful process?
That's why most
Mm-hmm.
of all animals do indeed perceive.
Let's see how. Show me the lawful process.
Oh well, look, animals. That's basically
You're gonna
what he
have
said.
some magic come in there, bro. You're gonna have some magic because you have to have some magic to leap across the fucking dualism. You're just smuggling in some unentailed entailer, some unexplained explainer.
Function. And it's not that we just so happened, randomly to evolve that way. Of course, evolution is a lawful process. Clearly, it is very beneficial for animals to be able to perceive things. That's why.
How does that work?
Beneficial. Beneficial.
Yeah.
For what? What the
Well, how
fuck
does that
mean?
work? Well, that's just like science, man. That's just up to science to figure that. I don't know. Don't ask me. And the fucking evolutionary biologist, bro. I don't know what this guy's talking about. We don't have any concept or observable called fucking sensation, bro. The fuck is that?
Most of all animals do indeed perceive things. They don't just have pure sensation. Allegedly, some like
Oh, really?
small.
Really? What supplies the missing pieces?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So, but if he's saying like, oh, literally, well, why did he even? I don't know. He's just like,
But it
oh
gives us
yeah,
perceptual
sensation is
energy.
actually there's actually nothing that
Oh, this is what he's
sees
saying.
in sensations.
This is what he's
And
saying.
then-
But it gives us
He's just-
perception of energies.
Yeah.
sensation.
It's not. Perception isn't purely sensation, but it gives us perception of entities. Because when you ask him, well, what does perception of entities mean? And he'll say, he even volunteers it. Even earlier in the debate, he volunteers it. We perceive things, and what do I mean by that? Well, it's integration of sensations.
Yeah, and he tried to say that sensation is of entities. Here it is like a complete redundance, and he's trying.
He's just making it up as he
It's like-
goes.
Yeah, he just said sensation is for entities, is of entities. But we
is-
still
well, you know what
need
that's called?
perceptions. It's
Rationalization.
Yeah, rationalization. There's no logic here or line
Yeah.
of thought that's actually coherent. Because now he's trying to say that percepts are some neurological factor, and actually every animal see and percepts, but no, actually some things are only sensations, but sensation is of entities. So what's the
Oh,
difference? Like, what are you talking about? This
But it gives us
entire
perception of
response. This entire response is just a long non sequitur. There's nothing being said here.
No, because he's just making it up as he goes. He doesn't know what the fuck he's even saying. He's not thinking.
Show that. But it definitely does serve this very useful biological role for us to have percept.
What role?
Now,
What role?
as
You didn't say it.
epistemologist, I suppose you call it. That is the given. Like that's just where we got to start.
Even a guy looks like he's tired of it.
That's just where we gotta start, man.
You can investigate why is that the case.
Dude,
Second
he's
round
just
epistemology.
looking.
Appeal to ignorance again. I'm just gonna point it out. Appeal to ignorance once again. Oh, am I frozen? Am I frozen? Sorry. Appeal to ignorance once again. That's what he's doing there. So again, fallacious argument.
With any work, I only want to dip into this briefly just to caveat it now, but just like to see if we share in this. But are you familiar with like any of the Salarzian or McDowell arguments against the given? Very famously, the myth of the given, as Sellers calls it.
Not particularly, no.
Well, in short, I just want to talk about one part of it because I think it's kind of interesting. And that Sellers runs like this very convoluted. It's in Empiricism and the Philosophy of the Mind is the name of the paper, published in the 50s, I guess.
Yes.
I hope I'm not wrong on the decade. Pretty sure.
I know all about this, but I'm gonna let him explain
Yeah,
it.
and
He's
he's
probably
gonna
gonna
talk
explain
about it now that Zulu said he doesn't know anything about it, and Zulu's not.
Yep. Yep.
Doors off of
I
epistemology.
mean, yeah, I already would know basically why he's gonna fucking bring that up, and I'm just be like, nope, you know.
Just for the cool factor, predict it. Like, why is he bringing this up?
Yeah, I mean, it's just Stellars makes basically the same argument like I made earlier, right? It's just, except it's just like you're stopping the infinite regress by fiat, right? It's just, I mean, he's not making it the same way I made it, but like it's basically the same point.
Right.
Best things in sliced bread. And I disagree with a lot of it, to be very clear before I go into any of this. But I think Sellers makes a pretty
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
And McDowell, even more so later in Mind and World, makes this very interesting argument about discrimination, right? What does it mean to be able to select an object against a background that is just like full of possible arrangements of objects, right? And what makes us justified in selecting some selection of sensations as objects over others? And the way that the sensation theorist talks about it is going to be a kind of causal interaction story. They're going to be like, well, one people of the sense data theorist.
Right.
This is exactly it, right? Entities, I just get sensation, and then I have to do the work of discriminating them, and it's like a whole epistemological project. But some want to be a little more sophisticated, and they say that, well, actually, no, what I get in sense data are pre-discriminated objects.
Watch.
These are just like things that are causally apparent to
Watch.
And the Sellers and McDowell asked this question of like, how can it be possible that sensation, which on the second view, or on both views, sorry, sensation, which is the undiscriminated morass, like so far everyone at the table agrees, as far as my understanding of them, Rand, Kant, Sellers, McDowell, all these people, even Russell, agree that pure sensation is this like undifferentiated manifold. It just is like, bam, sensation. It's all right there. It's sensation. And then we get to go and do this process of carving it out.
Remember, there's an incommensurability in descriptors. Incommensurability in descriptors. That's just what he's saying right now. Yes, there's a one to many destruction, right? And then Turby talks about this when he's talking about basically like just Gestalt psychology and like Kafka and all these guys, what they were saying, right? They were Kantians, right? And he's basically pulling this, right? It's just there's a one-to-many destruction in the process of like when you the fucking retinal like mosaic, right? The fucking like pinpoint like points of intensity that aren't related at all, right? Just completely unrelated points of isolated points of intensity, right? It's just like
Yeah, when you see.
it's not the fucking object, right? Remember? So there's a one-to-many destruction. There's a you fucking there's an incommensurability in the descriptors, right? And again, I posted I don't know. There's this paper. I mean, look into Turvey papers, the collection of Turvey's papers, and look at the paper on a realist perspective on perceptual organization. Right, that's a great
Isn't that
paper.
the kind of
Very relevant
the
paper.
same point? Kind of the same point you were saying earlier with Zeno's paradox, right? You're copying the one into many points, and you can't put it back together again.
Yeah.
Never gonna happen.
Turvey and them, like they explain it so well, like the one-to-many destruction thing. Like this is exactly what he's talking about here. I just wanted to reference. Go look at Turvey's paper, A Realist Perspective on Perceptual Organization. It's right there in the drive, and also in I think is like lecture like 14, maybe 14, 15. No, I don't think it's 15, but maybe it's 14 or 13. One of those lectures, right, where he also talks about this like Kafka and stuff and like Gestalt psychology and like their view here and like they're Kantians, right? They're Kantians through and through. So
Right.
I just wanted to cite that.
If what we want to do the work is the given, what's given to me isn't a Dr. Pepper. I'm not given a Dr. Pepper. I'm given the whole manifold of sensation, and then I have to do the work of carving it out. And I have to be able to.
Yeah, he's giving the same argument that Kafka gives for why we don't perceive what we perceive. We just like or we don't perceive the world because things are what they are. Right? He's literally like whole argument is literally just like the thing is what it is, so we can't perceive it. because like there's a one-to-many destruction or whatever in this causal sequence, right? And it's you're looking at this impoverished basis. You start with this impoverished basis, you're never gonna get right to the entailment required, right? To what you started with. To what you started with, you know? Before you
This is
started
really
doing like abstraction by subtraction, started erasing shit, you know, and start assuming like arbitrary shit, like the extreme subjective view that I was talking about, you know.
Yeah, and here he's really just bringing it back to, okay, so you agree, right, that it's this manifold of sensations that just all come about, and there's not really any delineation. Okay, then we go back to the claim of impoverishment, because you're agreeing that there's no structure. And
there's an incommensurability in descriptors, right? In number and grain size and kind, right? This manifold of sensations with these fucking like the one-to-many destruction, the many, right? On that other side, right? Like there's a mismatch in the degrees of freedom. That's the point that's being made there. There's a mismatch in the degrees of freedom. There's an incommensurability, right? You can't translate from one to another, right? Again, Turvey gives the whole argument. They go really in depth into this, and I'm just like covering the very very surface level of it because I don't want to hold it on for too long. Because we could talk about this for hours. You can go over fucking Turvey's and like their whole argument there for hours.
I mean,
and hours.
we're already kind of talking about it for an hour, and we're not even really going in depth with it. Just being like, okay, yeah, there's the basis of the argument that's given by the Kantian, how it can be responded to without going like super in depth into what it means.
Right, I'm just trying to give the
just
basic points for you guys to like from what I'm saying, you guys can like use like Control F and like search for like the key terms and stuff.
Pepper can. And this is not Sellers' most famous argument, but I think it's the most interesting. Is here. And so what I think part of what Rand is trying to do perhaps inspired by some of the critics of sense data theorists of her time, such as people, again, like Beatrice Edgell, who she wants to sidestep that question, and I think rightfully so, because it's a really fucking hard question to answer, by saying, like, that's what the automatic integration is supposed to be doing. It renders this...
It gives us perception of entities.
into discernible entities for us. But as soon as you've done that, what people like Kant, Sellers, actually most of epistemology today, you can take that as a pro, a rand, or an anti, but just to throw it out there, is they're going to say that's where all of the work is. You've just condensed all of epistemology. How is it that I can get to the point where I have this justified access, or I have an access to an entity that itself carries justification by my awareness of it, that is a Dr. Pepper can? And that is the biggest...
Well, he didn't land the point.
In objectivist epistemology is that they have to elucidate why it is the case that sensation can be turned into entities.
Well, it's a gap. Yes, it's a dualism. It's definitely a dualism.
Bro, is he the one pointing out the dualism here? No way.
Yeah, he is. This is like ironic.
I mean, he
so
wants
bad,
the dualism
bro.
because that's if you accept the
does.
dualism, you have his position.
If you accept that the problem of perception is translating between these inequitable descriptors, right? These incommensurable descriptors, right? Then you've just you literally like
transcendentalism.
You can only you have transcendentalism. You can't create like you're only gonna create intractable scientific mysteries because there's no bridging and dualism there. It's just magic. You gotta smuggle in some magic. You gotta invoke it, right? I mean, I've talked so much about why that's the case, and we don't have to get into that. Just look at Sakura's channel. I've talked so much about why that's the case.
Yeah, Paul Terrais is right. The content guy is really good. You can see that he, like, even from our position, you're like, oh yeah, you're actually knowledgeable about this. You understand the problem.
He's a
well, it's more like Zulu just doesn't. Zulu doesn't understand it.
Yeah, it's really that contrast that makes it so like you realize.
It's just that I understand it because that's what it fucking is. You know, that's what he's doing because that's what it is. You know.
All right.
Yeah, Zulu just doesn't understand.
I'm really curious where that part is going to end up at. After that, I'll have to leave, unfortunately. So let's keep going.
Because it can't. And that's I think that's a purely causal story.
What? Let me just.
That is the biggest gap.
Oh yeah,
right now.
purely causal story.
Epistemology is that they have to elucidate why it is the case that sensation can be turned into entities. And the
Yep. Set it up as an intractable problem. Set it up as an intractable problem because it is an intractable problem. Bridging and dualism.
It's not turning it into entities. What?
Well, he's saying because Zulu said earlier that sensation or perception is of entities. So he's trying to set it back again that you can say that, but that's your conclusion because you're accepting the dualism and you're not providing an argument to reach that conclusion given the fact that you accept the dualism.
It's just he's just accepting the dualism as given, and then fucking science will figure it out, bro.
Objectivist epistemology is that they have to elucidate why it is the case that sensation can be turned into entities, and the entities are what carry the justification, where the sensation alone doesn't because it can't. And that's I think the gap that the purely causal story doesn't get us to. It doesn't get us
right. Yeah. He's making a point because perception is of entities. Well, what does that mean? Well, we have this integration of sensations. That's what we perceive is an integration of sensations, and that's the entity. So yeah, you're turning sensations into entities. You are trying to turn sensations. The problem is literally saying that like I mean you're literally saying that we're turning sensations into entities. How? How are you getting from the Minecraft world? How are you getting from the Platonic world of forms, right? Because remember, these sensations are purely fucking fictional. Imagine fucking like unexplained explainers, right? But how are you getting from there into? Well, remember, all the worldly properties are not like on the fucking mind side of the dualism. So how do you get into the fucking like the active perception, like the world of change of particulars, right? How do you get there? From these instants, these timeless instants of like isolated like points of intensity.
Maybe.
Squirts of
Maybe.
electricity.
Yeah.
Maybe Zulu will give us the magical spell that will finally resolve this issue. Let's see.
Bridge to
Sorry, just to say one more thing.
dualism.
We can maybe I'll just go ahead and grant evolution is pretty successful
Dualism,
at getting us
Bridgimo.
to propagate our genes, right? And maybe maybe evolution trend lines towards truth, but that's not what we want to be saying whenever we say that. Whenever we want to say that there are. My awareness of the Dr. Pepper can is objective. There's a real Dr. Pepper can here as a Dr. Pepper can. The empirical object of a Dr. Pepper can is a real one. I don't want to have to make this gesture to like, well, evolution, it's like, pretty good at getting us to propagate our genes. And it's because that's not
Yo, that's such a good way, bro. Oh, fucking, bro, that's so good, bro. Wow.
Yeah.
So good.
Here on,
I mean, and you see the stark difference with the ecological psychologist, where it's like, no, the concept of affordances is fucking necessitated by a commitment to realism. Right? Affordances are what is perceived. Period. Full stop. You know?
the idea that, oops,
Sorry, lost my headphones.
that's daisies.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
A little too enthusiastic.
So I want to be clear here. Is the problem, because it strikes me that, well, it is given to me that I see that Dr. Pepper can, and I have never experienced any situation where I've been able to decide.
But it gives you the perception of entities, right? It's
He's
just a
about to-
given that you observe the
He's gonna do it
entity.
again, though.
But you just did.
Did he?
Okay, I'm gonna not see that.
Well, yeah, I mean, he just said, well, it's a given that I see the Dr. Pepper can, that I see the entity.
Yeah, but right. Remember what's going on here. I don't know. Like I've repeated it several times, right?
hmm
What perception gives us, right? There's no missing pieces, right? In nature, there's no missing pieces, right? So, but then he's just erasing some of it, and then he's just being like, oh, that's really real. Remember the extremely subjective view. That's what's happening here, right? And then he's saying that's the really real. And then, of course, I mean, the world of change in particulars isn't real. That's the world we perceive. But what? Of course, the world we perceive can't be real. So we have to erase some of it, right? But yeah, remember what's going on. Remember, we're already starting with no missing pieces. We're starting with nature. Everything is fully entailed. There's no external positing. External positing makes absolutely no sense, right? When explaining anything going on in nature, right? So,
yeah, it's
how did we get here?
that
How did we get to the impoverish, like the assumption of impoverishment, bro? The assumption of impoverished entailment. How did we get here?
I mean, he in the story that he gave just before, he kind of gave the answer that we know, right? We assume there's just this sensation that, as Hume said himself, we can't justify from.
But what he really means is, well, we know by pure reason, because the fucking world that we perceive is obviously not real. It's because it's the world we perceive. That's literally it, bro. That's the implicit like assumption here, right? Because remember how you get the fucking thing like sensations, right? Like that sort of like concept, bro. Because you don't get it from experience, right?
Oh, that's the quote I was pointing back to from
You don't get it from nature.
Like,
The evolutionary
not
biologist has no observable called sensation. The neurologist, right? The neurophysiologist has no observable called sensation, right?
That's just because evolution was really good, though. It did it really well.
Yeah, but again, okay. Ask how. That's again begging the question. It's a petitio principii. And if his answer is an appeal to ignorance, I mean, it's an appeal to ignorance. You just fucking dismiss it. Dismiss what he says because it's bullshit. He's just making it up.
I'm very curious what Zulu is going to respond here, because saying, "Oh, what is the problem?" So he's trying to, I guess, pinpoint where the
No, it's just like
But I wonder if he knows.
you won't see it unless you identify it as a dualism, and dualism is like unbridgeable, you know. And
you need
the whole
to.
thing there, the whole thing there, right? That Swenson and everybody, all these like people have been really like going into, right?
Mhm.
You just won't be
Or
able to
you
see it because you're on one side of the dualism and you're just you're just placing your material blocks out into a void, right? Just saying like, oh yeah, eventually we'll reach mind, or rather, it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, it's just what magical bridge can we need the rainbow bridge to get us from
Right. So you
Midgard
just
to
ask how, and he won't be able to answer because he's making it up. He's literally just it should just be treated like he's saying gloop 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 because it has no referent. It's not saying anything.
He's just going to like go down a chain of just, oh well, this logical step and this logical step, but
Yes, yes.
you'll
Look at
always need to
lecture.
invoke a new
I
one.
think it was also in lecture 3. Lecture 3 in lectures on perception goes all into this how it's like the causal chain view of perception, right? It's just like you're gonna have a magical step because you can't. There's already a dualism. It's incommensurability in descriptors. You just cannot bridge it without a magical step. You just cannot do it. You cannot just keep building with your Minecraft blocks, and then eventually your Minecraft blocks are gonna turn into a fucking reality. You can't do it.
So let's see Zulu's Minecraft blocks.
It strikes me that, well, it is given to me that I see that Dr. Pepper can.
Fucking love that.
And I have
fucking
never experienced
example.
any situation where I've been able to decide, hey, I'm going to not see that as a Dr. Pepper can anymore. I'm going to see it as an elephant instead. I've never experienced something like that. I don't know anybody who's able to do that to their own ability to see.
You haven't justified the assumption, bro. You're literally like again. This is where we start. So it's like you're trying to recover affordances when affordances is what we fucking started with. What you started with, what you fucking just dismissed as unreal. You know?
Yeah, all the meaningful aspect of reality.
Yeah, meaning, and you're just trying to cover meaning when you've literally gotten rid of it. We started with it. How did you get rid of it?
Yeah.
Just look back. Just look back. How did you get here? How did you get here? You got rid of it. Where did you start?
Right. So let's see where Zulu's going, because I thought he was going to try to like pinpoint the problem, but then he just went into
and really, but you can't trace your steps back, so to speak, because you won't be able to recover. You know how you can't recover the impredicativity once you've broken it, right? You can't just recover the original dynamics, right?
Well,
Because you lose all the information about that depends on it, right? Once you
The
destroy
only
it,
way that you can get
and put it back.
anything is to step outside of it and realize that you fucked up really bad.
Yeah, you got to step outside the formalism. Step
realize you
outside the
fucked up,
formalism. I realized you were just
see.
fucking wasting your time, fucking doing nothing in a formalism.
All right, let's keep it a little bit. I extended my time as much as possible. At 30, I'm gonna have to leave. So let's.
Okay, what's the time?
26.
Okay.
But yeah, if someone wants to open their own video to be able to continue stream it, this is Sakura or maybe we.
Are you leaving now?
No, I want to see where this specific argument ends up at. So I might extend it a little bit past 3:30, but after that
right.
I need to leave.
Yeah, I can bring
So
it
let's
up.
just.
I've been staring
I
at this fucking burger for like so long. I just like I keep pacing around, like talking. I'm fucking eating it from right now.
It's gonna be cold. All right, let's see what Zula's response here.
What stops you from perceiving it as something completely different? Like, is that what you're getting at?
Not even
No,
that's
it's
like,
not. No.
Speaking, this is just like a necessary.
Dude,
thing.
he's not tracking at
This is
all.
kind of what I was getting at with like the Kant stuff earlier. Like why he doesn't necessarily need the numinal to make like the categories always work or something like that. We can just say it's like a necessary feature of them that there are these norms that they follow, and it just always works in accordance with the norms. But like the question or that works epistemologically because we're making reference to norms whenever we do that. We get the rules of cognition are what grant.
Yeah, he can't understand that he's talking about innate knowledge because he's already disintegrated. Like his own view relies on such like Bayesian priors, right? For abduction and stuff, right? For fixing the epistemic mediator, right? For for doing that, right? It's a I just fucking lost it. Okay, hold up. I totally just fucking lost it.
Fuck, I'm not sure where you were going with that. Because you were.
Yeah, he's just already relying on his position.
I
That's
lost what
all
I
it is,
said.
man.
I don't know what I was saying. Yeah.
All right.
I forgot what I was saying. I forgot what I was.
I don't know what
Yes,
I put back-
Bayesian. Yes. I just needed to remember what I was saying. The rules, right? He's talking about the rules or whatever. He can't
Mhm.
he can't grasp that that's what he needs to be attacking. He can't grasp that it's even any different from fucking like the perception of the object. Like, you know, he just can't, because he's also
You think
relying
Zulu
on
can't do that?
some syntactic rules, like some rules fixed in advance, right?
Mhm. Yeah, well, that's what the arithmetic integration is, right?
Yeah, but he's just like he
they're
can't.
operating on the same impoverished scale. So
He's not
obviously
hearing this. He's not understanding that this is where he needs what he needs to attack. You know,
And that's where, because I don't know,
because what are
the
these
Kantian
rules?
guy
What are these
explained it
rules?
pretty well. Though.
Say what the rules are, and then we can see very clearly that they're loans of intelligence, right? And well, they're loans. They're loans. They come from somewhere, right? They're getting their loaned intelligence from somewhere, right? But they're non-repayable. But like we Turvey talks all about how to spot loans of intelligence, right? They'll always contain like basically intentional idioms, right? So again, just look at, like, I think it's in lecture 7 where he talks about that. But again, this is what you could do. You just say, "What are those rules? What are those rules?" Oh, I can spot. It's a loan of intelligence. Well, where does this intelligence come from, boy? Because it's like, bro, you're begging the question, bro. You're just using intelligence, like you're using what you're trying to explain in order to explain it. That's begging the question. Where are you getting it? It's just kicking the can down the road, right? And unless you identify that, then you're just gonna, like, I don't know what you're gonna do. You're just not gonna be able to identify that they're kicking the can down the road.
I mean, that's what's been happening for like an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought you were gonna leave, Eddie.
What?
I thought you said you were gonna leave in like 15
Yeah, I wanted to.
minutes from
Yeah, that was
an hour
like
ago.
30 minutes ago. I just wanted to finish listening to this point, like this little part of the debate, but G's going on tangents every time. So
Yeah,
Sorry.
but
I
it's
just wanted
it's
to-
all important stuff. So like that's fine.
Whenever we do that, we get the rules of cognition are what grant justificatory force to representation.
Unentailed, by the way.
System. Like sensation alone
Guys,
has no justificatory force.
look at
no
this
definitive
text.
historical
I
force, but I'll say this.
sent a meme that I've been making for the past 30 minutes.
These rules are arrived at how? Oh, pure reason. They're transcendental, right? They're unentailed. Literally, they're unentailed. It's just saying that our theory is wrong. What we assumed already is wrong. It's impoverished. So but again, there's no missing pieces in what we have, right? So something has to supply the missing pieces. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Maybe we should check out this meme. I don't know.
Which one?
Cognition.
What
You should
meme?
look at it.
What meme?
The one in Wheezy text that he shared, that he made just now.
Stop doing psychology. Ghosts are not supposed to live in machines. Something grab my lunch. It's called natural language. Yes, the representation of something. I'll compute something to do. Statements dreamed up utterly deranged. Like, is that like a meme or something? It doesn't look like a meme.
Yeah, it is a meme. Have you not seen a similar kind?
It would be
math,
like
economics?
if you make a meme about, but it but it gives us perception of entities, like that whole thing. If you make a meme about that, that would be perfect. That would be just perfect. Oh, he was copying something else. Yeah, he was copying something.
We can just say it's like a necessary feature of them that there are these norms that they follow. Always works in accordance with the norms. But like the that works epistemologically because we're making reference to norms whenever we do that. We get the rules of cognition are what grant justificatory force to representations under the Kantian system. Like sensation alone has no justificatory force. I was going to do another historical digression, but I'll save it just to stay on this trend. But sensation alone doesn't have any justificatory force. So the given, as given in Kant's view, isn't epistemically salient. It can't do any cognitive workforce on its own. And so we need to apply these rules.
Yeah, I mean, sensations is really, I mean, sensations are representations, right? They are epistemic mediators, right? And it's like, it's just another example of this, like trying to sound as objective as possible. Like, oh yeah, like we're pointing to something like this. I mean, like it's just describing it. Like, oh yeah, sensations. It's these micro physical variables, these fucking light quanta hitting the eye. Yeah, that's sensation, right? But again, that's an epistemic mediator, right? It's incommensurable. The descriptors are incommensurable, right, with the object of experience, right? If that's taken as the object of reference, then it's incommensurable with the object of experience. You have a dualism. You have a dualism that, and you are supposing that you can bridge it. Even worse.
All right.
And cut it up into things that are cognizable as objects for us. And so, but he thinks that's a totally necessary, will never fail sort of system. Like the rules will always just apply themselves as rules. And so it's not the case that like I need to know how it's the case that this doesn't suddenly turn into like an all red, all blue, all at the same time Dr. Pepper can or something like that. The question is, how is it a Dr. Pepper can for me at all? How is it possible that there is a Dr. Pepper can here?
Right.
There is a Dr. Pepper can here, and we can agree that this Dr. Pepper can comes from must originate in sensibility because I'm a finite rational being. We can agree on those things, but there's like a gulf between I must sense and
there's a gulf
that is a Dr. Pepper can for me. And that gap in there is where epistemology happens, because once you have the object, you have the ground.
Yeah, that gap is where epistemology happens.
He's literally classifying epistemology as the bridger of the dualism. That's
I mean, but it's not like, I mean, uncommon. It's very, very common. A very common view.
Yeah, I mean that's what Hume tried to do, but he took the other side of the dualism. That's like that's been the norm basically.
Right.
You can build effectively. I think there are better or worse ones, but you can build pretty much any epistemological system you want from that ground.
So I think there are
also helps to point out that what he's doing, Heidelberg is essentially doing the same thing every time he talks about it. He's just saying that like, oh, we can't ever bridge the two, and we just make some random rules and they work or they don't work. Like it's the same basis between the two of them. Yeah. It's just the dualism.
Questions at play here. One is the epistemic and one is decidedly not epistemic. So why is there actually a Dr. Pepper can there? Well, presumably because it was made in some factory and you went out and purchased it from a shop. That's presumably why there is a Dr. Pepper can there. Now, why are you able to perceive the fact that there's Dr. Pepper can there? Well,
wait.
That's there's an epistemic aspect to it, but it terminates in perception. It is the case that
it gives us perception of entities.
Specific mechanism by which
he just did not understand the question.
Your sensation of touch works. That's not part of epistemology. That would be part of perception science. For eye doctors.
Oh, bro, he hasn't heard of fucking perception science even before I even said it, bro. Before we even said anything about perception science, he never heard about it, bro. And now he's just using it as an excuse. It's crazy.
Yeah. And this is the longest non sequitur. Like he does not understand the problem that he's talking about, that the Kantian's talking about. That you've accepted the dualism, you've accepted a description of sense data, and from that you can't get to
the Kantian just keeps saying, well, you've accepted the dualism. He keeps pointing it out. He just keeps trying to point it out. But I guess he's not landing the point hard enough. I mean, I could probably devil's advocate like for this like a bit better than him, right? Like land the point that it's a dualism.
Yeah, he wants to say it's a dualism, but he doesn't necessarily want to like you to kind
Yeah,
of
he doesn't want to
grasp at
say
it
it's
and to question
unbridgeable.
it.
He doesn't want to say it's unbridgeable, you know?
You
Yeah,
should
there's
doesn't-
also
play
that,
devil's
of course.
advocate in a debate against Zulu. If you just play devil's advocate for Kant the whole time, dude, that would be funny to see him fucking squirm.
Oh no, I don't want to do that.
I've put to later my leaving. I'm gonna have to leave. Does anyone want to
What's
stream and
put
have
the
the timestamp?
timestamp? Yeah, put the
It's
timestamp.
1:14 essentially.
114.
An hour and
114.
So you guys have the time.
All right, yo. Well, everybody's leaving, but good thing they can watch the recording. You know?
Yeah, I definitely I'm gonna watch the rest of it on the whoever uploads it.
I think Zetetic is. Oh, where the fuck is Zetetic?
He
Oh,
left.
yeah,
I'm
at
already.
least.
I've been recording, so
Okay.
he's left.
Okay.
Okay, so at least nothing should
Yeah.
be
So I
lost.
guess you two should coordinate on like if you guys are gonna post a video, like post a full thing. You know?
He already sent me his
Or is
recording,
that
so we're
against-
good.
Okay.
All right. So, well, see you everyone later.
See you,
Yep.
man.
Bye-bye.
Or it's my turn to take up the reins, I guess.
Yeah, bro. It's just. Books is here. What's up, Books?
What's up, books? Got Monskiro in here.
Yeah, I mean now that Eddie's gone, I mean you guys gotta step up, man, and start fucking saying some shit.
I will be silent because I will also be doing stuff in the background while I listen to this.
I mean, like, what do you guys think? Like, Ono's, books, like, so far from what you've heard, like, what are you guys gonna finish?
I think this is a complete waste of time.
This what we're doing?
No, I think
I mean,
it's
I
not
think
debates because usually
Like the debate or what we're doing?
No, what do you mean? What we're doing on those, or what the debate with Zula?
well, mainly the debate is a waste of time. I think you have, like we've all agreed, you got two Kantians that are they think they have a difference, but they don't, so they're arguing in circles. But
Yeah, I mean, but like we're really here to push it to Zulu, like to bring Zulu, to press it on Zulu, like what he's missing, you know?
yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that you're like, we're learning from this and we're able to figure stuff out ourselves. But like, I don't think
Yeah.
Zulu's ever gonna watch this. I don't think he has.
From this,
I don't think
you guys are gonna. At least you guys are gonna be fucking way stronger, like
Right.
way more equipped to tackle shit. You know?
Yeah, but I don't see this as being a rejoinder that Zulu will ever care about.
Well, I
I
don't
don't
know.
think he's
I guess
I don't think he's ever
if
gonna
he
watch the
doesn't care
video.
about if he doesn't care about it, then we can just keep sending it to everybody else. You know?
Yeah.
only one way to find out, you know?
I mean, yeah, that's why I've been trying to like educate any young objectivists that are here. Like,
But
you gotta.
Yeah, and this would be a great one. This would be a good one for it.
yeah, I'm just at this point.
Oh, sorry. And anybody, right? I'm making a lot of broad claims, and I'm saying things a lot like they're just like I'm not trying to get too deep into things, right? If anybody has any questions about anything I've said, come to me, and I'll try to answer it the best I can.
Yeah, come into the Discord server. I'll put in the.
Yeah,
link.
yeah. Right? I'm not unapproachable, like not in the least, not like Zulu.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, at this point would it just be worthwhile to just stop the debate and just actually go over the primary sources of the actual,
like the best thing that can be done right
Well,
now
I think
in this
I
debate
think this is what's gonna
to
happen,
stop
right?
everything and go through to the beginning of the flow. Like,
Well,
just go
this
to the very
might
beginning.
this might be what's needed. Like I don't know. Like we'll have this, right, and then just like if anybody's interested in going more in depth, we can do like later on we can do VCs, like just going over papers like we've been doing. You know, we've been doing some of that. right? I think that's like because we can send this to like these young objectivists or whatever you said, right?
Yeah.
We can send this to all these people, right? And then they come in here interested to learn more, and then we can just have more of those VCs about talking more in depth about things and like with people interested to learn, you know?
I'm the
Yeah, I just
example because I'm very new to objectivism. I literally only heard it with Zulu, and then G said, "Hey, you know that book's not as great as this was, and hey, you want to join the server and stuff." And now I'm here, trying to learn all this. You know, trying to integrate. Stop my
And it's
English.
amazing, man. You'll be soon enough. You'll be far more integrated than Zulu.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I just wonder if we could structure it better to where it's like, hey, let's focus on one topic instead of spending, having a 5-hour VC on,
Yeah.
it's very
Well, yeah,
It's been 6
100%.
hours actually.
wow,
Right.
yeah.
I mean,
And I think
I can spend more time editing this stuff down. It's just gonna take all the
remember the VC we did on dispositions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think it could be. That's what I'm saying. It's like this. Like they'll come in more interested in like specific things or like specific topics. Will they're concerned with, they have an issue with, or they're just like questioning. You know what I mean? They're you know what I mean. They're interested in, right? They're interested in looking more into it, right? Then we have those. Then we know exactly what we really need to talk about, right? Just like Stratino was struggling with dispositions, right? Affordances of dispositions, and we had to have that discussion. But by the time we had that discussion, because Stratino's schedule is like whack, like by the time we had that discussion, he kind of warmed around. He basically completely warmed up to my view.
Hmm. Did he ever watch the
Yeah.
recording for that?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys haven't watched that, that was a really good discussion on Sakura's channel.
Yeah, the dispositional versus relational.
Yeah,
All right.
that was a really good
Let's
discussion.
keep going.
Could we actually get a link to the channel?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh yeah.
Pull it. Tab. Actually, I probably just. There we go. I'll put it in VC text.
Thanks.
Yep. Alrighty. Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Everything good?
Oh, hold up. I'm not watching the video.
Alright, let's go back.
There you go. I'm watching it.
What are you able to perceive?
Like literally to anybody fucking watching.
Like he's getting this from me.
Fucking
He's getting
Zulu.
this from me telling everybody like, oh yeah, that's not part of a philosophy, guys. That's perception science. And that's
Like,
also
even
from
the
Binzwinger. And Rand even.
Like
Rand said
literally to
that.
anybody, anyone fucking watching this, like when he's saying like it terminates or whatever the fuck, like what does that even mean, right? What is the meaning of that word, right? What are you even trying to say?
Right. Again, Rosen's argument. We went over Rosen's argument, right? About impredicativity is the only alternative to infinite regress, right? And like, I mean, the other alternative is just stopping the regress by fiat, right? That's what he
Yeah.
means.
But it's just like if you
But
ask
again, it's
yourself that
unentailed.
question,
It's
if you ask
unentailed.
yourself that
Unentailed.
question, if you really fucking think about it, you'll realize that it doesn't really, you can't even find really an answer as to what it means for something to terminate in perception.
No, yeah. I mean, it's just you have this linear chain, right? And there's some magic step in this chain.
Mhm.
It's really quiet though. Can you turn up the volume?
This is as far as it goes. You can turn the volume up on your end, by the way.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I gotta do that. Wait, how can I? Yeah, okay. I got it. I think. Can go okay.
Is he just why? I don't know. Is he just saying it's like completely fucking disconnected from that the theory of concepts? Like, why is that not a relevant thing to get into?
Yeah, I mean, he's just saying like, oh, it's informed by perception science somehow, but I don't know. But it gives us perception of entities. Whoa, hold up. That's not what you said was the given. You said the given was that it's integrate that there's an integration of sensations.
Yeah.
That what perceiving things means is the integration of sensation. That's what you said was the given. I mean, we can rewind. Everybody can rewind and go see it. We talked about it. But again, just kind of sensation of objects, guys. A sensation of entities, guys. Remember, sensation of sensation of energies.
I mean, yeah, it seems like he's just trying to desperately justify like bromides or just like,
Yeah.
these just slogans.
I mean, because they're truisms. They're bromides, friend. It's fucking meaningless. Like he's just thinking in examples for him. He's just thinking in quotes. He's just reciting it. Yeah, Zulu is not tracking. Remember, he was like, "There's this mosaic of sensations." Blah 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 blah. How does it become the Dr. Pepper can? You know?
And I mean, would you say that you would reject this sort of dichotomy of the how and the why? Because you said, ontology and epistemology are actually not distinct.
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Like what you said about ontology and epistemology, right? Do you remember?
What about? I didn't
How
say
it's
they're
like,
not distinct. I said they're reciprocal. But like,
yeah,
they're
they're
not.
not like
They're not
separated.
separated. You know? Yeah.
So would you reject his separation of the how and the why? Yeah.
What are you talking about? What's separated? Like, they're different questions. Sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're
So
different
you don't think he's
questions.
separating it? I feel like he's separating it.
Why is a question of entailment. How is just a question of mechanism. which is not causal. It doesn't give you any cause or anything. The how question. I mean, it's you can't have a how question really without a why question. I mean, how questions without why questions, where the why question is just some unentailed. The answer to it is just some unentailed entailer. That's where you have just how questions. It's just a mechanism, and it's all unentailed. You know. Right. You can't ask any how questions really without why questions. But yeah, Rosen talks all about that too.
To it, the perception.
That's a big word.
Yes, again, they both say it gives you perception of entities. They both believe this. They're both holding this position that yes, it gives you perception of entities. Every time Zulu says it, he's conceding the debate. Yes, yes, yes. He's just trying to say that. Yeah, why? Why? What entails it? What is it? What entails it, man? That's what he's saying right now.
It's not.
An unentailed entailer is a violation of the law. What basis? What basis is there for preferring one arbitrary claim over another? There isn't. I mean, the arbitrary is equivocal with the arbitrary, but crucially, only the arbitrary is subject to such arbitrariness. Yes. Continue. Continue.
Why?
Again, how for him lies completely in the gap of the dualism.
The M, basically.
Yeah.
Oh.
But like also the corrective mechanism and stuff. That's all part of M. Mm. Again, if you have
We're
Gibson's
still
view,
asking questions about his position.
if you have
an
Gibson's
hour
view, you
in.
don't have to infer the scene from the sequences, right? Because the scene is already contained by the sequence. Like it's all, you're already just perceiving a scene. That's what it is. The scene is not unreal, you know.
Mm.
You don't need to
Yeah, I don't know.
perceive. You don't have to perceive like in the polar planimeter example. You don't have to, like, the polar planimeter doesn't need to uh,
Mm.
measure length and then measure width and then calculate area. It just directly measures area.
Yeah.
And it would be terrible. It would be terrible if you tried to fucking measure length and width with a polar planimeter. It wouldn't do a good job of it. And so we're basically like a polar planimeter, right? And there's been tons of experiments on this, from the ecological approach. How, those abstract variables or whatever, just like, we're really, really just not good at fucking detecting them.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're not what's relevant to our activity.
Make sure I understood.
That's not what you're doing, though.
Yeah, that's definitely not what you. That's definitely not what you were doing, Zulu.
That's what we're doing. Oh,
We just,
man.
yeah, like sensation is just like a nonsense.
We're saying, look at the
Just throw
larger
that out.
system. Look at the larger system, man.
Just
That's
throw
what
your
we're
whole
saying.
flow.
Yeah, sensation, bro. Throw that word in the trash, right? And you'll be much better off.
Yeah.
Sucker, can you speed it up a bit?
It's
like 0.5.
Yeah.
Right. When
Mm-hmm.
We're in this epistemic black box, man. It's because you can't
What if
formalize
there
it, bro.
was?
The world is non-formalizable, bro. That's it. That's all you gotta. The world is non-formalizable. Like I said, I don't know if I said it on the stream. I might have said it on the stream. Maybe it was in another, like in the very last recording. I think I said it in this recording.
Yeah.
That well, not your recording, in Zetetic's recording. That what, like Patty's question, what's true of the world, such that there can be, incompatible formalisms that and no one formalism, no one single formalism exhaust reality, right? What has to be true of the world, right? The world has to be non-formalizable. It's just that simple. We start with no missing pieces. There's no missing pieces.
examples, he's like, well, we can't make any sense of it. And then
Yep, right. There's no missing terms in reality. There's no missing terms. I mean, not real. They say they invert it, right? But there's no missing terms in nature, right? When we look, there's no missing terms. I mean, there's no missing pieces, right? So what supplies the missing pieces? But how did you get there? How did you get to there? There is missing pieces that we need supplied, right? That we're standing outside of reality, trying to get into reality. Why is that the case? Why the fuck is that the case? That we're standing outside of nature, trying to get into nature. You know? Yeah, Hume. Turvey talks about this. Hume, what he's basically saying is how Hume fell to the paradox of mechanical reason, right? I don't want to get too much into it. Like the paradox of mechanical reason that Turvey will talk about if you look at lecture 7, I think it is. Probably, yeah, I think it's lecture 7. He talks about he talks about the paradox of mechanical reason there, and also in lecture 8, he talks about how Hume falls to it. Yeah, basically the point is that he's on the mechanical side. He can't bridge, he's in the Minecraft world. He can't make the bridge into the mind side,
Mm-hmm.
Again, we've already like bracketed out most of the worldly properties, right, and treated them as fucking like literally illusory.
But we all agree.
We all agree.
Yeah, we all agree it's impoverished. We all agree it's impoverished, man. Yeah, that's it, right? That's how Hume fell to the paradox of mechanical reason, because it was like, well, that's not an explanation of perception, because it's just you're saying it doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
You're bracketing it out. You're bracketing all of this out as unreal, right? You can't bridge the dualism. You're trying to bridge it from the so-called real world, and to get to the where you've actually put all of the most of the worldly properties. Yeah. Yeah, he was talking exactly about the paradox of mechanical reason. That's crazy. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why. Well, I don't know. Like you keep circling back to, well, there's no missing terms. When we look, I wonder how did we get to where there is something missing that needs to be supplied. Why question is a silly question to ask. The why question is a silly question to ask. Wow. No, why is just completely dropped out. There's no why. It's just the dualism, right? It's again an intractable problem. There's no why question at all.
Right, it's just we have a dualism, so who cares? I don't know.
Bridge it, man, bridge it. Gotta bridge it. Like Bob the Builder. They're just obsessed with it.
Yeah.
It's like cops, like cops are always just like fiending for that ID, bro, I need that ID, man.
I need that bridge. I need the bridge.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. Wow, bro. He's like, oh, you still have to
Oh,
answer
wait.
Hume though.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why do we have to answer Hume but not Kant?
Just like
Because fucking
don't
Hume,
swim, don't cover. You know?
Hume brought up the fucking question that fucking Kant was trying to answer, right? Hume came before Kant, and so
Yeah.
he, had this fucking question.
No, I was saying,
right?
I mean, like the fucking Rash is like, bro, don't tell him. He's a Kantian.
Yeah, we don't have to answer Kant because we already agree with him.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Oh wow, bro. He just said the
What?
opposite involves, bro. What? Do you know what he just said, bro? I think
Yeah,
it
he's saying that.
like what it is.
So
This thing's
how we know
identity.
facts?
It is what it's not. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, we know
well,
facts through
it's not
their
that.
counter.
It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. That's what it is, because it's not that. Right? What it is it's not that. It's not that. It's not that.
Dude. That's so bad.
Wow. And that's why
It's
I
so
said
bad.
earlier, necessity is just an imperative loop, bro. That's all it is. Necessity. Literally, no unentailed terms, bro. There's no room for any unentailed terms, for smuggling in any unentailed terms. Everything is entailed. That's what necessity means. Yeah, right? That's why when I'm talking about system description and explanation, right? We're trying to find the system that's like the laws, right? We're trying to find the system that exhibits the laws, right? For which this behavior, this phenomenon, we're trying to fucking study, right? Trying to explain, for which it's necessary. We're trying to find the entity that's acting, you know? That's it. Right? And if we stoop to like a level 2 below, like the phenomenon of interest, that we just pass by the phenomenon of interest, the behavior we're trying to explain. You know? I mean, Turby talks all about this in lecture 1. Again, I've talked about this so many times, like about getting the appropriate scale of description for the system, and how if you're not like getting the right context, right, not the right scale of the system, right, for which the behavior is necessary, right, then you're going to have to basically inject, like you have to smuggle in some magic. Literally, you're going to have to, and it's like, well,
Is
the
this also
system actually, the part, like the system, so defined, actually seems to be magical. Like it looks like that. This the paradigmatic case is the magician's trick, right? He's hiding some variables from you, and that's why it looks magical.
What? Identity is identity is wait, did he just I gotta go back.
No, yeah, he just said what necessity means is that its opposite involves a contradiction.
No, yeah, and he said the positive is identity. The positive of that is identity.
Yep.
Excuse me, G. The part
It's a zero sum metaphysics. What?
G, the part you were talking about necessary being fact and stuff. I thought is this in Introduction to Ecological Psychology as well?
In lectures on perception, in Turvey's book, Lectures on Perception, look at lecture 1 where he talks about system description. Like there's also in general chat, if you look at the pinned messages in general chat, where I explained like a closed loop. I literally am replying to, he's like, what is necessity? And then I explain it.
Gotcha.
If you look at the pins in general chat, I'm like a closed loop of entailment, right, which is an imperdicative loop.
Got it.
And
I see Michael Turvey has done a great deal of work in formally.
yeah, and you see I reference lecture 1 there, and also basically another paper where he gives like the same examples, like, but talks a little bit more about some things. So definitely read that whole thing there, right?
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah, it obtains by identity.
What the fuck does that mean, bro? I mean, it's just a
necessity
purely.
means
It's
is
like
that it
he's just
obtains
purely
by
formalized
identity.
it. He's just
Yeah.
purely formalized it. But again, in a formalization, there's always going to be unentailed terms, and we've went over this. But there's always going to be unentailed components. We went over this, Sakura. Remember? We looked at Rosen's argument there.
So yeah,
It's in one of
what
Sakura's
necessity
recordings.
means? What necessity means is that it follows by identity, or whatever the fuck he said. By necessity. Obtains by identity. Which is the positive form of the opposite involves contradiction.
Wow. Yeah, bro.
That's
It's just
crazy.
zero-sum metaphysics. This is how you get
That's
dualisms, by the way.
crazy.
This is exactly how you get dualisms. You split the world on the basis of satisfying some a priori criteria, which we call it a property. Right? It's not really a property. It's just, again, it's a label you attach to a zero. Right? And it's just like, it's just an a priori, like you just a tag, like you just give it like all things that are just like P, and then all things that are not P, right? They just
It's
have
like
you just have these
filling in
two worlds
that you've
You just have
created.
these two incomplete worlds. You know, just a set of like there's organism kind of facts and there's environment kind of facts, right? Facts fall cleanly in one side or the other, right? This is how you get dualism. This is how you get this is you start treating identifications as negations.
Because I mean, yeah, because you don't. Because if you know all the things that it's not, but not the thing that it is, I mean, how do you know the thing that it's not if you don't know what it is? And so, it's like
Yeah, I mean,
we've
this is
punched
Hegel.
all
This is
these
Hegel.
holes.
This is Hegel's whole method. This is his whole method of dialectics.
And it's just like you have all these holes that you've made, and how are you going to fill in those holes if you don't have anything to fill it in with? You don't have any of the positive identity there because you've started from the negative.
Mm-hmm.
I think
And
it
again,
is
it's a
also
limiting
kind of like a
process. That's what a That's what a limiting process is. That's what a limiting process is.
It's like you're
what I
trying
said
to
before.
apply math.
That's abstraction and subtraction.
It's like you're trying to apply math. It's like, oh yeah, you know, two negatives make a positive. And then it's just like, well, that's not how it actually works in like the fucking real world when we're fucking looking at shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we already, you know, we don't start from nothing. We already have the positive sum right there in front of us. It's just there.
But yeah, it's a zero-sum metaphysics, I like to call it.
Yeah.
This is what you get with the abstractionist subtraction view, with the extremely subjective view that I was talking about. I like to call it a zero-sum metaphysics.
Looks like looks like Zetetic is fucking stirring the pot.
all
He's
roads
like,
lead to zero, bro. All roads leads to
G
zero.
wants to
It's all
debate
reification
Zulu.
of zero.
Hype. Pretty sure that's Zetetic right there.
Wow, bro. Bro, I don't know, bro. Guys. This shit's crazy, bro. If any of you guys have read fucking Peikoff's paper on the analytic synthetic dichotomy, bro, you would see why this is crazy what Zulu say right now. He's bro. He's literally doing the exact same shit, bro. That's what he's doing, bro. Like, and is what I was saying, right? Because you're dividing the world into two facts, like contingent facts and necessary facts, and you know what I mean. And that's what you're doing when you have this whole like possible worlds like idea of necessity. Oh, bro.
Yeah, it's kind of
It's
just the
literally,
primacy of PSR.
bro. bro, I'm just like, look, bro, look. Like, read Peikoff's analytic synthetic dichotomy, bro. He's literally describing what you're doing, bro. As like,
yeah, it sounds like a
one of the
primacy
biggest
of
errors in philosophy. One of the biggest errors in philosophy.
yeah, it sounds like a
Oh
primacy of
man,
PSR.
yeah. I mean, but PSR isn't. I don't know. Like, it's not so bad on its face. You know, it's just like the
I
whole
just don't think it should be
idea,
taken as
right?
literal. It's like, oh, we have all these
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
alternative
Yeah.
worlds where the sky could be green.
Oh
And
yeah.
it's like, well, this world is
No,
not
like
green.
see primacy of perceiving again. See primacy of perceiving and see how they use PSR to basically just like no. All this shit is nonsense. You know, like on its own premises. You know, on its own premises, it's nonsense. Bro, look at this, bro. He's just like fucking defining what exists like a priori, bro.
Slow it down a little bit because I'm not following as well. But bro, how do you know a cigarette can't eat cake? Right?
Bro, it's just like I just deduce it from the fucking categories, bro.
It's
You
like,
see, we have
oh,
all these
observe
platonic forms. You just
I can
deduce it.
I can observe that a cigarette can't fucking eat cake, and therefore it's not that, and it must be a billion other things. It's
like, what is it, bro? You know, and it's like, oh, it's not that. It's not that. It can't do that.
just like I fucking take this cigarette everywhere, and I just like I'm trying to figure out, what does it do?
This is exactly how we get the concept of God. You know, by abstraction and subtraction, we take we take man, and we're like, we're just defining God by negation of man. It's like, oh yeah, God is everything man is not. Because we've already defined man as what by what it's like at like by what it's not, right? Yeah, we've already defined man by what it's not, and then just well, God is everything that man is not, right?
I mean, yeah, it's just like, oh well, we can't directly perceive what a cigarette's nature is, so we need to fucking figure out what it can't do to figure out its nature and identity.
Yeah, I mean, this is not how it works. You end up with nothing that way, because you never even got anywhere.
Yeah.
You're always going to be you're always going to be stuck outside of reality, trying to get into reality, you know, and you're never going to be able to.
It's like that scene in Interstellar where the guy's like banging on the thing, and he's like,
no.
He's just like, I can't get back into reality.
Yep. It sounds really objective, guys. You know, just the real world is just these abstract Newtonian like Euclidean properties. He's doing it, bro. He's literally doing it.
I mean, yeah, like, bro,
I mean, he's just doing.
A is not
He's doing a
arrived at
rationalist.
through some like fucking deductive process.
Yeah, he's doing this whole chain of deduction right now, being a
like,
total
oh, yeah.
rationalist.
It's like, oh yeah, we can deduce that A is A by saying that by going through all of the things A is not. Like we
Oh,
can get
bro.
to A is A if we just have
Yeah,
A is
the
negative
problem
A
here is
or
that
something.
the problem
So-
here is that it already assumes that reality is formalizable, and there's this largest formalism, right, that encompasses it all. But it's not the case. Reality is non-formalizable. It's impredicative. There's an essential semantic component, right, and that's what he's denying right now. You hear him. That's what he's denying right now. That, like, bro, because like we can go from X to Y or we can go from Y to X, but we can't do both at once. Right, just like we can cut a pizza in columns or triangles or squares, but we can't do all at once. But no one way of doing it exhausts the pizza's identity. You know what I mean? And that's what he's basically just stuck on. Just like, well, this one way exhausts the pizza's identity, and that's why it's a single entailment mode. It's just you only have this one single entailment mode, and then you just have an infinite regress.
Definitely not.
No, bro. Yeah, this is. I mean, this is what Newton did. He's like his theory of causality. But remember, his formalism doesn't actually reference any causal terms or anything like that. It can't. But again, his whole theory there is just a zero sum metaphysics. That's it. It's entirely zero sum.
Yeah.
It's just like general equilibrium models in economics, like neoclassical views of economics, if anybody's more familiar with that. Like Walrasian views, Walrasian general equilibrium stuff.
Unfortunately, I understood that reference.
I mean, like,
Bro, I mean, he hasn't answered Hume. He just hasn't. I'm sorry. He hasn't given us necessity because of his whole view. Like his whole view is literally what Hume was attacking. Like this was the view back in Hume's time. Do you understand that? This whole possible worlds view of like the fucking
yeah.
like necessity is like defined by like the positive condition of the opposite is fucking contradiction or whatever, right? That's what Hume was fucking attacking, dude. Because, bro, the world of change in particular only gives you contingent facts. It doesn't give you necessary facts. You know, you can only get that by pure reason. Again, transcendentalism. It leads right back into it, bro. You've only ended up right where Kant ended up. That's it. That's all you've done. Yes. Yes. That's sorry. Bro, if you just commit to that, there's lawfulness, right? Reality is lawful, right? There's no need for all these superfluous fucking like unentailed entailers because there's no room for unentailed. Like that's all you need, bro. But you don't get it this way. Everything you're describing is the exact opposite. Yes, he's right that that's what you would need. He's right that that's what you would need. But you only get that by basically Rosen says like objectifying impredicativity instead of treating it as unreal. Like instead of treating it as not like is excluded from the category of objective. Like it's a priori like division of reality. And Rosen really goes deep into this in Essays on Life Itself.
Could you?
Great. Right.
Yeah. Could you explain the specific difference between a reality being lawful and formable?
Well, again, I'm talking about impredicativity, right? It's a closed loop of entailment. Like look in general chat again, the pinned message where I explained it, right?
I mean, yeah, formalizable and lawfulness, those are kind of like different things. Like when we're just saying it's non-formalizable, we're just saying that you can't describe
I
real
think there's
world
a
systems in a predicative way. Like it's gonna
yes. It's gonna be a very like it's a very deep topic, right? But on Sakura's channel, we literally talked for hours about it. I explained it to him for like hours. So that's why we're not getting deep into it now, because it would require hours long explanation, right? But like I say to everybody, just go into Rosen's book, like Life Itself and Essays on Life Itself. I always say this. This is what I did at first. Like Control F for formalization, formalizability, or like form, right? Any of that, like, or impredicativity, right? Search for these key terms in Rosen's book and like just read everything around where you find those terms, right? And you'll just you'll like level up. You'll see the value in it, right?
Yeah, and I mean when we're talking about
And
lawfulness,
objectivity,
it's really just
objectivity. Yeah, objectivity and
it's
Essays on Life Itself in particular. Search that.
yeah,
Here,
lawfulness is
I'll link Essays on Life Itself and Life Itself again, and the rest of Rosen's papers. Because again, where Turvey gets all this stuff on like the logic of complexity, like the logic of like this stuff, like impredicativity, right? Yeah, you can play it. I'm just getting the links.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Begging the question isn't a fucking problem, guys. Begging the question is not a problem. We can just have this unentailed entailer. We don't have to ever ask about how it's entailed, because I don't mean it doesn't matter about how it's entailed. It can just be unentailed. No, I mean, like, that's why it's very important to understand. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. and why that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Like I said before, it's basically like the Platonic order imposing mind, right, has access. Like it's just like faith, like I have access, right, to fucking God, to the supernatural. I'm bridging the dualism, right, with my faith, right? I just have, like, I'm able to extract work from this already homogeneous, timeless, right, like perfect world, the world of forms, right? Parmenidean symmetry, Parmenidean perfect symmetry, right? No change, no nothing, no differences, no particulars, nothing. I mean, yeah, it's nothing. But again, I'm able to extract work from that because I just have some magical access to it, right? That would basically imply a perpetual motion machine of the second kind, and that would just mean boom, universe kaput. No universe. You want to talk about you want to talk about the universe? Sorry, the concept of the universe is just not even intelligible at that point. and Swenson, he references like Kripke, or not Kripke, some guy. I don't know why I said Kripke. It was some other guy.
Perpetual motion Kant wins.
Yeah, but there was a paper that like Swenson was referencing in one of his newer papers, 2024, 2025 paper, like that specifically like all about the disastrous consequences of a perpetual motion machine of the second kind, which is a violation of the second law.
Who?
I forget. It starts with a K, I think. And Swenson.
I
We've talked about it. Yeah, we've talked about it
Didn't I
before.
send you that? I sent you that paper.
Yes. We talked about the paper before.
I
Yes.
found the paper.
Right. So yeah, you can link the paper in VC text where it talks about the disastrous consequences of a violation of the second law. If that's true, it's just beyond disastrous, even beyond disastrous.
Yeah, let me see. Can't remember what the guy's name was.
Yeah. I remember you actually read you actually read the paper and everything. I did read through it a little bit too.
I
When you
remember
sent
reading
it.
a paper where that was cited, and it was
No,
how
yeah, it was
forward
Swenson's paper.
space-time.
Yep. Yeah, it was Swenson's paper, and he was citing it. And then you
but I actually
went and
found the
found
paper
the
that
paper.
was cited. Yeah.
Yes.
I need to find it.
Yeah, here's Rosen, essays on life itself, and they're just like a collection of all the other stuff I have from him, which is like a lot. So, in VC text, I just posted it. And there's also Swenson's papers. I guess I'll post Swenson's papers too. I mean, you guys probably all have these links.
Oh, I think I remember the name. Yes, I think this is it. By a guy named Caustic.
Right. Yeah. But again, if you can work right from an already spread out, already homogeneous source, then you would basically be reversing the increase of entropy production, and
Right.
that's just that's a perpetual motion machine of the first kind.
Second kind, you mean?
Oh, second kind. Yes, second kind. Sorry, second kind. The first kind is a little bit different. But I think without identifying it as a perpetual motion machine of the second kind, you kind of don't really have a good argument against why you can't have an unentailed entailer. You know what I mean? I mean, you don't really grasp the reason, I think, unless you understand it as a violation of the second law. It's just it's any so-called prime mover, basically, or blind watchmaker, right? Those are
Yeah, because I remember, I think it was in
terms
your
for it.
notes when you said that.
Yeah.
At complete equilibrium, there's no system. There's nothing.
Yeah, there's no potentials. There's nothing you can draw work from. There's no useful energy, right?
And so,
but somehow, just through the process, just through the faith process, you just have access to it, and unexplainable access. It's just magic. But again, we know that a violation of the second law. So, this is invoking perpetual motion of the second kind. We know that that's just impossible, strictly impossible.
Mm.
I mean, perpetual motion. It's just this is just infinite regresses, right?
Mm.
It's just what defines impossibility.
Unified.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that I can't go into it. I could talk about that for hours, honestly, about the fucking perpetual motion of the first kind and the second kind and all that stuff. I can go really, really deep into it.
Dude, if Zulu could
But
come
like,
around and actually fucking learn this shit.
yeah, I just want to say again, you know, I'm keeping it as surface level as possible while trying to tell you what's important here, you know. But like, again, that deserves a whole discussion on its own. And I've on Sakura's channel, we've literally had hours long discussions about this stuff.
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, it's
Yes. Again, Zulu was holding to that distinction, by the way. He already accepted the analytic synthetic false dichotomy when he was doing that fucking shit before, when he was defining necessity. Yeah, I mean, Peikoff literally describes what he was doing in the analytic synthetic dichotomy paper. There's also a great video or like a review of that paper by James Valiant and Amy Nasir and like his or her husband. Like they had a whole review of that paper. I thought it was really good. Like really helped me understand the paper. Yep.
He literally said it. He's like, yeah, bro, you didn't fucking refute Hume.
He's like, I actually read Hume, bro.
You read Hume?
No, he did. I didn't read fucking
Oh.
Hume. But I didn't need to read Hume.
You're like,
Oh man, look at it, bro. You didn't even notice it. You didn't even notice it. He set up the infinite regress, right? Just by referencing Hume. That's crazy. Did you see that, bro?
Not quite.
Like,
Here, let's walk through it.
no, I guess you weren't here. You arrived late when I talked about how it's all about just like setting up some infinite regress, right? And then saying, well, it's either an infinite regress or you know, innate knowledge. Right, and it's just the whole thing with the rationalists. Remember, you know, like we applied the fucking syllogism thing or whatever, right?
Yeah.
The whole thing is they're just trying to get you to accept this infinite regress, man.
They're trying to get you to accept premise 2.
Yep. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see it?
I get it now.
Yeah. Like he did it so subtly too.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. He's yeah, he is. I mean, he is reifying
But again,
the whole, like, oh yeah, we only have
it's
X
the
to
same
work
strategy.
with. So if we only have X to work with, no matter how hard you search for Y, you're never gonna get it.
He just used Hume as an authority there for basically the impoverished basis. And that's it. Just like, oh yeah, the impoverished basis that the empiricist has to work with. That's just what I mean. Like, yeah, Hume, guys. That's what he had. So like, but he did it so subtly. Do you see it? Do you see it? Set up the
Right,
infinite
yeah.
regress.
Yeah. And so we need.
You're gonna come to the same
extra-physical.
determination as you. You need some extra physical things, you know, some
Which is what
unentailed
Kant did.
entailer.
You know, they came to the same. You know, the Hume and Kant were like, oh yeah, you know, we agree on this, but you know, me, Kant, I'm just gonna
Definitely.
go outside of reality and just pretend I fucking completely avoided it by going into fucking
Well,
La
no,
La Land.
it's definitely like it leads you like right into transcendentalism, bro. Like it definitely like you only just need to take one step, bro, and then you're just boom in transcendentalism, bro. From Hume, right? From the assumption of impoverished entailment, you know?
Right, because he kind of created the intractable scientific mystery, and then it's like the only answer to
Mhm.
that is gonna be whatever fucking Kant said, right? It had
Magic.
to have been
Magic.
transcendentalism.
Magic. Yep. Remember, there's no missing pieces. Like what we look. Oh, wow. There's no missing pieces. So, what supplies the missing pieces? Because we what we have doesn't have any missing pieces, right? What we like, you know what I mean? Like, we know why, right? There's all this order and organization and behavior, right? That's premise one. This is informal, by the way. It's not a formal syllogism, but there's all this order and organization and behavior, or we know why, right? The empiricist or the naturalist or whatever only has X to work with, and like X is too impoverished to entail Y, and it's basically like therefore, but it's not formal, so you probably don't want to say therefore. 'Cause you definitely need like two syllogisms. Like you need the transcendental argument as well, like in
I
another
mean, you just
syllogism.
need to
Probably.
prove.
But like
You just need to prove the infinite regress, and they can never prove the infinite regress.
yeah, but they're always like therefore you need some extra empirical thing to entail Y because we have Y. There's no missing pieces, right? So what supplies the missing pieces? Because there's X doesn't have all the pieces, right? And X is just the assumed basis, right? X is just the basis of how we know Y, right?
Right.
We all agree it's impoverished. I think. That's funny.
Let's go back.
He's saying necessity is magic. It's an unentailed entailer. It's just another category. Yeah.
From
The gaps.
Somehow. It's
The
not really how.
gaps.
It's rather somehow. Remember in intro ecopsych? Somehow. Right?
Somehow.
Somehow
just
we
like-
get across again. There's a
Yeah,
gap.
it's just like
but you know, there's no missing pieces.
theoretical dead end. Like we've reached this
We-
theoretical dead end, but we just need to break out of it. We just need to break out of it.
But it
That's
gives
all we
us
gotta do.
perception of entities. But it gives us
Yeah.
perception of entities. We have this unified perception of entities, right? So it has to do it somehow, right? It has to do it somehow. Yeah, intro to ecopsych really puts that well. Yeah, I'm just remembering that. Oh yeah. No, you don't have the why question. You don't have entailment. Yeah, okay. What that distinction is not giving in perception. Remember that distinction, just like the primary secondary quality distinction. It's not giving in perception. It's just like given by pure reason. I mean, just like, oh yeah, because obviously the fucking world of change in particulars, that's unreal. It's because it's the world we perceive. That's the assumption. Always, it's always that. But it's also rather the prohibition of impredicativity. And Turvey also goes into that. Like it's also the prohibition of self causation, right? Or like basically the objectivist view of causality. They'll say, actions are actions of entities, right?
I see. Yeah,
That's
it's just
complete.
kind of another. It's just another.
Yeah, I wanted to
instance of
say that actions are actions are entities. It requires impredicativity, or
yeah,
literally.
it's just another instance of separating the subject and the object. It's just like if we perceive it, then it has to be non-real. It has to be within us. So I see that.
Right, there's organism kind of facts and there's environment kind of facts. There's fucking mind kind of facts and matter kind of facts. There's these fucking secondary qualities and there's which are mental states, right? And then there's these primary qualities which are physical states.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's like, bro, I don't know, bro. It's a threat. Yeah, Zulu's been biting on these fucking bullets, bro. Just biting every single bullet.
Yeah, but
Dude just keeps a loaded gun right next to him, like a badass.
yeah, it definitely. I also see that is that a lot of this comes from like the bullet biting culture. It's just like, oh, we just need to bite this bullet no matter what, and everything will be fine. But it's like,
Well, it's not
we
even.
haven't
It's not
actually
even that. I mean, it's fine. Like, yeah, be principled. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean by he's biting bullets. I mean he's biting the bad bullets. Like
Well,
he's
that's what I
fine.
mean. Is that you're just kind of blindly doing that? Like
He's
you're
biting
not.
all the Kantian bullets. Like the Kantian is just
Yeah.
like yes, yes, yes. Like you're a Kantian. You know, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mean it in that way.
I guess I'm just saying that like somebody can present that to you very like maliciously, right? It's just like constantly give you bullets to bite so that they can get you.
Well, it's
emotional.
not even like he's doing that, really. Zulu is just like self-reporting, bro. He's just doing it himself. He's just like I'm a Kantian, bro. Like he's offering it up. He's just like yeah, okay, we perceive things. And what do I mean by that? I mean integration of sensations. But it gives us perception of entities. Oh man. You don't have the answer. You were right that this is what you would
What?
need. You need no unentailed terms. That's what you need. That's what necessity is, yes. Right? But you didn't get that. Oh man. And that's true.
Mm.
Very, very true.
Mm.
Yeah, he's a very good advocate for his fucking position, dude.
Yeah.
He's very good at this. He's a Kantian, bro. He's a like this guy's a real deal Kantian, bro. Not no weak sauce, you know?
Yeah, not like anything I've seen in like Zulu server. But I mean, all the Kantians in Zulu server are pretty much banned now. So
I think he said he was like ANCAP adjacent too.
Yeah, he said he was an anti.
Yeah.
He did.
I see.
Yeah, and fucking Zulu has totally separated himself from the intellectual continuity that even called Aristotelian, bro. You know, that's what we're here integrating, right? That's where, like we said, like I was talking about before, you know, like uh, ecological psychology, like I mean Lombardo's book, right? He traces Gibson's ideas back to Aristotle and all that, right? But it's all just a continuation of Aristotle, and just like we have to integrate it all, right? Like Austrian economics is as well, right? And it's just Zulu has totally separated himself from this fucking intellectual continuity, bro. Because that's what it would take to take part in this intellectual continuity, right?
Dreadful. Really dreadful.
Yeah. Yeah, he's making me want to read Cat, bro. You know, this guy, he's making me want to read Cat, bro. And I bet he like fucking I don't know, bro. He's applying like he's this is just Zulu's become a platform for his fucking opponents, bro. For just letting them lecture, bro.
I haven't checked Zulu court since this debate dropped. I hope it's not bad. Bro.
Man.
Like, just as fucking Discord is gonna be like
Bro,
Discord has already
Zulu
become a
hasn't
hotspot
answered a
for group.
single. Bro, this guy has like literally presented so many like problems and like points and stuff. And Zulu hasn't addressed a single one of them, bro.
Yeah, Zulu court's gonna become like a hotspot for Kantians now. Because of
Yeah.
this guy.
Hopefully this video is gonna fucking like do something to help with that, right?
Alleviate, yeah.
Yeah.
All of the people who are feeling hopeless, that there's no answer to the questions that this guy is bringing up. There definitely is. There's lots of answers.
Yeah. Great, man. I love how this guy's fucking putting it. You didn't see Zulu. He's like laughing. He's like, yeah, this guy's entertaining him. You know. Right.
Bro, he has the book right there. Bro, he's literally like Kant. He is literally Kant. He's like, buy my book, bro. Buy my book.
Yeah, bro. And this is why Kantianism, or like a variant of it, is still the philosophy of the day, bro. This is exactly why. He's totally captured the fucking like flow, bro. Look at Zulu's just nodding along, bro. Literally. You're just looking at Zulu in the fucking little corner there, just nodding along. He's just letting him fucking yap about, yeah, Kant is just doing this great thing here, you know?
I mean, I would
Just
literally say
going
it's because he
on and
doesn't
on.
know anything. Like, he
He's
doesn't
just
even know
selling,
what
yeah.
this guy is gonna say next. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's crazy. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Exactly.
Like, you would be there, like, cutting him off, being like, oh, I already know what you're going to say, bro. That's wrong. And then you have Zulu, who's just like, what is he going to say next? I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, man. Continue. That is true. Kant was the first to write a transcendental proof. Or proof in quotations. Again, he's the transcendentalist, bro. He took all these transcendentalist like lines of thought or whatever and just like put it all together, you know, like he crystallized it, you know?
Mm. Yeah,
And that's the
definitely,
thing.
bro.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, the thing is, right? That's why Kantianism is still the philosophy of the day, because nobody has rose up to like you know, in changing the philosophy of the day, in to actually, you know, defeat transcendentalism, right?
Right.
And that's what Gibson and everybody's doing. You know, they actually defeat like the whole like transcendental arguments are literally the entire method of cognitivism, right? Cognitivist science or whatever,
Mm.
right? Cognitivist neuroscience. I would hardly call it science, but that's what it's known by, right? The transcendental argument is literally the entire method of the cognitivist school. Bro, she did not defend against transcendentalism, bro. She did not provide the defense against transcendentalism. I mean, she was like getting there, bro. She was like getting there, like just like all the fucking Aristotelians around her fucking time, like Gibson, bro. Shit. She was getting there with her fucking to the extent she was like oh yeah, objectivism, right? We're eschewing these dualisms, all these fucking dualisms, all these false dichotomies, right?
Yeah.
That was the innovation. That was her innovation. To the extent she was making any innovation, right? And Peikoff goes into this in understanding objectivism and how like impredicativity, like he literally basically says it, how impredicativity is the essence of the method of objectivism.
Yeah, I mean, the grave mistake here was that whole sensation integration thing. You just didn't have to fucking do that. You didn't have to fucking do that.
Yeah, but luckily we have, you know, we have Gibson, right? We have all these other Aristotelians. And Gibson is actually the only one out of all these guys to actually stand up and defend, like hold the line against transcendentalism, bro. The only one who's actually provided a case for direct perception, a case for necessary specificity, right?
Right.
Is going to be like, does the
Well, the account is basically action is action of entities. You're talking about impredicativity there. Yeah, I mean, Turvey talks about this in lectures on perception, how the prohibition of self causation or self like generation, right? Self organization, right? Is it coincides with the prohibition of impredicativity, right? You know, self organization as opposed to other organization. Like you need some unmoved mover, right? Some prime mover. Yeah, I mean, the objectivist view of causality is just that entities are the agents of change, not some,
It's supposed to be a part of the same intellectual continuity.
not
So.
not external forces, right? That are just like totally unentailed. Again, in Newton's formalism, forces are totally unentailed, and Turvey talks about that as well. But also Rosen in lecture chapter 4 of Life Itself, and also all throughout Life Itself, really. But yeah. All it's saying is that entities are the agents of change, not not anything else but entities, right? That's it.
Yeah.
are giving like the substitute?
Yeah, forces as the agents of change is just I mean it's basically what objectivists would call the mechanistic view of causality, where it's just it ends up being there's no entities, only actions acting. You know, actions are actions of actions, right? Which is a fallacy of pure self-reference.
Right.
There's no running just over there without an entity running, you know? Yeah, it was in like a letter to fucking Igor, some Russian dude about chess, something like that, where she said this.
I need a drink. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I need a drink too. But yeah, I don't know. He was just going in circles and circles and circles. You know, didn't get anywhere in this debate. And I assume that's just how it's going to be into the end. They're just going to end like all of Zulu's debates as of late have ended. It's just going to be like, oh well, just agree to disagree, right?
Probably, yeah.
Well, let's just agree to disagree. And then Zulu was just afterward, like, I fucking won, man. I totally beat this guy in debate. He's just crying, man. He's just like crying to his mama now, man. How does it feel?
No wiggle room.
Alright, we gotta hurry the fuck up.
I don't know, guys, as of yet, who do you guys think won this debate?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. I mean, because
gotta
most of the
get
modern Zulu debates, I'm just kind of like, I don't really feel like anybody. won,
Yeah,
but now-
it's not even a debate. I mean, honestly, it's not even a debate. But no, this one was a debate. This one was a little. Zulu definitely lost. He conceded the whole debate.
yeah.
Feels like two Kantian scholars.
Every time he said, "But it gives you perception of entities," he conceded the whole debate. Like as I explained.
Gotta give the W to the Kantian.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
And even by Zulu's own standard, right, of what it is, it's just like oh yeah, you've presented the best argument to the audience, right? And the audience is what matters. Like you don't have to convince the other guy. You just gotta convince the audience, right? That the other guy is stupid, right? Even by that standard, fucking Zulu lost. Zulu completely lost.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Yeah, we're just play it on like as fast as possible speed, because I don't think anything is gonna be said that we haven't already said. I haven't already talked about. Oh yeah, pseudo problems.
No problems.
Pseudo problems. And it just circles right back around. But it gives you perception of entities, man. Oh wow. Metaphysics tells you the nature of reality, guys. Oh man. Continue. I just thought that was
Yeah,
funny.
it's just like the kind of like the preamble for how do we know? Like it's just it's exhausted by the law of identity.
It's not even the preamble, bro. It's like epistemology and metaphysics. Even Peikoff says this. An understanding of just like they're completely and entirely intertwined. One does not come before the other. All right.
I see.
This to the
And what's the basis of epistemology? What's his basis of epistemology, guys? What's his basis of epistemology? It's Zulu. Yeah. What's his basis of epistemology?
Yeah.
What we need is the story of how to bridge the dualism, guys. That's the problem of perception. I mean, yeah. What are all these pseudo problems that Rand was identifying? I don't know. I don't know. Like, guys,
Could it be dualisms?
could it be dualism? Could it be that this is just another example of just such a pseudo problem?
Could
I
it
don't
be that
know.
Rand would laugh at both of you?
I don't know. Better just gotta leave it up to the perception scientist, man. Well, yeah. Let's leave it up to the perception scientist. Hey, Zulu. Let's leave it up to the perception scientist. Wait, pause the fucking video, bro. Let's leave it up to the perception scientist. Hey, Gibson. Hey, Gibson. Hey, Turvy. Hey. What do you gotta say? what do you guys gotta say about this? I don't know. Like,
This
he's
dude is
saying leave it
fucking
up to the
dumb.
perception scientist. I don't know. Let's look at what the perception scientist would say. I mean, because that's what Zulu's saying, right?
Could
Yeah,
it be that
continue.
they might say that we need to bridge the dualism? I don't know. Let's try to get rid of the dualism.
Or could it be that that Gibson, his entire like, I don't know, revolution was just like we gotta ask the right questions. We've been asking the wrong questions. These like pseudo problems or just intractable problems to create scientifically intractable scientific mysteries. Well, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! I know it by deducing it. That's what he just said. I know it by deducing it.
I just
I don't know,
know it,
guys.
guys.
No. Listen. He said, I know it by deducing it.
Oh,
Basically.
did he?
Yeah, he just basically said, he's like, I know the lot of identity. I know this, and then I just deduce it.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I know it. But again, guys, deduction is not a means of gaining knowledge. I mean, that's Objectivism 101, bro. Pick up any book on Objectivism, and it'll tell you that deduction is not a means of gaining knowledge. You cannot gain new knowledge with deduction. Boom, 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 boom. To fucking, just everything is gone. What he just said, like, oh yeah, but the reason why I know this fucking the law of causality is true, or whatever, the reason why I know this is the law of causality, I just deduce it from the law of identity, bro.
He actually became a rationalist. Like, good lord.
It's crazy, bro. He literally said, I know it by deducing it. I mean, he didn't say by deducing it, but he was basically describing deduction. Go back and see what he says, bro. Look what he says.
Yeah, I've syllogized it, and now I know it.
He's literally talking about the fucking syllogism or whatever he gives in his fucking brain vault. Like his obsidian vault. That's how I know it's. He literally said it, bro. I know it by deduction. You can't get any more rationalist than that. That's what rationalism is, bro. They're all saying, I know it by deduction. Oh, bro. And he literally just fucking equated it. We just equated it with validation, bro. Did you hear that? He was like, oh, yeah, that was my validation earlier, was this fucking deduction. Validation is deduction? Excuse me? Bro. He just said it.
A deduction is a corollary?
He just said it. He just said it is a deduction. But he would. But okay. It's a deduction. But he just said, "I know it. This is how I know it. This is how I know it." That's what he just said. This is how I know it. It's deduction. He literally just explained, bro. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up.
I can make a real quick deduction. Bro, oh my god.
I was like, wow, the objectivist would start fucking screaming that, wow, I'm saying I know it by deduction.
The objectivist would call me a Kantian, but they're wrong.
Oh man, I just get the category of causality through pure reason, man. Like, that's literally what he's fucking doing, bro.
Dude, that's what I was saying earlier, bro. Lewis is gonna eat good without me. He's gonna be like, oh, look at this fucking Kantian, look at him, bro.
He literally just fucking said, I know it by deduction, and he equated it with validation. Yeah, I don't know, bro. You can't make this shit up, bro.
I deduced from
like
the
if anybody doesn't know, like I don't know, bro. Just if anybody doesn't know, if anybody isn't in the know, go read Understanding Objectivism. Literally the entire fucking book or lecture series, Understanding Objectivism, is literally the entire thing is deduction. This is all rationalism right here. Like it's fucking saying you know it by deduction. This is all rationalism.
Yeah, he just says whatever Zulu's doing right now is rationalism.
Yes, exactly. He literally describes exactly what Zulu's doing. It's fucking rationalism. Oh man. Even Peikoff, and that's why Peikoff is great for this, because he's like I struggled with this for years and decades. Like I was such a rationalist, bro. You know, even in OPAR.
Like, bro, like what? Like he's just trying very hard to like formalize the argument. It's like, why?
It's just it's meaningless. It's entirely meaningless. He's saying gloop gloop, blah 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 blah, bleep 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 bleep, because he's not saying anything, bro. It's just purely just like in a formalized universe, bro. The words are not the
I
things.
cast the spell to give
I cast the
perception of
spell.
entities.
But it gives me perception of entities somehow. Oh man, again Gibson comes in and saves the day. He's like, no, perception is an activity, bros. Stop it all this fucking like percept nonsense, bro. Like, let alone there being static, like this is his quote. He's like, there's no there's no more some static like percept than there is like some static idea, right? Something like that. That's just like very, very paraphrased his quote there, but he's attacking Kantians in that quote.
I mean, when he said like perception was an activity,
he's specifically attacking the term of percept. I forget where the quote is from. I think it might be from either The Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, his last book, or it's either in like Reasons for Realism, like a collection of his essays.
because it sounds like an attack on like the unconscious inference stuff.
I think I remember it being an attack like on Kantianism specifically. Like I don't want to try and like I didn't even get the quote right. I'm very bad at remembering. like when I try to remember a quote specifically, like I'll end up messing it up trying to recall it. You know?
Right. All right.
Yeah, I don't think in quotes. You know, that's probably why.
What are you saying?
That's what we use for ways.
So what is it? What's the sensation?
Yeah, what is it?
That only it again begs the question.
What? Bruh.
Yeah, again, he's just saying like, bro, you're a Kantian. I think we can wrap up the debate. He's so satisfied, bro.
He's so happy.
I would be too if I was him.
I mean, yeah, if I was a Kantian, I'd be overjoyed.
He achieved his goals, man. He achieved all of his goals. I thought this was pretty good. Wow, the fucking Kantian at the end of the day is like, I thought this was pretty good, guys.
Yeah, yeah, I got him to admit that he was a Kantian. This is very good, guys.
Oh, bro. Seems more like a Kant lecture. Seems more like a Kant lecture. That wasn't my take. Yeah, bro, it's not on you, bro. Honestly, it's not on him. It's not on him, bro. Zulu just fucking like what else
Let
is
him
he gonna
have
do? Zulu fucking what else is he gonna do? Zulu just letting him fucking lecture. What else is he gonna do? It's like I'm sitting like how I sit here, like I keep rambling on, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I would have, bro. Like, you could fucking swap this with me and you, and it would look like the same. I mean, the words would be different, but
Yeah,
bro,
it would just be an ecopsych lecture.
fucking, yeah.
It would just be an
Instead of a
ecopsych
Kant
lecture.
bro.
Except fucking, I mean, like, yeah, Zulu still wouldn't be able to grasp anything because he's a fucking rationalist. Dude, just be like, fuck, man.
Fuck, I can't think of anything.
I can't. I can't think of anything, man.
To comprehend this.
I can't put my finger on it, but whoa, back up a little bit. What is he saying there? Was he acknowledging our like Gibsonian approach?
Yeah, most Randian philosophers don't even accept essentialism anymore.
Oh, nice. Yeah, send him this. Send him this. I guess he does. He's not aware. I thought he would at least be familiar with it. But I guess he's not.
Yeah, Christian.
Send him.
I guess you can set up this video too. Or then some papers, I guess. Yeah.
That's not.
Well, yeah, send him this video. But yeah. I don't know. Somebody figure it out. I'm sure somebody watching this video can figure it out, or we'll figure it out later. But yeah, apparently he's not familiar with that. That most Randian, like most objectivist, like modern objectivist scholars have adopted Gibsonianism and except that Rand was just fucking totally wrong about perception.
Nominalism versus nominalism debate.
Yeah.
Who is the guy? Existence University fucking.
Was it?
The Existence University left a fucking comment. If you lose
What is
every
it?
debate, does that mean objectivism isn't true? If you lose every debate, does that mean objectivism isn't true? If you win every debate, does that mean objectivism is true? Sit and think about that for a bit, then reconsider if debate is good for anything besides hyping up your sycophants.
I don't know. I guess he didn't watch the debate and see how fucking like terrible Zulu's been performing lately in these debates.
Yeah, I guess he didn't watch. Yeah.
Like Zulu's just letting these guys lecture, bro. He's not hyping anything.
I don't know who this guy is.
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? We'll figure it out.
I know.
Maybe look at the thumbnail.
No, it's just Kant.
Yeah, keep the video going. It's almost over, bro. I want to see what else this guy says. Yes, sir. And he does seem like he would look into it. He would look into Gibsonianism and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Because he did look into Rand and like her influences and stuff about that. But yeah, you know, I'm very like I would very like I would it's like the same thing I was just talking with pessimistic idealism about. like I was just telling him about that stuff, right? I think it'll be like I don't know, we start getting these people to be aware of our arguments, you know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, this guy needs to be aware of what we're talking about, not whatever the fuck
Oh,
Zulu's
yeah.
talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they're wrapping it up, so I don't
Let's see how Zulu's gonna let's see Zulu's closing statement, bro.
All right.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Have you read that paper, bro? I don't know.
Bro.
Really? Objectivists don't believe there's an analytic synthetic dichotomy? Really? Wow, I mean, shit, that's news to me, man. Oh, man. Wow, wow, wait, hold up. He just described Gibbon's infinite regress. He literally just got that's Binswanger, like he describes, oh, this is Gibson's infinite regress. What is this argument against? Oh yeah, it's against sensation-based theories of fucking perception, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. It's against representationalist theories, bro. This is crazy, bro. He literally just he at least read fucking chapter 2 of fucking Binswanger's book long enough to just fucking have Gibson's regress and Gibson's infinite regress here. I mean, Gibson's regress problem here, right? Homunculus as like just a fucking script he can fucking cite now without fucking even understanding. Bro, it's fucking crazy, bro. That chapter's literally all about why sensation-based theory of perception is fucking retarded. Like sensationalism is retarded. In chapter 2 of How We Know, bro. Oh man. Bro, go back a little bit. Watch. Look, he literally recites Gibson's regress. Yo, okay, who the fuck is that? Their mic. Somebody's mic. Meta image. Yep. Right. Yes, infinite regress. That's Gibson's regress. You got that from how we know.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Bro, it's crazy how much he's just like self-reporting, bro, just arguing against himself. Doesn't even notice. Just like attacking himself.
Mm.
Yes, he knows the whole history. Yeah. Nice. He actually read like Brandon Peikoff, to get their views here on like sensation based perception and all that stuff, right? On perception and all that, because he knew what he was looking for, bro. He knew what he was looking for, and when he found the dualism stuff, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know what this
Oh
is."
yeah, I agree with that.
This has been a fruitful project.
Yeah, this has been very
Absolutely, it was
fruitful.
a
I've convinced
blast.
like 5 people in your audience to become Kantians, and even you. I've convinced you to become a Kantian as well. So it was a fun wizard battle.
We could hash them out if you have any more disagreements in the future. We can hash them out. Yeah,
Yeah, we can have
if you
more
call this
wizard battles in the future.
call
We
this
can build
hashing
more
out any
Minecraft
sort of
fucking
freaking
castles and
disagreement.
bridge them. Oh, here we go. The
Here we go.
Swolosopher.
Swolosopher. Okay. Yeah, go send him our review of this debate when it finishes. Like when you put it together with Zetetics recording.
The Swolosopher. Is this him?
I don't know.
That is a
He
black.
elaborates on the
That's not
spelling
him.
in a second, doesn't he? In the
Yeah,
video, I
yeah,
think he elaborates on the spelling.
yeah.
Hang on.
Play it and see. The
There you go.
Swole with one L O Ossifer.
Swolosopher?
The Swolosopher.
He's not coming up.
Did
Uh,
he say that was Twitter or Instagram? I forget.
I assume it's Twitter.
Oh, Twitter? Oh,
What?
I'm looking on YouTube. My bad.
What did he say? Twitter or did he say Instagram? I can't.
God damn it.
We can always go back in the video and double check what he said.
Oh, here we go. I found him.
Okay.
Philosopher, PhD in progress.
that sounds like him. He's getting his PhD in philosophy.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah, he was getting his PhD. Yeah, send him this whole video. Be like he said send him like stuff on that on like the whole
I could just
Gibsonian
send
thing.
him the
Like,
Discord link.
yeah, send him the video and the Discord link. But like say it's in reference to him saying like, yeah, send me stuff on that on the Gibsonian like shift, I guess you could call it the Gibsonian shift.
I don't think I can message him. I don't think he has his messages turned on.
I don't know, at him, like ping him or whatever. You know, like when you post a video, like at him, like, oh, he was in the video, whatever. You know, or somebody who can message him, or if you guys, maybe that's on Discord too. Like his name's the Swolosopher. I don't know. It might be Swolosopher on Discord too. I mean, because he's on Discord talking with Zulu now. I mean, I'm on stream. Oh, you can see there, right? Like right at the end there, Zulu clicked like, put his mouse right over his name. You saw?
Christian_M.
Yeah, Zulu's put his
I
put
can
his like mouse
try-
over his name there.
I can try doing from. Oh, he's in the server. He's in Zulu Cord.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, send him this, like, send him the invite to the server. Say like this is in like reference to saying to send you stuff on like the Gibsonian like shift, like like how like most modern objectivist scholars are not like sensationalists anymore. Like they like say Rand was wrong on that, right? That's where we're getting it from. We're getting it from Gibson, right? But say we're putting out the whole review, like we're gonna drop the review or something, the whole review of the debate. But yeah, continue it to the end. He's gonna fucking say like, see the very end. He's like I don't know shit about perception science.
No
I just don't know anything. He's just like, at the very last like thing he said, he's like, I just don't know anything about perception science. In reference to a possible debate with me. I thought that was pretty funny. But now it's definitely funny, like after this whole thing. I don't know, guys. Do you guys think there's like some particular point of contention in Zulu's debate?
Yeah.
I talked over it, but look at the very end. He's like, I just don't know anything about perceptions. Play
I'm
it.
typing up to this guy. I mean, yeah, I guess your point of contention with him could just be that he's epistemologically illiterate and just like challenge him.
I mean, bro, I don't know. It wouldn't be much of a debate, bro. Like I used to be scared like of debating Zulu. Honestly, like I used to like I was thought maybe I wasn't prepared, but then like I don't know, Zulu just fucking like withered and just like
Yeah. Like it's just gonna be the same thing as this. It's just gonna turn into a lecture.
Yeah. So I don't know. I basically I would want to let the pot stir a little bit with this video, right? See what happens. See what goes on after that, right? See if Zulu gets convinced to like watch the video at least.
Let it steam a little.
I don't know, bro. Fucking Zetetic, bro. I bet you would like fucking donate to Zulu, like tell him to like like watch the review or like even watch it like on stream. I don't know if watching it on stream would be the best thing because it's so long. It's probably so long.
Shit, that shit's gonna be like 8 to 10 hours at that point.
Well, this debate was 2 hours, and then I don't know. We've been in VC for how long?
That's damn 8 hours.
8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours is gonna be 8 hours long.
Jeez.
Do you want me to like auto verify him?
I am. In my search?
Like when he yeah, do I auto verify him? I can do that.
Sure. Yeah. You can. I guess.
All right. I'll actually.
Did
give
he
him
join?
Other roles. No.
You actually invited him?
No, you can include roles in a link. So when someone clicks on a link, you can just give them roles.
Yeah, just give them the verified and the Kant role. I can't know
I can't
anything.
think of anything.
I can't think of
Dude,
anything.
he's
Yeah.
gonna be like, oh, thanks, man.
But yeah, like I don't know. What are you sending him? Like I don't know if you want to put it on
I'm
the
sending him
screen.
a link. I'll read.
But like,
it.
what are you saying? Yeah.
I said to him, you said during your debate with Zulu that you're interested in learning of a non-sensationalist view of objectivist epistemology, and we have a Discord with lots of intellectuals on this position, which is a more Gibsonian, ecological, psychological, realist approach. We're also.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't say. Don't say that last part. I don't know. Like it sounds a little bit weird. Yeah, it's a more Gibsonian, ecological, psychological, realist approach.
I mean, I was just making it explicit
definitely
just in
don't say
case you
that.
didn't know what
No.
Gibsonian
It's already explicit. Like you can totally get rid of that.
All right.
I'm sure he knows what he said.
We're also working on a review of your debate with him too, which will be uploaded in the near future.
And just say like tomorrow. I mean, it'll be uploaded. I mean, probably even today, right? Like, just start uploading it.
Well,
Already.
I would have to splice it.
Well, not why. Just put it together with Zulu's video. I mean, not Zulu's video. Put it together with Zetetic's video.
That's what I'm gonna do. I need to put Zetetic's video in an editor, and then I need to put my recordings in the editor too, because he was not here for the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, how long does that take?
I mean, it's gonna take like a few hours to actually fucking process, but
Okay, yeah, so it should be up by like tomorrow, right?
yeah, it should be.
Okay, yeah, so just say it should be up by tomorrow.
Yeah.
It should be up by tomorrow, right? And we'll like, and we VC about all this stuff all the time. I don't know if you want to say that, but like. I mean, shit, I'd be down to fucking debate him. He seems like it'd be a fun debate.
This all the time, and you are more than welcome to come in with any questions or like rebuttals, I guess, or like
or for resources, because he was asking for resources.
Questions or
there's lots of just say there's lots of resources in here.
We also have plenty of resources for you to look at.
Yes.
And then I will copy the link, send it. Whoops, I sent it to the general chat. I did not mean to do that.
We're just typing in a general chat.
No, I sent it. I The invite is for the voice chat.
Oh yeah,
Why?
cameralized. You were the one who came up with this idea of reacting to Zulu's debate.
No, I
Yeah,
don't
are you
want
there,
recipients to
cameralized?
land.
I want to know what cameralized thought of it.
Bro, I fucking hate this.
Playing a card game.
Lose my shit.
What?
He's playing
Playing a card game.
Oh,
Playing
Wait.
accordion.
Card game.
Card game. Oh, okay.
No limit.
I just wanted to ask what he thought about the whole thing, the review of the debate.
Well, I mean, it's.
Generate a new link. And then...
I broadly agree with your guys' assessments. I was actually the one in the chat pointed out that objective philosophers don't agree with rationalism anymore. And
Oh, you were the one that pointed that out in his chat, or was he reading Zulu's chat?
No, it was Zulu's chat.
Oh, it was in Zulu's chat. Okay.
Yeah, and
I guess
asked
he's
me
not
for
sure.
yeah, he asked me for sources, and then DMs.
He asked you
I
for
told him
resources.
how
You
we
cut
met.
out. You said he asked you for resources. Oh shit.
Yeah, and